scheduled to get underway in just over 15 minutes. Gloucestershire Cricket would like to thank all the sponsors who are supporting the club through the 2025 season. Our main sponsors of the stadium, of course, Seat Unique, our kit sponsors Adidas, and at the Another Level Group, Watches of Bar, St Austell Brewery, Hunter Selection, LED Studio, Towergate Insurance, Bit 58, Bristol and Moda Jacob, Digby Associates, Thatcher Cider, Grunt Waste, Bristol Fire, Astra Security, Barkin and Kirby Solicitors, Almondsbury Garden Centre, Croft, Shepherd Funeral Services, Sports Rooms, Amber, 6 O'Clock Gin, Heineken, Nutrition X, and Pearcroft. Alongside the Thatcher's Bar and the Legends Bar, Grace Dining is also available today in the main pavilion. You can go up to the first floor to book your place for lunch, £16.50 for lemon and herb pork steaks with cream potato and seasonal vegetables, or a corn and vegetable bolognese with pasta at £15.95. You can reserve your place at any time up until lunch, and indeed book the Sunday roast tomorrow. If you're with us tomorrow, that's £16.50. That if you are a Gloucestershire member, the AGM is on Monday evening at 7 o'clock. Members can attend in person here at the Seat Unique Stadium or online if you request to do so, and that meeting link will be sent out by 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon. So that's the Gloucestershire Cricket AGM, members only of course. You can attend in person here at the ground at 7 o'clock or online if you have access to a gadget, computer, laptop, iPad, etc. Well, good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Well, welcome to the Leicestershire supporters who are with us on this Saturday. Look forward to as competitive a day as we had here at the CBD Stadium yesterday. Our match referee for this match is Phil Whittycase. Our scorers Adrian Bull for Gloucestershire and Paul Rogers for Leicestershire. And good morning to our umpires who are Tom Longley and Paul Pollard.
A very good morning and welcome to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. It is day 2 of Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2. It was a fast-paced, topsy-turvy day yesterday. What will day 2 bring? Leicestershire resuming their reply to Gloucestershire's 252 all-out at 91 for 4. But it was a day yesterday that was looking as though it was going to be all Leicestershire, as Gloucestershire were reduced just after lunch to 88 for 7. But James Bracey adding yet more runs to his now 284 since he was last dismissed in the County Championship. He made 93, Saman Akhtar 29, Josh Shaw 45. And a 5-wicket haul for Ben Green. Ian Holland bowled superbly as well, 3 for 36. And for Gloucestershire, they were able to make early inroads into the Leicestershire top order. 23 for 3 and 37 for 4, with Dom Goodman taking 2 for 16 in his first spell of the season. It looks as if it's going to be him to bowl the first over of the morning from the Ashley Down Road end. But Messrs Hill and Holland recovering somewhat for Leicestershire from that score of 37 for 4 to 91 for 4. And it feels like a morning that really could swing either way in terms of Gloucestershire picking up a first innings lead or Leicestershire being able to move on and possibly move out in front. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray starting you off on the BBC Sport website and the app, brought to you by BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester. And Nicole Harvey, former Somerset Western Storm and Welsh Fire player, be along in half an hour's time. Richard, I guess big morning for both teams, and Hill and Holland the early keys.
Yeah, one of those sort of games. I think really every sort of session feels vital. Goodman to start from the Ashley Down Road end, comes in and bowls to Hill, who's up and running straight away, working one away through mid-wicket. Didn't quite time it, a little bit inside edgy, but got enough on it to work it past mid-wicket out towards deep mid-wicket and take his single. He'll be busy, or try to be busy today. He's moved on to 39. Ian Holland was very steady yesterday. He knew the importance of getting through to the close. 11 off 42 for Holland, but he might be a little bit more proactive, so to speak, this morning. We have plenty of grey cloud around, but it is lightning and there's a few shadows being cast by the players now, and given the forecast would have settled for that. Goodman in, bowls, and a little feel for that one from Holland. Bounce past his outside edge. He rehearses the leave, a shot or no shot that he should have played. Wanders down, prods at the pitch which had the cursed heavy roller on it beforehand. I just don't.
Yeah, I know.
You know,
agree.
A banger on about it. But each side twice in the game is just too much for me. I like a pitch with just a bit of something in it. In goes Goodman and bowls and thick outside edge, but he's on top of the bounce. Holland, a sort of opener's single down to third man, and jogs his single, moves on to 12. 93 for 4, lightning fast, that scoreboard, that electronic scoreboard.
yeah, it seems to have got even quicker than the first game. It's not quite Lords, but it's getting there.
Impressive stuff. Goodman mops his brow, turns, eats up the ground and bowls and goes past the outside edge with an outswinger. Hill plunged forward rather at that one. No great reaction from behind from Bracey or Price or Bancroft. Sort of semi-expected, I suppose, first off. The good conditions to swing the ball in. But for me, it was sort of swing that did the damage more than seam yesterday. And for that, the pitch can't be blamed, if that's the right word. In goes Goodman. Bowls. Hill is driving and missing. Swings past his outside edge again. This is a super line to start with from Dom Goodman.
Yeah, he really got it right yesterday as well. Moved it both ways, and at his height and enough pace. It's not always about pace anyway, but he really did get it right with his new ball spell, and impressive. He did bowl a couple of no balls, which, again, if you're not quite in rhythm, I suppose happens, but considering it was his first spell of the season, looked good.
Goodman in, bowls outside off stump, and Hill leaves. Excellent first over of the day. Conceded a couple of singles from it, but very much tested the outside edge of the batsman and beat the bat 1, 2, 3 times out of 6 deliveries. 93 for 4. Leicestershire chasing, remember, 251.
But as we know from even when Gloucestershire were briefly on top with the bat, with those 3 that I mentioned, Bracey, Actor and Shaw, there was still an awful lot of playing and missing, particularly from the lower order. So you know that you're going to play and miss. It's just, can you put that out of your mind and then be ready to put away anything that's on offer? There's going to be a change of ends for Ajit Singh Dale. I think he bowled his 7 overs from the Ashley Down Road end yesterday, but he's going to come on and open the bowling from the Pavilion end. 7 overs, 0 for 21. He was the only bowler not to pick up a wicket for Gloucestershire, but he still bowled with pace and with accuracy, and he starts off with a good length ball, which Holland stands tall to keep out.
So Bracey described him as the unluckiest bowler he has ever played with or against in his post-play comments yesterday.
Well, I said it, I think it was last season, especially at the start of last season. I have never seen a bowler get inside edged as much as Singh Dale does. And Hill had one that just went past leg stump, and it never seems to hit the stumps. Singh Dale bowls, and it's another ball which is on a length, and Holland tries to flap it off into the onside, but there's some bounce, and it hops over his attempt to play the ball, and strikes him somewhere high up on the pad. On the thigh pad, I should say, out into the offside. So Shaw had the new ball, but Gloucestershire may be now thinking about splitting up their more out-and-out quicks in Singh Dale and Actor, not have them bowling at the same time this morning. Singh Dale is in and bowls, and again it's bounced and zipped off this surface, which is not playing anything like most pitches you expect. Here, there's serious life in it if you can bend your back like Singh Dale does. And once again, Holland is struck just below the waist.
You're not getting anything on that, really.
No.
It's
No.
sharp and sharper movement.
Launch himself to the crease again, Singh Dale. Bowls now, it's down leg side and flicked away off pad for 4 leg byes, but it's 4 valuable runs for Leicestershire. 97 for 4.
Closing in on the follow-on target. Hey, listen, tick off these milestones.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you wouldn't be a county follower if you didn't still feel a few nerves about that, even with just a handful of runs required to avoid it. 155 runs in arrears. Gloucestershire be really desperate for an early breakthrough just to really cement their position here. Singdale bowls, oh wow, that's leapt on Holland off a full length and has gone whistling through behind the stumps. That's more like the sort of carry we were seeing on the hybrid. I did wonder, and I almost thought, again, everything that we're expecting out of a pitch here, we've had to put out of our minds for the first day. I almost wondered, as some of the live grass comes off this, if there wouldn't be a point where it does actually get a bit quicker. Singdale in and bowls, and again it's beat Holland all ends up, but it's far too high to be an LBW, so it will go down as a maiden, although there were 4 leg byes off it. But if Leicestershire were hoping that maybe with the heavy roller and slightly brighter conditions, as we mentioned this morning, albeit the sun's not out, that the examination would get any easier. It certainly doesn't look as if it's going to at this point. 97 for 4.
No, that was a horrible over to face from the batter's point of view, and Ian Holland wore 3 of them, 3 deliveries. Goodman is in to Hill, who is forward, textbook forward defensive, pretty much getting to the pitch of it, playing it back down to Goodman. A tall young man picks up in his left hand. 97 for 4. The ball is only 29 overs old, so talking last night to Ben Green, he was saying, you know, obviously it does get easier to bat as the ball gets softer, but it's, 20 overs away from that sort of situation as Goodman bowls, again straight. Hill pushing slightly across the line as he waited for that one. Manages to get the ball out to mid-on. Again, there's no run.
And the swing never really went fully yesterday. I mean, you could see it got a bit easier as that Bracey and Shaw partnership wore on, but then sometimes as the bowling side's heads just drop a little bit as they get frustrated at not getting through, that sort of happens anyway, but there was always something there.
Goodman bowls, again very straight. Hill shuffles into a sort of forward press. Again, no great stride forward, but he was on the move and got solidly enough behind it. Just the 2 slips given Goodman's early movement. I think I'd have another.
I noticed this in Bancroft's early captaincy career. He doesn't seem to be a particularly aggressive when it comes to putting those slips in.
Goodman bowls, good bounce, and Hill plunges forward. Could have left that one, and he knew it, and sort of gestured with his hand. Yes, it's bouncing, and yes, it's swinging, but I think that sort of little gesture was aimed at himself rather than sending any information around.
So the problem is that it's another away swinger from Goodman, but we've seen 2 batters, 1 in each innings, leave a ball that they thought was going to be the away swinger, and it didn't. It smashed into off stump.
Bowles again looking for the drive. A good stop in his follow through by Goodman. He should have stopped it. It was more or less straight back at him, but he has a long way to get down. But he's young and supple and did manage to get down and make the block with 2 hands. Otherwise, Hill would have probably picked up a couple of runs. There would have been a chase involved for Graham Van Buren. Buren?
Van Buren.
Bearden. Think beer. Yeah, Bearden. Right.
Think beer. It's always a good plan.
Well, it's helpful. Goodman charges in. Bowls. Good bounce, and that would have been a catch to third slip. Well, rather bearing out what we were saying, it runs down to third man. It flew off the shoulder of the bat. Bancroft dived away to his right, reaching with his right hand, and it would have been gobbled by third slip.
Yeah, I don't understand it, I'm afraid. And we've called it before it's happened as well, not just as it was happening. And I was even going to say that in this match so far, we've seen 2 catches at first slip. We've seen 2 catches dropped at third and another one caught, so it's not as though catches haven't been going to third slip. At times I've understood why Bancroft hasn't had extra slips in place, because the pitches haven't always been conducive and there were other factors at play. But here, ball right on top of bat, and you've seen the first couple of overs. Goodman's got it on a string first couple of overs, and that would have been exactly the start to the day that Gloucestershire are after, and now they're going to have to go and create another opportunity. 98 for 4. Singdale starts a new over. This is looped up in the air, I think maybe just off pad. Singdale rushed down the pitch to try and take a possible catch, but I don't think that caught any glove of Hill that time. It was another pacey delivery though from Singdale. He's found a spot on the pitch. It's not that full. He's certainly not going to be driving that. Yeah, I think maybe just off the hip area looking at the replay. Torrid time for the batters out there at the moment. Comfortable, and it's that sort of spot that Actor found to get rid of Hansker. I mean, that was a delivery that everybody's getting out to, really. Singdale bowls, that's a little bit fuller. Maybe would have been more top of off, but Hill is able to block it away. And it's just safety first, really, with those sorts of deliveries. Not too much that can be gained out of attacking those.
Morning to you all anyway, and you can get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you this Saturday morning. richardray23@gmail.com, or you can skeet me, which is a new verb we learnt yesterday at richr23 on Blue Sky.
Really concerning, that. Singdale bowls forced off the back foot by Hill straight to backward point, and there is no run. Just yes.
I hope John isn't John F, who told me that's the verb to use, is telling the truth there, because it does sound vaguely disreputable, doesn't it? There's something a bit iffy about it.
Really not good. Oh dear. It's about the first attacking shot that's found bat off Singdale so far. He must be really enjoying his work bowling on this so far, although he'd enjoy it more if he got a wicket, as Hill comes forward and plays a textbook defence up to mid-off. You'd have to imagine the likes of Tom Price and Matt Taylor, whilst I'm sure they would be wanting the rest after playing in the first, 3 rounds and knowing there's still a round to go. So you'd imagine they'd come back in, at least one of them would come back into the side for the Lancashire game next week, but must be thinking at the same time, we should have had a go on this. Singdale bowls, that leaps past the actually pretty good job from Hill. He pushed at it a bit, but then he dropped his hands on it as it went through to the keeper. But again, there's very little playing that, and this was some of the problem yesterday, actually, that the ball was almost doing so much that it was hard to nick it, and particularly Holland had that problem when he was banana swinging it past the likes of Actor and Shaw. The last ball of this over, 98 for 4, Singdale bowls, and this is just tucked awkwardly but successfully by Hill round the corner for a single down to fine leg. So spoils the maiden over. Leicestershire, they are 99 for 4. They've added 8 runs this morning, but Gloucestershire only going with 2 slips, despite ball being very much on top of bat. They might live to regret that, just as Leicestershire will be regretting that drop of Actor on 8 yesterday, because that really could have cost as much as 100 runs.
Stable door's been closed. Cameron Green's gone in at 3rd slip now. Goodman is in to Hill, who's shuffling forward, thick inside edge. He's not quite sure where it's gone. It's gone to short leg. There is no short leg, and Ian Holland calls him through for a single, which will please Lewis Hill no end. Just the other address, social media address on X. You can nick X. Not a verb, but you don't say tweet anymore, can you? But anyway, yeah. Nicole's on X at Nicole Harvey 02. So she too will be happy to hear from you this Bristol morning. Goodman turns long strides, eats up the ground, bowls, just worked around the corner. That's where A batsman usually likes it when the conditions are difficult, just when they can nerdle it away on the leg side and pick up a single and get down to the end, which is usually less dangerous. Holland on to 13, Hill 42. Leicestershire 100 is up, 101 for 4, so follow on pretty much saved. They'd be disappointed to have to follow on from here.
I think so, yeah.
6 wickets for 0 runs. Goodman into Hill, who is leaning somewhat tentatively forward on off stump, but defending it reasonably solidly back up towards Dom Goodman.
Yeah, I mean, there've been opportunities. I mean, Holland would have been out had Zaman Akhtar hit the stumps direct with an opportunity yesterday evening. It's not as though they haven't had opportunities, but it just, especially first half hour, you just don't want to risk the life going out of this.
Goodman is in squares uphill. I thought that was going to nip through. So did Goodman, but Hill managed to somehow adjust and block it out into the offside. Well bowled, Dom Goodman.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably pretty much right for this surface, because he's not out and out express, and I think sometimes the out and out express has almost, when we saw Singh Dale, too much bounce over the top almost a few times he's beaten the bat.
Goodman bowls outside off some cut down to third man. There is no third man. It's top edged as much as cut almost, but Hill opened his shoulders, slashed away really, and flew high over, round about second, third slip down to the boundary at 4-4. Hill on to 46, Leicestershire 105 for 4. Might as well.
Yeah.
It was fairly safe, no third man with the third slip.
They've got a fielder who's quite wide down there.
Well, yeah,
he's certainly not going to be
it is third man,
that.
Isn't it? But no, it was much finer than that. Goodman is in, bowls full, driven for 4. Tried to adjust his length, did adjust his length, but overdid it slightly. And as is sometimes the way after you dropped one short, over-pitched, and Hill stepped out, cracked it away to the boundary and moves to 50. It's come off 96 balls and includes 7 fours and maintains his excellent start to the season.
And continues to enjoy batting at Bristol, even on what is not the sort of surface that he would have scored a lot of his runs on previously. So odd innings, because so he gets there with 2 consecutive 4s. He had 3 4s in a row at one point off Zaman Akhtar, but there was also a point yesterday evening where he barely scored a run, but then it wasn't about scoring runs, it was about being there this morning, and he still is. 3 slips for Singh Dale as well now. Holland to face on 13. And an even more uncomfortable innings for Holland so far, and it continues as a Fuller delivery which swings away from Holland's attempted forward defence. And Singh Dale is giving Holland fits at the moment, but he's just, as we've seen at times in this match already, he's beating him ball after ball, but as yet hasn't prized him out, and it has just been that run out chance from Holland. But he's trying to grit this out here, and he's beaten yet again off this next delivery from Singh Dale. Hand off the bat, bounce, but he's not actually, again, particularly close to it, I don't think. Oh, I was going to look at the replay, but there we go. Yeah, well, it's a technique from Holland that it's not always right out of the manual, but he will scrap. He will fight his way through, as this is edged by Holland down in front of third slip. Green gets, I think, maybe a hand on that to palm it towards Goodman at deep third, so it's only a single, but the score moves on to 110 for 4. Singh Dale's thinking, well, he found the outside edge there and didn't carry, but it was played well by Holland. He's done that a couple of times, just knocking the ball softly down and into the ground and rotating the strike. They've taken the third slip out for Hill, as Singdale is in to him. Down leg side for more. And it's leg byes again, but it doesn't matter too much. Leicestershire continue to move this board along. Started to rattle along in the last couple of overs. And if Leicestershire can continue to do that for a couple more, then they'll be halfway to Gloucestershire's score or thereabouts and still 4 down.
I had 2 score predictions this morning for the end of play, both from Leicestershire supporters, obviously. One was Foxes 189 all out, Gloucestershire 213 for 4 at the close in their second innings.
Singdale starts again. Bowls now to Hill. Ford defends and thought about a single towards cover and then decided against it as Green pounces in on it.
The other was Foxes 432 for 8, so
whoa.
From one extreme to the other, people not really sure how this day is going to pan out.
I think I would have gone for
Somewhere
something in the
between,
middle, yes.
Yeah. You'd have a fairly wide
yes.
choice there.
The sweepstake would be a good chance of you winning that, I think. 114 for 4. Singdale bowls, and this is nudged down to deep third by Hill. He'll take another single and keep the strike. So 6 runs from that over, and it's 115 for 4. The deficit 137.
Yeah, they played that over with a slightly more comfort than the first couple.
Yeah, I suppose that's the fear from Gloucestershire's perspective. I mean, yes, they've still got their change bowlers to go to, and that might create something, but you just always feel got to strike early, and especially with these two, they feel like the sort of players who ought to succeed on this sort of surface. It hasn't been a pitch for the money drives and whacking the ball to all parts. That's not been how people have scored their runs.
Goodman is in to Hill, who again is shuffling down, just a couple of little steps at the last second, and then defending. Straight delivery out towards mid-on. Not quite as many in this morning so far as there were yesterday, but beginning to come in. I guess the forecast may have put 1 or 2 off, and plenty of others probably heading across to the Memorial Stadium, where I am told there is a huge game of football starting in the next hour, or nearly. 12:30. Goodman is in. Hill gets a good bounce. He was shuffling down and he got a good straight bouncer. Played it well, leant backwards. And just let it go past his chin.
He does have a sharp bouncer on him, does Goodman, as I suppose you'd expect from his height, even though he's not express. He did get quite a lot of his wickets last year with short balls, and the trap's set because they've got those 2 fielders back on the leg side.
Goodman's ready to go, but his mid-on wasn't, and he gestures for him to go a little bit wider, then comes charging in and bowls to Hill. Fullish outside off stump, swinging away but too wide, and Hill lets it go through. He remains on 51. What's this partnership worth now? Came together with the score on 37, so hugely valuable runs for the Foxes. Hard earned as well,
yeah, in
especially this morning
hardest
and last night.
Yeah.
Goodman knees pumping bowls, very straight on off stump. Doesn't really do too much on that occasion, so Hill can get forward and block the ball out to mid off and be in.
He's not really had the in-swinger too much this morning, Goodman. It was the in-swinger that got Rishi Patel, who shouldered arms and was bowled for the first wicket. That was the 4th ball that Goodman bowled. He's got some away swing, but it's more been straight or away swing this morning.
In he goes and bowls, and on driven beautifully by Hill for 4. Goodman looks at him momentarily, but sensibly, Like the young man is a sensible young man, just quickly turns and marches off. There's no point looking when a shot is played as well and as solidly as that. Nothing to say, really. Lovely on drive from Hill.
Yeah, and of course he'd moved his mid-on wider
He
anyway
had.
to try and invite that shot as well, but Hill decided to accept the invitation with aplomb.
119 for 4. Third slip, Green has gone out. He was out for the start of this over, back in the covers as Goodman is ill. Hill is forward, it's edged and he's caught. Edge to second slip, very low. He waits, he thumps his hip in annoyance there, Lewis Hill. He sort of shuffled forward, maybe didn't have to play at that, but he did, and it just took the outside edge. It flew low, and Bancroft took a good low catch, two-handed to his right, just carried. And Hill, who was starting to play really well, got in again, gone past 50 again, once again isn't able to go on. Big wicket for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just as the first half hour was coming to a close as well, I know it's only a psychological thing, but you hear the players talk about it as much as us, so it must be something that they think about that first half hour, and that's a prize wicket. And in some ways I feel a bit for Hill, because whilst he didn't have to play at it, he pushed at it quite softly, and he'd have been hoping that that just didn't quite carry, but because this pitch is on the quicker side of things, again, I still have to pinch myself when I say that, but it is, the ball did just about carry, even though he really did play it with quite soft hands. And Bancroft, without wishing to put the mockers on him, Bancroft is a very solid slipper and doesn't tend to drop too many, and he's quite happy. You know, sometimes you see Australians come over, especially considering that he's used to slip catching at the likes of the Wacker. See some Australians come over here and really struggle with those low ones because they're more comfortable taking the slip catches palms up, but Bancroft is very good moving down low to his right and taking those low ones. You so rarely see him drop them. So Ben Cox out to the middle.
It is 3 for 23 for Dom Goodman, partnership of 82 for the fifth wicket. As we've been saying, hugely valuable runs for Leicestershire, but they're still very much on the back foot. But this is where the sort of lower order, the strength of the lower order has come into its own, and they're going to have to do so again here.
Holland on strike, Singdale bowling to him and passes the edge again. Holland has a push at it, but of a fuller delivery, doesn't get too close to it. They would have been teammates, these two, briefly. Singdale starting his first-class career with Hampshire, and Holland would have been on the books there as well. They probably would have played quite a bit of second-team cricket together, I'd imagine, when Holland was out of the side. 3 slips for Holland, Singdale in, and bat on ball. This time it's a no ball, signalled by umpire Lungley. And Leicestershire will take those, and extras are now up to 27. So we saw 29 extras in the first innings. 10 no balls, 3 wides being the extras that you'd particularly fault the bowlers for, although, as we so often say, leg buys especially, but also buys to some extent, so often bowler error as well. Singdale bowls, Holland turns it into the onside, hand off the bat again, and I think that was, I don't think it struck him on the glove, but it was another one of those that caught him on the shoulder of the bat and would have had those vibrations going through his hands as the ball's picked up at mid-wicket by Charlesworth. But yeah, 27 extras, 10 no balls, 11 leg buys, a couple of wides and 4 buys. Look, an awful lot better picture for Gloucestershire without those runs. In fact, Leicestershire wouldn't have avoided the follow-on yet. Singdale bowls, that's a good ball. It's well played by Holland in the end. He has this technique where he does almost square up anyway, but that was the ball that Singdale was after. firing it in towards those pads, but Holland able to keep it out. 121 for 5. Richard Ray has departed for now, back in half an hour, and it's a very good morning. The first time to Nicole Harvey.
Morning, Ed. You okay?
Yeah, thank you. Have a good evening.
Yeah, I mean it's not no sign of rain, touch wood yet, which is good with the forecast from yesterday.
Singdale bowls a fuller ball, inviting the drive. Holland does drive and mistimes it back to the bowler. Yeah, there were so many different forecasts. I saw the BBC suggesting that actually there was only about a 20 or 30% chance of rain at any point. The Met Office had more like 50 to 60 through the morning and into the afternoon. They've very much changed that now to only about 10%. And then another app suggested rain before play, maybe delayed start, but we get underway. Doesn't look as though at the moment we're in any danger at all. Singdale bowls, Holland forces that away. Straight to point though, and there's no run. I think he had a rare opportunity to score there in Holland and they missed out on it. Cover is wide open because they've got that third slip in place. But if they could have chosen one of these two to get out, no disrespect to Holland, who may go on to play the defining innings, but Hill was the one who was playing the shots this morning. Holland, to be fair, has had a lot of Singdale to face. Not been getting too much bat on ball some of the time. Grunt of effort from Singdale as he sends down the last delivery of the over, but just sees it knocked away calmly into the onside by Holland, and that's the end of the over. Leicestershire 121 for 5. Hill caught Bancroft, bowled Goodman 55. The one man to go so far.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Ed. As you said, there has been quite a few extras in this grand scheme of how many runs Leicestershire have on the board, and it's a little bit leaving off the slack there for Gloucester. It's just leaking easy runs. So hopefully they can pull that back, because in the percentages, that's a lot when you look at it. So if they can narrow that down to really a small fraction, then they're going to be applying a lot more pressure, because it's not easy to bat out there. We're having people square up, we're having people make mistakes, and obviously if you're going to get a wide or no balls, then you're just easing off the pressure a little bit here. Goodman coming in, full delivery, defended in out to mid off. Pretty solid there from Cox. First delivery he has faced, hitting the middle of the bat. So I mean they need to tighten that up in order to keep applying the pressure, because the pressure is on Leicestershire here. The 4 wickets yesterday really sort of put them a little bit on the back foot when you looked at the game at the beginning of the day, and they were very much dominating Gloucestershire. Goodman coming in here, Cox on strike, just back of a length, left alone outside the off stump, shaping away.
Yeah, that away shape from Goodman in the end actually doing the trick. I did mention that he's not really hooped one back in like he did with the new ball up front, but in the end he didn't need it because he got Hill just to probe at the away swinger and edge it to second, which is the first second slip catch in the match, I think.
Goodman coming in, just back of a length, worked off the hip, going to come through for a quick single. It's a direct hit from the fielder, which was a brilliant effort there from Ben Charlesworth, but
left-handed,
it's not out.
I think, wasn't it?
Left-handed underarm direct hit, but that's not out. But a good piece of fielding from him there at mid-wicket.
You can be careful doing that. He won't get put back in the slips when Cameron Green leaves. His fielding's improved so much, Ben Charlesworth. I mean, he's really is one of the top boundary riders out there in T20 cricket, and started fielding in the slips last year, I think.
Goodman in, just back of a length, defended out to cover there. No run. Holland on 14 off 62 balls so far. Cox on 1 off 3. And Leicestershire are going to be wanting a big partnership from these two, really.
He still doesn't have the strongest arm, Charlesworth, but he gets to the ball so quickly and releases it really quickly. So often, the speed that he throws it in, you could almost take a second run, but you just don't trust that you could because of that speed of release in white ball cricket more so than this.
Goodman in, back, short, cut away, but third man's down there. Didn't quite get hold of that, Holland. It's not quite got all of it, and it's gone straight down to third man for a single. Good bit of carry there from Goodman though, but it's just a bit too short with his length.
It's a strong lower middle, as Richard Ray's been mentioning, in good form. Ben Cox
in the last game against Lancashire scored 31.
Yeah, he's not.
And Holland scored 35.
He's not had a score under 30 this season, and that's the case with so many of these Leicestershire players.
Goodman in, short again, straight to cover though, well fielded. Good pick up there by Miles Hammond, but it's going to be no runs. Leicestershire now 123 for 5 after 36 overs. Cox is on 1, Holland is on 15.
Yeah, 51, 49 and 41 and 31 Cox's scores so far, and I feel like that's been the case with basically every Leicestershire player that I've looked at. They've not had a single figure score.
He's got good experience. He's 34 years old. He's played a lot of cricket, and I think he's shown his class with the ball as well yesterday. He's a very clever player. He reads the game really well. He might not bowl at express pace, but that's not his role. And he very much works out batters, so I was really impressed.
So Holland to face. Singdale runs in and bowls to him a fuller ball, which is driven by Holland straight to mid-off. You can see that Singdale in the last couple of overs has really tried to bowl it that bit fuller. He's been driven a couple of times now by Holland, which he wasn't in the early stages, but you feel he may have to be bowling there to try and get the wicket.
I think he's in danger otherwise. I can't see him bumping someone out, and if he goes short, he's going to get hit. He's bowling at such pace that, you know, he can't really afford to do that.
And this is the sort of pitch where you can just pitch it up that little bit fuller because the nicks are carrying. Singdale bowls. Oh, that one has just stayed down a bit on Holland as he pushes it away out into the covers. He played it well and saw the fact that it wasn't bouncing so much, but considering he's had 4 or 5 deliveries off a pretty full length, then rise up to whack him high up on the thigh or even towards the hip area, that's one that gets into your mind if you're not careful, because that one certainly did the opposite. Singdale runs in, bowls. That is a short ball, but Holland ducks right under it. But it's that, you know, so often on a test match surface, the number of times you hear commentators go, they bowled well here, but they've not bowled full enough, so they haven't got the edges. I think this pitch is quick enough that you could say the same thing here, and I think Singdale's realised that in his first couple of overs. Yeah, he's beating the bat a lot, but in order to actually take the edge and have the batters get closer to it, it's got to be that bit fuller. Singdale bowls, again it's fuller of a length and drawing Holland forward, and he does get bat on it, but there's no run pushed back up the pitch.
Looking elsewhere, you've got Derbyshire versus Middlesex, and Derbyshire are 293 for 5. Worcestershire, Durham. Worcestershire 162 all out, and Durham are 71 for 6 in reply.
Oh, thank you. I'm amazed. I normally try and make a point of noticing this. The score is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's my favourite score in cricket, and I didn't even notice. 4 balls. It's been like that. I didn't notice. Richard Ray pointing that out. Full ball again. It's Holland who's trying to bring out the drive, but he's just looking so scratchy out there as he gets more of the inner portion of the bat on it, and it has rolled up to mid-on.
He's hitting it late, but he's almost, for me, he's not got a good stride in, and he's in danger of getting trapped in front. I think he is a candidate for an LBW.
Yeah, I think that if I remember back from his Hampshire days as well, that was something that they felt about him as well. Singdale is in, he gets the inner part of the bat on it, rolls the wrist, turns it round the corner. It's well fielded at backward square.
Sorry, Ed, he's obviously got incredible hand-eye coordination, and he hits the ball late, but like I said, he's not got good striding, and he is, for me, if I was playing against him, I would be looking at hitting him on the knee roll. He is a candidate for LBW.
Last delivery was a no ball, by the way, so it's 125 for 5, and I think that's Ahmed Saeed on the field at backward square as a substitute. Singdale, last ball of the over, bowls carved away by Holland on the bounce, and it's stopped by Charlesworth at backward point. So the end of the over, 125 for 5. It might be that, no, it's not Actor, because he's about to come on and bowl, so it could be that Goodman's just, yeah, I think that's what it is. I think Goodman's just nipped off after completing his spell, so she'll be back in due course. And our first bowling change of the morning, with Goodman having now got through 11 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 35. It's a mightily impressive start, considering that he's bowled a little bit in a couple of second 11 games, but this is his first go in the first team this season. And yeah, okay, he's had some help from the pitch and from the ball. I was hearing last night, just speaking to Tom Price after play, and he was saying that he feels these particular balls that they're using for this match are really nice.
Actor in here, short cutaway over the top. That's racing away for 4. Far too short there from Actor, and Cox is maximised on that one. He moves on to 5. Looking elsewhere, the other 2 games I didn't cover was Surrey-Somerset. Somerset 283 all out, Surrey 32 for 0 in reply. Nottinghamshire are 198 for 6 in response to Sussex 169 all out so far.
A lot of wickets, pretty much everywhere, except at Derby.
Actor coming in here, 2 slips in play, Fuller delivery, driven through the covers, brilliant pick up there from Cam Green. So he swoops across the covers, one-handed, right-handed pick up. Great piece of fielding. Actor just needs to settle in here and find his length. At the moment we've gone short, we've gone full, and a little bit too much width. Cox, you know, he's only faced 6 deliveries. You need to really hound in and pressure him, as obviously Holland has been in for a while, facing 70 so far as Actor comes in. Good length delivery, left alone outside the off stump. Good carry there from Actor, and that is where he needs to settle in.
Yeah, I mean, he produced a corker of a ball to get rid of Hanscom yesterday evening, just on a good length. Hanscom felt he had to play at it, fenced it to first slip, but he was also a bit short and a bit wide around that. So is he going to be able to keep producing those wicket-taking deliveries around those wider ones?
Wide one outside the off stump, left alone there by Cox. Probably about 7th stump. A little bit too short though, but Cox has refrained from flashing at it, as there is a backward point and a cover and 2 slips in.
He had to think about, I mean, he's rehearsed that, hasn't he? And he's so strong, like most keepers are, on that cut shot, so he will be looking to play it.
Actors in full outside the off stump, left alone by Cox, not tempted yet, but he is thinking about it as he rehearses some late cuts. And Actor needs to really hit his length here.
The ball's coming beautifully out of Actor's hands. Just been watching a couple from behind the bowler as well. He's getting that nice early shape that then just straightens a bit, but if you could just get it a little bit straighter.
Actors in. Straight delivery and play and miss. What a fantastic delivery. He's bowling there. 2 probably starting that ball on 2 to middle, and that's just carried over the top of off stump, which Cox has gotten absolutely nowhere near. Good length delivery and just carried over the top of 4th stump there. And a play and miss from Cox, as Leicestershire are now 129 for 5 after 38 overs. Cox on 5 and Holland on 15. Actor finishes his 6th over, 1 for 29.
Bit of rotation in the substitutes, so Goodman back on the field down at fine leg, but Singdale is just popping off as well, as everybody does nowadays. I know it annoys some people, but it's the same for all sides really. So Saeed still on the field at mid-on, but Singdale has gone off and he's being replaced in the attack by Josh Shaw, who will run in and bowl to Holland. It's a full ball, striking him on the pad, and it's not out. Shaw went up for that one. I suppose Shaw's probably thinking, well, my LBW was a bit leg-side-ish, why don't you give that one as well? But it looked leg side first up anyway. Yeah, that's not coming back. that's very optimistic. So I think, I mean, first viewing of Shaw's LBW yesterday, I think I could still see why it was given. I had a couple of people this morning go, oh no, missing leg. That one would have been a bit of a shocker. It would have been given. Shaw bowls, flashed away, 4 runs. Holland throwing his hands at it and slashing it past backward point. No chance for the fielder on the boundary either. And it's 133 for 5. Holland on to 19. He's been out there nearly 2 hours for that 19. But he saw some width there and crashed it away. It was almost a right-handed Jayasuriya. Just throw the hands at it, wallop it square of the wicket. Not really a cut, not really a drive, somewhere in between the two. Shaw inside edge onto pad that time. He's homing in on those pads, is
Yeah, and they
Shaw.
know it, they know it. They're trying to hit his knee roll. And that is very much a game plan. He's batting probably on 2 or leg. He does have a little bit of a trigger, but as there is little movement with his feet, he relies on good hand-eye coordination and hitting the ball late. He is a candidate that Gloucestershire are very much trying to target, I would say.
Short 1 for 26 now, bowls to Holland, who gets in line and blocks it away with a hop back up the surface, and there's no run. A little bit of watery sunshine over Bristol. It's pretty pleasant out there. Still feels, even with the sunshine, I suspect, like pretty good seam bowling conditions, because whilst you might have a little bit of sunshine, you've still got the humidity, and temperature seems to be an important factor as well. That's just right. Shaw bowls Fuller, and it's driven out through the covers by Holland, running out towards the boundary. Charlesworth should run it down, though, just goes into the slide, and they'll take a 3rd run on that slide. So Holland into the 20s, 136 for 5. So there's this just signs now that Holland is starting to feel a bit more comfortable. He'll certainly be feeling more comfortable not facing Singdale, in a way, because Singdale was making him hop about all over the place, but Shaw might just...
Shaw's hit him on the pads twice this over, so...
Yeah, Shaw maybe less a pace, but he might be the one that is able to breach the defences, because he can bowl it that bit fuller. Cox on 5, 1 ball to face this over. Shaw bowls wide of off stump and left alone by Cox to end that over. Shaw's comeback has gone for 7, and Leicestershire to 136 for 5. Deficit 116, so they've lost 1 wicket, but it's still very much a game in the balance, and with the form of Leicestershire's lower middle order, they will still very much believe that they're in a good position to go ahead, and I don't know, you just never know how it's going to play out, especially as 2 days of sunshine seem to be forecast for the next two, but lead of 30 or 40 you'd certainly take, even that.
Actor in, it's a wide one outside the off stump. That is flashed at by Holland, and there's a big ooh by the crowd as he's thrown his hands but missed that one. Just looking on X, if you'd like to contact us, you're listening in, we'd love to hear from you. My way of contacting is at Nicole Harvey 02. Ed, have you got any form of contact?
You can send me a message on at edcricket6 on X if you so choose.
Actor in full delivery, driven out to mid-off, not got hold of that one though, and that is going to be a single as that is picked up there by Dom Goodman.
Email-wise, Richard Ray, RAE23 at gmail.com if email is your preferred method.
Well remembered that, Ed. So yeah, we'd love to hear from you. There's a good crowd coming in today. Nice to see some people in and enjoying a little bit what looks like sunshine now as Actor comes in. It's a full delivery and it's a play and miss there by Holland as he flashes at that one, trying to drive it through extra cover, and he's absolutely nowhere near that. As Actor's getting that ball to shape, he's getting it to straighten as it's hitting the pitch, and Holland is playing down the wrong line.
There are plays and misses, and then there's, you know, real plays and misses where it looks as though there's going to be a wicket, and that was more like those. A lot of the time Holland hasn't been that close to it when he's been playing and missing, but there, you know, really expected to hear the edge but didn't.
Actor in here, full delivery just inside edge there to mid on. No run score. Leicestershire 136 for 5 currently with 2 balls remaining in this over. Their run rate is 3.43, trailing by 116 at the moment, and Gloucestershire very much need a wicket, I would say, in the next 4 overs, just to apply that bit of pressure.
Yeah,
just dropping square leg out to the boundary. Possibly it could be a short ball or it could just be a dummy, as that's a full delivery and it's driven down the ground. Good shot by Holland. He's not got all of it, but it is racing away as 2 Gloucestershire fielders are chasing after it. It's a brilliant piece of fielding as it's flicked back, and a good bit of teamwork there as they only get 2 in the end.
Yeah, very
Van Buren.
Nicely done. Yeah, Van Buren got the throw in. I think it's Goodman who's run back from mid-off, who was the one who affected the dive. And it's not too often that you're going to chase a ball down towards the flats. It's such a relatively short boundary there.
Actor coming in here for the final delivery of this over. Good back of a length ball just outside off stump, left alone there by Holland. Leicestershire 138 for 5, Holland on 24, and Cox is on 5. Actor finishing his 7th over, 1 for 31 so far. Just went a little bit full there with his length, but Holland didn't get all of it, and it was a great piece of fielding there from Gloucestershire, chased down by Dom Goodman and Graham Van Buren.
The ground fielding's been excellent in the match so far.
Yeah, it has.
Leicestershire 3 or 4 right on the boundary diving saves, which
absolutely
really kept pressure on at various points in that first innings. We have seen a few catches go down though.
Yeah, no, we had some brilliant fielding.
Shaw runs in, bowls, it's back of a length and jabbed wide of the cordon, and that'll go for 4. Nothing that Goodman can do there, and they've only got 2 slips in again for the new batter Cox, and I reckon first thought was that probably would have carried to 3rd slip again.
But as you say, Leicestershire did drop some catches. There were chances there, and one was slightly costly. There was a partnership more, 42 more added to the score. Had they had taken that catch yesterday.
Yeah, and affected the Shaw partnership that came after it as well. I'm sure it did.
Because they had the momentum.
Shaw bowls, striking Cox on the pad, but it's going well down the leg side. There's only a strangled appeal. And there'll be a leg by as well as it crashes off the pad to backward square leg, 143 for 5. Not actually bowling that much at Cox seemingly since he's come to the middle. And he's faced, what, 13 balls, and he's been out there for 6.1 overs, so they've been doing a lot of bowling at Holland, which at this point, given that Holland seems to be gritting it out, no bad thing I think for Leicestershire. 143 for 5. Shaw bowls a fuller ball, it's on driven, and Ahmed Saeed will get across from mid-on and make sure that there is no run scored. But the next psychological milestone for Leicestershire will be getting that deficit down below 100. Once that happens, I don't know whether Leicestershire would do this, or it probably wouldn't in this instance, but every 10 that's scored, it just feels so extra important once you get down below that 100 mark. Shaw in, and Holland drives to extra cover. It's really smartly stopped by Charlesworth, who brought out the extendable right arm and grabbed it, but he couldn't back up to his feet. Yeah.
Looked like he got winded, but it was a great pickup one-handed. That's been 2 really good pickups from Charlesworth this morning so far.
He's made up great ground there and had tumbled forward to his right, but he had no chance to get back up to his feet and effect a throw. Holland on to 25 as Shaw is in to Cox. He bowls and Cox flicks down to fine leg. There'll be another single there, so the streak's alive for Ben Cox. Reached double figures in every innings, and Gloucestershire will dearly hope that he doesn't continue his streak of reaching 30 in every innings this season. It's 145 for 5. Well, they are just, I don't know, there's still, of course there's still something out there. As we've mentioned, there's something out there for pretty much the entire time. Ball in its 41st over now, they're just starting to look a little more comfortable out there, Leicestershire. Shaw in and tucked by Holland down to fine leg as well, and that over has produced 8 runs in total, and Holland just seems to be finding his feet now, especially after that loss of Lewis Hill, the only man to fall so far. And Leicestershire going pretty well this morning. They've added 55 runs now just for the loss of that 1 wicket. It was an important one. Hill caught Bancroft at second slip off Goodman for 55, but they'd have liked, I suspect, another. My feeling was 2 this morning, and it's certainly been Leicestershire's session. If it's more than that, then Gloucestershire might be happy enough. And if it's only 1, then Leicestershire have got a great opportunity to go out in towards the lead. Time for a change. Nicole Harvey will shortly be joined by Richard Ray.
Actor coming in here, 2 slips in play. Defended by Holland to point. He's playing it late. But Actor's looking to bowl full, and he has those 2 slips in play, and Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft at second slip. Ollie Price had 2 good catches yesterday in the slip cordon, and I'm sure he would like a 3rd to his name. Actor in here. Full just outside the off stump, left alone there by Holland. Good line and length by Actor though. Cox on 10 of 14 deliveries, and Holland on 26 of 86.
Afternoon.
Richard Ray just joining me as we
As the sun comes out as well.
Yeah, see the sun coming out here at
All those
Bristol.
seaborne forecasts about showers not borne out.
Actor coming in, short delivery, defended there by Holland. Rehearsing a little thought of a little bit of a hip flick or a pull, but he wasn't quite quick enough on that one.
I had a couple of emails. this morning, neither of which I deliberately didn't read out because I blame them both. The first was from David Bridge. Hello, David. Enjoying listening and watching on YouTube from cloudy North Norfolk. He says, great to see Lewis Hill doing so well, very calm and measured. Then I'm biased, being his father-in-law.
Actor in full delivery, just defended into the offside there.
Well, nice to talk to you, David, but you talked your son-in-law out, I think. He was starting to play really nicely. And we also had a text from Hamish saying Hill was looking in really good nick. And so they both arrived at the bound at the same time, and an over later. Hilly, unfortunately, managed to get out. So I can't be blamed for not reading them out, but I blame you for sending them.
Actor coming in here. Good length delivery, just defended into the leg side and scampered through for a quick single as Actor throws to the bowler's end but doesn't hit.
But he has had a great start to the season. He just would have so loved to have gone on and converted one of those good scores into a sort of match-changing score, which is used. It's got to be 100 really to really change a game. But that said, everybody's continuing to contribute for Leicestershire, and the lower orders has been vital so far this season. And this innings of Holland's, people will say 27 of 89, turgid, but it's been absolutely vital.
Actors in full delivery, driven out to point. No run scored there as Miles Hammond picks that one up. Leicestershire are now 147 for 5. As Holland is on 27 and Cox on 10. No, Gloucestershire, they need a wicket here. Leicestershire are starting to take it away from them a little bit. They might not be scoring particularly fast, but that momentum has just shifted a little bit again, and we have seen those ebbs and flows in this game so far. But I do feel like the pendulum is sort of tilting a little bit there to Leicestershire at the moment.
They don't bat quite as far down as they have done so far this season, but Ben Green, very decent batsman to come. Josh Shaw is in and bowls outside off stump. Holland steers him away wide of backward point, wide of third man, and picks up 4. He too starting just to play with that little bit more fluency. And the Leicestershire 150 is up, so they are closing in on that Gloucestershire first innings score. A lot of work still to do, but they're now exactly 100 behind. Holland on to 31 now. Shaw in, bowls. That's a super line, better line, lovely delivery, bounces and swings a little bit and beats Holland's outside edge. Doesn't miss the stumps by too much either. Zero reaction from Shaw. I can think of a few bowlers who'd be tearing their hair, or at least demonstrating some sort of frustration, but the Yorkshireman phlegmatically turns and heads back to the top of his mark. Been around long enough to know. Ian Holland is asking the gentleman on the balcony below us in a very bright blue shirt to sit down. Yes, sir, sit down. He has done. Shaw is in and bowls. Holland turns him neatly off his legs, and this is a problem for Bracey because Shaw inconsistent, and it's gone for 4. So one great ball on either, in between 2 poor deliveries, both of which have been put away, and you've got to be a little bit more consistent than that.
Yeah, his line and length has been a little bit varied, would be a polite way of saying it. He's gone too straight there and just given Holland a chance to throw his hands.
In he goes again and produces another super delivery that bounces and goes past the outside edge. But at the moment, it's 4 excellent ball, 4 excellent ball. If the pattern maintains, This could be another poor delivery followed by another good one. .155 for 5. Bowls, Shaw, and he produces another excellent delivery. He breaks the pattern, that's better. And goes past the outside edge. Hands on heads at mid-on and mid-off. Both of them had a pretty good view of that one, and it was a good one. Brought Holland forward, taken by Bracey to his left. Shaw did pick up a wicket last night, having Sol Budinger caught down at deep fine leg off a top-edged hook. In he goes and bowls, and a really airy, expansive, attempted drive from Ian Holland. Gets nothing on the ball, bounces past his outside edge into the gloves of Bracey. And again, there's absolutely sort of zero reaction from the Gloucestershire's field, really. Everybody would have just got on with it, which is admirable in a way, but you want to create a bit of a sense of theatre. Do you want to get in the batsman's head a little bit? Did a few oohs and ahs? Do you like a sort of backup from your fielders if you beat the bat? Do you like them to?
Yeah, I think you know, it's nothing hurts to remind them, does it?
Exactly.
And sort of the bravado of it. And talked a little bit last week about Shane Warne, and obviously he was incredibly skilled, but a lot of it was the games he was playing mentally with players.
Yeah.
As Actor coming in here, back of a length, left alone outside the off stump, good carry flare through to Bracey. Yeah, and often he would move a fielder, or you know. And I watched a documentary on it. He would move a fielder, or he would do something and pretend like he was going to be doing something different, you know, and be making out he was playing around with his field and really in deep thought about it, when in actual fact he was bowling the same stock ball, but the batter thought he was doing something different because of what he was doing, which is very clever. Actor in, short delivery down the leg side, left alone there by Cox, who is on 10 so far, Holland on 35. So I think he played mind games really well and was really clever in how he went about that, and is very transparent in, you know, he would often say, I wasn't actually doing anything massively different. I was literally playing a mind game, as cricket is. A lot of it is in the head and in the mind. So Actor in full delivery, great delivery just outside the off stump, holding his length well.
Here's a great skeet, which we hope is the right word. David Hutchinson. Hello, David. Hello from Rome, he says. I'm just enjoying a gelato and affogato whilst avoiding the Pope's funeral. So I can keep up with the foxes. That's a question of priorities, isn't it? Avoiding the Pope's funeral and keeping up with the foxes.
There we go, as Actor coming in here. Full delivery, flashed away there by Cox, trying to drive that one, but he has got an inside edge, and it's gone straight back to Actors. No run there.
An affogato and a gelato.
That was quite a mouthful. You've actually read that really well, Richard.
I'm not sure. Italian, I don't know.
I wouldn't have braved it myself.
No, but he says, reckon we can get a 350? Is the pitch going to improve steadily?
Well, so far I wouldn't say it was as two-paced as yesterday, being honest. Actor coming in here, back of a length outside the off-stump, fairly wide, left alone there by Cox. We haven't seen the two-pace nature as much as it was yesterday. There was a little bit of a tennis ball bounce, which we haven't seen today as much. Gloucestershire have been bowling quite a few extras so far, which is a little bit of a shame because they're almost just leaking those runs. Whereas Leicestershire, they bowled really well yesterday, and they hit good lines and lengths pretty consistently. Actor in at the crease here, back of a length, just flicked off his hip there by Cox, down to fine leg as they come through for a single. Leicestershire 156 for 5 now.
It's a point Ben Green made when I spoke to him last night. I said, was there sort of a lot of disappointment about having Glos sort of 88 for 7 and then recovering to 250? he said they genuinely didn't feel they bowled particularly worse during that sort of afternoon session, or even into the evening. The afternoon session is when they picked up the 4 wickets that they needed to, but that Gloucestershire added another 160 runs. But he said, but they're allowed to fight, and the ball got softer, and but we kept it there or thereabouts. We got our rewards in the end, and
I don't think they did bowl bad. I think they built those partnerships. The only thing they did do wrong was drop those catches, and then they should have been taken.
Ahmed, yeah. Shaw is in and bowls very full to Ben Cox. Too full to sort of drive, really. He jammed it out off the bottom of the bat, and he checks the bottom of the bat. Got relatives here. Ben Cox watching this game, so he'll be very determined to do well. Actually, talking about David Bridge and Lewis Hill, his father-in-law, listening in Norfolk. I think David's daughter and little granddaughter are here at this game. In goes Shaw and bowls outside off stump, outswinger, and
Good
steps
carry.
forward Cox and lets it go through. As Nicole said, it carries nicely through to wicketkeeper Bracey, but really pleasant conditions now, belying the forecast. I keep glancing over at the Bristol Rovers ground. There's a game starting there at 12:30, which apparently is very, very important. Bristol Rovers' chances of staying in League One next season.
There you go.
They're in danger of plunging into the depths. In goes Shaw and bowls down the leg side, tries to clip it away, flicks the almost a sort of ankle area of. He just adjusts his left pad of Cox, and it didn't miss the leg stump by so very much, I don't think. And it trickled through to Bracey behind the stumps. Burton Albion, I think, is the other visitors. Beg your pardon. Reading. Burton Albion is one of the sort of relegation rivals, if rivals isn't the right word, is it really? But our colleague Dave Fletcher, who spends his winters at commentating on Burton Albion, will be watching their progress with interest. In goes Shaw and bowls outswinger that beats Cox. All ends up, and he looks back down the pitch, gestures with his right hand, picks up his bat. But it was just a good outswinging delivery from Shaw, and he gets an arm round the shoulder from his fellow bowler Singdale, who's at mid-on at the moment, of encouragement and commiseration. Keep going, mate. You'll get it in the end. Keep going, he's saying.
Persevere.
Indeed. Shaw is in and bowls full, turns his wrists on that one a little bit straight, and he can't beat Singdale, doesn't really time it. Ben Cox and Singdale can just move reasonably sedately across to his left to cut off any chance of a single. 156 for 5. When did they come together? On 119, so 37 added by these two already for the 6th wicket.
In terms of batters to come then, Richard, how deep do Leicestershire bat?
Shaw bowls and Cox turns it more firmly this time to Singdale, but you heard that the call of no. Well, all the way down with this time, the exception of the number 11. He is a number 11. It's the first time they've had that. But Van Beek has been in outstanding form. He's due in next with the bat. He got a really good 80-odd not out in his first game for Leicestershire against Derby. What did he get? He got a few runs last week at Old Trafford as well. 29. So he's not had a bad start. He's a genuine all-rounder. Green is a genuine all-rounder. Walker is a very decent batsman as well. Hull will get in line, but as long as he doesn't try and hit the ball, if get to score runs, he can defend like a lot of sort of lower tail or end batsmen.
Actors in at the crease. Short delivery, just ducked there by Holland.
The problem comes when they've been in for sort of 15, 20 balls and start to think they can bat, and they start sort of playing shots and getting out. But they bat a long way down. I mean, that's what their success, in inverted commas, has been based on this season, really. The last 5 wickets have nearly always added as much as the top 5, if not more.
Actors in, 2 slips in play here. Short delivery, and that's cut back, and Holland has taken one on the glove there. I'd just like to watch that replay there, but it's come back in on him and he's not expected it as it's hooped back, and he has got one on the hand, he's got one on the glove. Cox just coming down to have a little chat with him, but that one has hooped back in on him, and he's caught that on the glove.
Bowling hand as well, but there's no great alarm being shown out there.
I think it was more of an unexpected, rather than,
that was a bit tennis bally as well. It didn't could have come onto him quite as quickly. It cut back, but
which
it
is
looped a bit.
probably one of the first ones we've seen do that sort of bobbly bounce, whatever you want to call it, tennis bally bounce. Really, of today, that's the first one we've really seen here. Zakta coming in to the crease. Full delivery just outside the off stump. Good leave and a good delivery there.
That's been the demise of a couple of batsmen in this game, hasn't it? That sort of leave that's just jagged back, and that threatened to. Didn't do quite enough.
No, we've got a good crowd coming in today, as we had a nice crowd in yesterday. And the weather is looking nice down here in Bristol.
Might follow your example and visit the ice cream van around about tea time.
Yeah, that was a good choice yesterday. Actors in, back of a length, good delivery and a good leave there by Holland.
David admits to gluttony in Rome on the gelato and affogato. He said, but he'd committed to the gelato before he twigged on the affogato. Brackets, blamed the red-eye flight. So he was... first thing this morning he was on a plane, that's why, I guess. I like an affogato, don't you, though?
Yeah, but that Oreo ice cream yesterday, that was good, I must admit. Unexpected treat. Actors in, full delivery, left alone outside the off stump. About 6 stump.
Other American biscuit-based confections are available.
Yeah. Apologies.
I didn't realise they did sort of ice creams in that flavour now. Yeah. It looked like just a...
Well, it wasn't an ice cream, it was just a topping.
Okay. Oh, what a...
Sprinkling of the thing on top, yeah.
You get sort of crumbly... Oh, that's nice.
That was nice, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Actors in at the crease here, just back of a length, defended nearly inside edge there onto his pad there, Holland, but it's not out, and it's 156 for 5 now after 46 overs. Holland on 35 after 101 deliveries. Cox on 11 after 27.
But you don't have to make excuses, David, because when in Rome, not often get the opportunity to say that.
Ed didn't go for an ice cream yesterday, but he did dress as a gorilla in the back of the box, which I would actually like him to go outside and do a lap.
Now, who is that walking across the car park in a white cape and hood?
I don't know, it looks like a ghost.
It does, doesn't it? Like a sort of little Casper.
There's literally people dressed as Star Wars.
Okay.
Jedis.
Shaw is in off the legs, clipped down to fine leg for 4. Nicely played by Ben Cox.
What are these people dressed as, Ed? Is it Star Wars? There's like a gladiator as well.
But
go down there,
they've got
dress
hoods
as
on.
a gorilla. You can join the fancy dress competition.
Lord of the Rings. Are they
Lord
hobbits?
Of the Rings, that is a good shout.
Hobbits and Saruman, the wizard. Now, Bristol has a big Lord of the Rings connection, doesn't it? Do you know what it is?
I don't, Richard,
okay.
sorry. Do you want to inform me?
I will. One of the most famous actors in Lord of the Rings is a Bristolian. In goes Shaw and bowls outside off stump, beautifully driven away by Ben Cox. Consecutive 4s hit by Ben Cox. And Shaw did this in his last over as well. A couple of loose deliveries that both were put away for 4. Some super deliveries as well. But again, it's that inconsistency we were talking about. Lord Elrond, Hugo Weaving, the actor, Elrond in Lord of the Rings, the sort of chief of the elves. He's from Bristol. He was born in Bristol, like Cary Grant, a famous Bristolian actor.
Ed is once again dressed as the gorilla, which I'm sure the fans would love to see.
Sure is in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit wide, swings away, but Cox, whose famous last words, Leicestershire Sport, is beginning to look quite assured out there, lets that one go. He's got a very pink grip, pinky orange grip on his bat, Ben Cox. Still got the old bleached hair as well.
Yeah, is that not a look you'd sport there, Richard?
No, I think that my time for bleaching hairs that's long gone, I'm afraid. In goes Shaw, bowls a beauty, well pitched up, out swinging, goes past the outside edge, super delivery. But again, you know, you've got to bowl 4 or 5 of those in your over, really, and if not, you know, holding delivery, super delivery actually, boom. And too good for Ben Cox, too good to take the edge as well. 164 for 5, 4-4 ... Shaw casting a dark shadow now, is in, bowls outside off some, slightly drags it down. In fact, it's just a little bit too wide, swings away. Wonder whether are they going to appear on the other side of the flats. They went in the sort of excellent walkway under the flats, which has got lots of tributes to famous Gloucestershire players. I don't know if of course you'll have walked down there. You may even be in there somewhere. Blaze players too.
I think they might be coming, hopefully, to sit over in those stands.
I do. Oh, there's Saruman over there.
Yes, I've seen it now.
Above the sort of cider makers advert. As in goes Shaw and bowls straight, and Cox, nice high left elbows. He blocks that on the back foot out into the covers. End of the over, the 47th of the Leicestershire first innings. 164 for 5. We ought to answer David's point, really. Is it getting easier and Leicestershire going to get 350?
Honestly, I do think it has eased a little bit. I do think the pitch is sort of flattening out slightly. The two-pace nature isn't as bad today. And so, yeah, I would say it has. And we did see that a little bit last night. You know, it was getting easier for the batter and it was getting harder for the bowler. And whether, you know, if that continues, maybe a light roll as well at times, it's going to probably get easier.
Back to Goodman, this is interesting.
But we will see. Goodman's change of bowling now act has come off. Goodman's coming back. We've got 2 slips in play, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on in the ring. Short delivery, and it is clothed by Holland to mid-on, and he's not read that well at all. He hasn't picked the line up, and he's very late on that delivery. There is a mid-wicket, or just in front of square out on the boundary, fine leg and third man out on the boundary. Just watching the replay here, but Holland is very much.
He was too soon on it, wasn't he? Again, it's that
early,
sort of slow.
Actually,
yeah.
when I see the replay, he's early on that, and he has plinked it. Goodman coming in here. Full delivery outside the off stump, and it is a big swing and a play and miss there as he's played down the wrong line of that. It's just come back in on him.
It's very much the main weapon, isn't he, for Gloucestershire in this innings so far, Goodman, and showing it again here, which is obviously why Bracey's gone back to him. But I think Bracey sensing that need another 1 or 2 before lunch, really, here.
3 for 35, and I think Bracey knows that they need a breakthrough, this little partnership here. It might be going steady, but they need to break it. As Goodman comes in.
Good bounce.
That was a little bit. Ball outside the off stump, and it has just kept going away, which is interesting as the ball before came back in. So he can get it to go both ways, and it's probably just getting the batter to ask questions of themselves, you know, what is coming next.
He's definitely been the biggest threat, shall we say.
Goodman in. Full delivery all, and it's cut him in half. Absolutely beautiful delivery there from Goodman, and Holland is nowhere near that as that has cut him in half. I'm just going to watch the replay here as Goodman's come in, and it has literally cut him in half, travelling over the top of middle or two. And he's really starting to make him ask questions. The ball before has gone away, and the ball previous to that has come back in on him. And I think he's now going to start varying his pace a little bit as well, because he knows it's going both ways. Short delivery, pulled out to square leg, and he's just going to come through for a single. But Gloucestershire need a breakthrough. Holland moving on to 36. Leicestershire 165 for 5 now, with 1 ball left in this over. Bracey is going to want a breakthrough just before lunch here, if he can. Goodman in, full delivery, worked off the legs there by Cox. Nice and lately played. Singdale pick up and throw and release, so there's only going to be a single, as it's a loose throw, but it was released quickly, only allowing Leicestershire to get the single as they move on to 166 now for 5.
Yeah, really good over, really threatening over, and no luck, or at least no good luck for Goodman in it. Foxes survive, not much more than that, but as you said, the partnership again building up towards another sort of half century. Overs going into the legs of the Gloucestershire seamers. 48 overs old the ball now, and it's the sort of last sort of 20 of its age, 60 to 80, where you hope that from a batting point of view that they'll make the most of it. First time then in this innings we are going to see the bowling of the fair-haired Ben Charlesworth.
Just looking elsewhere in Division 2, Derbyshire, Middlesex, Derbyshire 334 for 5. And seem to be going on steady.
It's 120 overs, something like that. It's
116 overs gone now.
Charlesworth then wanders into the crease and bowls quite full, leans forward. There's a little bit of swing for him. Thick outside part of the bat for Cox, along the ground, all the way through the gully down to third man. Takes his single, 167 for 5. Feels like a draw there at Derby already, doesn't it? Those wickets can die a little bit.
Yep, and we've seen it here, you know, the momentum and the ebbs and flows of the game has changed quite quickly at times. So I never like to speak too soon.
Charlesworth is in, bowls outside off stump, cut away, but only as far as point to Price by Holland. Timed it well, but although not stopped cleanly, it was stopped. Holland showing immense reserves of patience here and mental application. It's been a battle all the way through for him, but he's still there. Charlesworth is in, bowls to him, he defends the straight ball on the back foot, drops it out towards point, and there is no run. Are we going to sort of have a double change here while Ed and Melissa Story come on commentary shortly, talk about Gloucestershire women cricket amongst other things, take you through till lunch. Leicestershire, just the 1 wicket has fallen this morning as Charlesworth is in and bowls just over pitches slightly, a little bit of shape to it on leg stump, but comfortable turn into the leg side for Ian Holland, out towards the vacant mid-wicket area, jogs his single, moves on to 37. Singdale wanders across to have a chat to Ben Charlesworth. I'm a bit surprised Bracey's standing back actually, because it's fairly gentle stuff, isn't it? Charlesworth is in and bowls, and outside off stump, allowed to go through by Cox. If they were shuffling out of the ground like Hill was, I suspect he would be standing up, but I guess he feels at the moment there's no need to take that chance. Encouraging calls from below. As Charlesworth is in to finish his over. Bowls, very full, looking for the Yorker. No, says umpire Lungley. What's he going to signal? He's going to signal leg byes. He is going to signal leg byes, so bat wasn't involved, perhaps just sliding down leg. It was looking to shape back. Let's have a look how close this one is. Yeah, it was going down. It didn't do enough. Not going up over, that is for sure. Hit him almost on the foot, but yeah, it was definitely going down. Leg by is taken, 169 for 5 at the end of the over. 49 overs have gone. Cox 21, Holland 37.
So we are going to see, oh, apologies, turn myself off there. Goodman coming again here. So he's just pulled out of his run-up. It's not quite ready. Holland and Cox still in here. Cox on 21 and Holland on 37. And I've got Melissa just joining me here for a bit of a chat about Gloucestershire women and how they're going and their 2025 season, which is looking exciting.
It certainly is. Lots of fixtures.
Yeah, which is good. It's not complaining. Cricket is coming. Goodman's in at the crease, and that's defended into the offside there by Cox. And Gloucestershire very much wanting a wicket here before lunch, as Bracey has brought Goodman back, hoping for him to get a 4th wicket. So Gloucestershire have played 1 game, and they've got another game tomorrow.
Yep, so last Saturday played our first home game of the season here at the county ground, and it was up against Derbyshire. A close game in the end. I think about 9 runs in it. So it was nervy, certainly nervy being on the sidelines.
Goodman coming in here, just back of a length, defended there by Cox. Really good length here by Goodman as he just holds it just back of a length, but he's questioning him. Shall he drive as he's got 2 slips in play? Yeah, it's been some interesting fixtures so far in the women's game.
I think, yeah, that first round definitely showed what we expected. That one, not many people know what Tier 2 of women's cricket is going to look like because it's still an amateur level of cricket. But secondly, there's going to be some big defeats potentially at the start of the season as people get used to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a big shout appeal on as he hits Cox on the pad. Looks like it's going a little bit leg side, but he has squared up as Goodman's just making him question himself here. Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen some really good cricket so far being played. You've got some good players there playing in Tier 2, and it's going to be really interesting as we saw Yorkshire get defeated, which I think if anyone was to say who's going to win, they would have thought Yorkshire would have won last weekend. So far you were just telling me Sussex are playing and they are 70 for 7, is that right? Goodman into the crease and it's left alone, but it's a fantastic delivery just going over the stumps here, and Gloucestershire crowd are getting a little bit more excited as they want to get their 6th wicket.
So as you say, I mean, a lot of people have commented that if Yorkshire essentially don't win this as the team who are ascending up into Tier 1 next year, they are a fully professional unit operating in an amateur Tier 2. It almost feels like a bit of a failure of the system. So there's a lot of pressure on them, but they did lose to Worcestershire last week. However, they have just bowled out Sussex women for 77.
Okay, yeah. Very much proving a point there as Goodman comes in. It's defended into the offside as looking for a quick pick up there from Cam Green, but they have scampered through for a single. Absolutely, and I think Worcestershire, convincingly beating Yorkshire last weekend made, a few people's sort of ears perk up a little bit, because they are going to be the professional team going into Tier 1, and that's already been signed and sealed. And, if they're being beaten by Worcester, who aren't professional, it's going to be going, well, what's going on here? Because we're not being paid as professionals, we're amateurs, and, we're beating these professionals who are being paid as a full-time job. So they are going to start asking questions. Absolutely. As Goodman comes in, it's a full delivery outside the off stump. And Bracey has taken a lovely diving stop to his right as Leicestershire are now 170 for 5. But no, it's exciting. It's an exciting era, and I think there's lots going on. It was nice to see. Obviously I was commentating here yesterday, and I saw some of the Gloucester ladies out here. They were training on the pitch, which was really nice to see in a lunch break, alongside some of the men, obviously just doing some prep if they're injured. And I thought that was a really nice touch, and it's really nice to see that the club are really embracing it.
That's certainly something Gloucestershire, and I know a lot of other Tier 2 sides are trying to do, and saying that, look, we missed out on getting that Tier 1 professional team, but by no means does that mean we're not going to elevate our women's team to the highest platform we can do. You know, Gloucestershire, we're really lucky. All our home games are either here at the Seat Unique, or they're at Cheltenham Festival. We're getting the games streamed, access to all these fantastic things we've never really had access to before. As Charlesworth, outside the off stump, punched towards extra cover, and a tumbling stop from the fielder means it's a dot ball, 170 for 5. But yes, it's been pretty transformational for a lot of players over a really hard-working winter, and now it's actually just exciting to get ready for these weekends away and see also, I think, how the team bond, because we've always been a close unit, but the amount of time being spent with one another now is just growing and growing. So there's real opportunities to bond as a squad. As in comes Charlesworth, this time tucking Cox up. He manages to squeeze the ball down towards deep fine leg for a single, score to 171 for 5.
And it's exciting for Lauren Rolls as your head coach. You know, she's trying to put her stamp on it, and she's, you know, doing really well with her coaching, and very much been a successful, you know, women's role model as a coach. So that's really exciting for Gloucestershire to have her here. Lauren worked a little bit with Welsh Fire. She's done a lot of work. You know, she worked with the disability as well, hasn't she? So she's doing fantastic.
As Charlesworth over the wicket again, on the hips of Holland this time, more comfortably tucks it down towards fine leg. Single to the total, 172 for 5. Yeah, I mean, Lauren's been great being brought into the camp. She's just, as you said, a really good role model, and actually having a female coach, I don't think I've had that too often across my career, and she's bonded so well with the team as well, and our other coaches, and yeah, just brings such a kind of, I think, purpose and insight into our sessions. You're showing up knowing what you want to work on and what we're going to be improving on, and that's been fantastic as a player, really, as this one pushing towards the ball is Cox, and just a slight bit of away movement from Charlesworth.
Yeah, when I've worked with her, she brings a nice humour as well. She's got a nice character to herself. You know, she is very funny, she's bubbly, but obviously she's also got great knowledge, which is really important. But it is exciting. It's exciting. I'm down at Somerset with Ed tomorrow, so that will be Somerset's first home game, which we're really looking forward to getting stuck into. So it's all exciting for women's cricket. And is there any eyes, you know, anyone you think we should be keeping an eye out for Gloucester?
As in comes Charlesworth again, defended by Cox, back down the pitch, fielding off his own bowling, 172 for 5.
Young players or anyone we should be
or any ageing players.
I mean, ageing is subjective. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced on that one. People think you're 30 and you're ageing, but you know, we've got Leicestershire have got 34-year-olds opening the bowling and taking wickets, so it's definitely not a thing. We need to kind of change that sort of mindset, which seems to be a little bit in the women's cricket. I see.
I agree 100% with that. As in comes Charlesworth, back of a length, defending into the offside, no run. And that's the end of the over, 172 for 5, Leicestershire. I mean,
they had the likes of Jack Brooks playing at Somerset, you know, an incredibly successful bowler, playing 36, 37. You know, you've seen the likes of Holland here at 34. And these players, you know, they don't look like they're aging, you know, they look experienced and they're performing better.
I do think that's something the women's game has historically missed out on, particularly when there has been a larger gap between either international cricket and professional, and now with amateur. Tier 2 is hoping to bridge that gap, but I feel like in the men's game you can have a player make his debut for England at 26, 27 and he's considered a young star.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked a little bit about this up at the Oval with, I think, Kevin, and we were talking about it, and he was saying about, you know, the women's pay and so on, and I was explaining to him that obviously when you're older, you know, you've got bills to pay, you're not living at home, And unless it's viable, if you're 30...
You almost have to make that decision earlier when you're around 18, 19, and it cuts out those older generation of players who might be picking up so much experience in the county game, but there's no means to them to get to that higher level.
I know there was a point... Also, apologies, I've just missed 2 deliveries because I'm getting so engaged in this conversation, so apologies. We've had 2 dot balls so far from Goodman, as that's wrapped him on the pad. Holland on 38. But I do think that then people get torn because they're thinking, well, career-wise, if I can't viably, pay my bills, or, I probably can't keep going as a professional or semi-pro, I need to sort of go, actually, this isn't paying my bills, which is a shame because it's not necessarily a matter of they're not good enough. Holland's just taking a little moment because I'm not sure if that's caught him in a little bit of an awkward position.
The giggles from Ed would suggest that maybe, or maybe he just laughs at people.
I think he's
just... You're in pain, Ed. Just very cool of you.
He's just took the wind out of him, shall we say, in some sense anyway. So he's just taking a little bit of a breather and a reset. But yeah, no, we did have a chat about that in terms of, it is a shame. And in the women's game, there seems to be this, push for younger players. As Goodman comes in, it's outside the off stump. And then, players who are in their late 20s or early 30s are sort of being almost written off, which shouldn't really be the case, or they're having to decide and say, actually, career-wise, I'm now going to have to sort of step away and make a decision to do something different.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, but I do hope that this Tier 2 structure is going to help that.
And I think in the Gloucestershire squad there's a nice mix of youth and a few more senior players who have been around the county circuit for longer. I can certainly pick out a few names.
Goodman in, short delivery down the leg side, left alone there by Holland.
I mean, Alice Hill, she did fantastic on Saturday. She opens the batting, also bowls off spin, and got some really crucial wickets towards the end when it did look like it was Derbyshire's game, and so she's already had a fantastic start to the season. And Shah Phillips as well, another off spinner. In fact, we had 3 amazing off spinners because our captain, Liv Daniels, batting off spinner as well, and it was spin last Saturday which really unravelled the game for Gloucestershire towards the end. They just kept the ball just targeting in at those stumps really, and I feel it's something you have to do on this surface here at Bristol.
Goodman's in here as that just left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I think women's cricket-wise here, spin has worked particularly well. When Storm played here, we played a fairly dominant, heavy spin attack because 9 times out of 10, that was very successful. And in the women's game, the ball is coming on, it's slower. And, if you can generate that spin or you can play around with your trajectory and pace, you often are deceiving batters. So that's very interesting and really great to see that worked well for you. As Goodman comes in, it's just short delivery and it's ducked by Holland. As Leicestershire 172 for 5. And you've got a different captain this year, haven't you?
Yeah, so Liv Daniels has taken over the captaincy. It's been really fun so far. She's got such a mature mindset for someone who's still really young, and just such an open attitude to learning and learning as a team as we work out what Tier 2 cricket is going to entail. We've had some really funny moments so far, I think, across the winter. Even though our game on Saturday was rain affected, we were playing some games in the changing room, which I lost so badly. I let the girls know that it's because I didn't want them to be in a losing mindset ahead of the game. So I
like how you spun that.
Yeah, definitely. I just wasn't really, really bad.
You put a positive spin on that. I really like that.
It's all about the team spirit, As Charlesworth in outside the off stump, left alone by Cox. Slight away movement into the gloves of Bracey. But I mean, talking about how Lauren's been so fun as well. We had a training session where we were practicing diving, and so we got some kind of talc involved to help us slide along the mats a bit easier. Nice, but slightly messy. I think there's still the remnants in my car everywhere. The entire hall got covered in talc, in which we then had to spend 15 minutes trying to clear it all up on our hands and knees, which was a very bonding team experience. Even got the Hoover out as well. As a shorter ball has been pulled out towards deep square.
Talcum powder, I've had that with my son. He's wanted to play with the talcum powder before, and that is a messy one to say the least, but it is good fun. And no, I think it's definitely exciting, and I hope Tier 2 branches that gap and really allows people to sort of go into the system. Possibly, you know, if there's an injury or something, you know, they can go on loan, Tier 1, you know, and it can open up a few more opportunities.
Single from that last delivery as Charlesworth comes in again, and this one beats the bat. Holland just squared up and ends up directly facing the umpire. I mean, you've spoken a lot about his slightly unconventional technique and how he's certainly a candidate for that leg before, but there's been moments throughout his innings. It's been a patient one, but I by no means say he still doesn't really look comfortable out there. I think a few hands-on heads from the Gloucestershire players demonstrate that they'd really like to see him back in the pavilion. As Charlesworth, not with the longest run-up, but in now past the umpire. Bowls, and again
Good shape.
beats the edge of Holland's bat.
He's getting really good shape still in this ball, you know. We're nearly here at lunch, so it is getting older, but he is getting really good hooping shape there away from the batter, which is what Bracey's going to want, as he's not got long before lunch. He wants a breakthrough. We had 14 wickets in the day yesterday, so it was all going on.
It was such a thrilling game or day to follow yesterday. I had it on when I was at work in the background, and a stark contrast to this morning as Charlesworth, fuller, solid in defence on this occasion. Holland back down the pitch. But yeah, I mean, just to kind of, I guess, round up the Tier 2 stuff, I agree that it would be nice to see that bridge where if someone is putting in good performances in Tier 2 cricket, there is that opportunity for them to move up the levels, because it's felt really static before that, you know.
How do you get in?
And
How
also,
do you get that breakthrough?
I think apart from maybe Tash Farron, I think for me as well, when players have dropped out of that professional setup or that highest level setup, how do they get back? And it's felt a bit like a one-way street for many, as this one edged down towards deep third for a single, scored to 174 for 5. But hopefully, you know,
Absolutely,
if a
and
player
I
has a
think
rough
you're right.
bit of form, they need to have a good level they can drop back down into, so that then they can work their way back up, and it's not just suddenly a
Once you're out,
career-ending
you're out.
move. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that often is the case in sport in general. But you know, it's harder. Once you're in, it's good, but once you're out, it's really hard to get back in. I'm sure Ed is very keen to get on, but he seems to be chilling, so I'm going to let him over there for a minute. But maybe one more over, Ed, because I'm embraced in this conversation.
Ed's got his mind on the food that showed up outside the door.
Yeah, that and the gorilla suit. I think he's still contemplating it.
So I've told him that Gloucestershire women would be honoured if he decided to be Alfred the gorilla for one of our games. So the invite's been sent, but haven't heard back.
No, so who have you got tomorrow? You've got a game tomorrow?
Yep, as Graham Van Buren being brought into the attack. Bit of spin.
Yeah, which is going to be the first time so far in the 2 days so far have we seen any form of spin here at Bristol, which is really good to see from my perspective, as Van Buren comes in and it's just defended out there by Holland. Great start by him as he hits his length straight away.
So yeah, we're playing against Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire are tomorrow away.
A little bit of a travel, that one.
A little bit of a travel, yeah. I think the Steelbacks, they won their last game against Leicestershire. Apologies, Leicestershire fans, by 185 runs. So it was a bit of a
Van
whopping
Buren
win.
in as it is defended. Just hitting middle stump that line there as he comes in with his short approach. But it's pretty smooth as he comes in, left arm. Van Buren in. Oh, and it's good. Nice bit of turn there. Nice bit of rag there to see third delivery so far, as that's just going away from the batter. Holland's just looking down at his glove as he did catch one earlier on the hand. And he's also probably thinking, well, that turned a bit more and I need to delay a little bit of time here before lunch. I don't fancy getting out before lunch.
Yeah, he's certainly in the wars, Ian Holland, in this last half an hour.
He bowled a lot yesterday and he bowled really well and got his wickets, but now he's thinking, now I'm doing another stint with the bat.
He can come do some commentary later if he wants as well. Let's get him doing everything.
As Van Buren comes in, flighted delivery, worked out into the onside, and it's a chance, a direct hit there as Ollie Price goes for a direct hit at mid-wicket, but it misses. As Holland scampers through, he's now on to 40. Leicestershire are now on to 175 for 5.
Price's reaction there just illustrating how hard work it has been for Gloucestershire this morning. Desperately wanted to get that direct hit, and I think, well, Holland would have been in a little bit of trouble then if it had been.
Yeah, he has fielded really well. In general, the players have fielded really well, other than we had some drop catches yesterday, but Ollie took 2 brilliant catches yesterday as Van Buren's in, and it's defended by Cox into the offside. Ollie took an absolute screamer in the slips yesterday and a regulation catch as well. As Van Buren's in, flighted delivery and just getting the outside edge to backward point there. Leicestershire 175 for 5. I'm going to leave you, Melissa, but very good luck for the season. I will be looking out for you, and hopefully you can get back out there and get fit, and I wish you all the luck.
Thank you very much. Full context, I have had a side strain. I'm not just massively unfit, and they're like, she can't get anywhere near the squad. She's eaten so many burgers and Easter eggs this weekend that we just can't risk her being such a negative influence on the rest of the team. But certainly a tough morning for Gloucestershire of Leicestershire. I've just batted really well and patiently. It's almost as if they recognise that this surface was just getting flatter and flatter to bat on. Want to make sure they have wickets in hand and put on a big total. As backwards goes Holland. And defended into the covers for no run. 175 for 5 at the start of this 55th over. Ed Seaborn, you've been barely doing anything at the back of the box apart from staring.
I think I've been doing quite a lot at the back of the box actually. I've been doing some shadow Ian Holland batting as well. That's been fun.
Yeah, I thought you were auditioning for Strictly, so couldn't quite tell.
Yeah.
You're a big fan of Ian Holland's technique, I heard.
Well, he's grinding it out.
As Charlesworth outside the off stump slashed away towards deep backward point, protection on the boundary. And there'll be a single, 176 for 5. Leicestershire trailing by 76.
And I think so far the fears that Gloucestershire supporters might have had about this morning, yeah, they've got that wicket of Hill. They just about got that within the first half an hour, but that strong lower middle order of Leicestershire, we're seeing it here, and still Van Beek and Green and Walker to come.
Charlesworth straying onto the pad, shout for leg before, but comfortably going down as the ball balloons into the onside, into the vacant square leg region. They go through for 1 leg by.
I do like how Richard's left his accreditation here, just in case we do forget who he is. But this picture, flipping out. I mean, my picture's just in front of a white wall. You're like standing there in the Spanish sunshine and lapping it up. Yeah.
I kind of like the fact.
Right, near Valencia.
Charlesworth, back of a length, and guides the ball past backward point. Dive from the fielder, can't prevent the boundary. So Holland will move to 45. Score to 181 for 5. I mean, I feel like Richard's eyes are following us. Everywhere in the room I am, I can see his smiling face looking at me. It's lovely.
As long as it's smiling, yeah.
Well, no one's going to submit a photo for their media pass of them scowling. Oh, of course you did. Of
Let's
course.
have a look. I honestly couldn't remember. No, I was smiling. But the problem is, you know, you've got the passport photos that you're not allowed to. And I don't know. I don't know whether the ECB don't have that part of the rule there. But I didn't know whether I'd sent in a passport photo.
Charlesworth, Fuller, this time leaning on it. Ball goes to cover. No run taken. Are you a bit like...
I do look a bit jaundiced, to be honest, in there. It's not the healthiest picture of me.
Are you a bit old school? Don't get many photos of yourself and go for like a Victorian kind of thing that once a year you settle for a portrait and then you're done. That's your media pass for the next season.
Well, yeah. I suppose I could have... Well, the problem is it's too late to get it done on media day, isn't it? I couldn't come and get my
We can do a little
taken.
photo shoot maybe in like February next year. Get us ready for the season ahead. This time wider, and this is going to be another boundary for Holland. Moves him on to 49, that same area. Wide third. There is a fielder out there, but Charlesworth just giving him too much width.
Yeah, I thought it was a good move to put Charlesworth on because there's been that consistent swing as the ball gets a bit older. Charlesworth, with his slightly lesser pace than some of the others, will be able to get that swing, and he did pass the bat a couple of times, but that's 8 runs at the end there that You know,
it's about getting it right when he's getting that movement. Because by the time it's getting to the batter, it's so wider of them. But if he can just pitch it a bit straighter.
Van Buren in, Cox lunges forward, defends into the onside. But yeah, a couple of boundaries, and it has got to the sort of stage now where each boundary really does mean so much in terms of the overall context of the match, as Cox just nudges round his front pad into the onside. I think he was hoping for a quick single somewhere, but can't get it. Gloucestershire have probably also got to think a little bit about over rate, just so they've not got through a great deal of overs this morning. One of the reasons why Van Buren is bowling, and he certainly gets through them rapidly. Next delivery is defended back to the bowler. They'll certainly be able to zip through one of his plus one more. Van Buren in short and cut away through extra cover, and there will be one. They'll come back for two. Green fires the throw in, and that could have been close. That might have been another run out if that had hit direct. Van Buren tried to palm the ball onto the stumps and missed, but I don't think that would have had Holland. But if Green had produced the miracle throw from the deep, I think that would have been Holland gone. I think he's looked like the most likely way of him getting out, really. 3 opportunities Gloucestershire have had to run him out. Cox pushes offside for no run. Also doesn't help over rate wise. I think they will still just get through this, in fact. It's Van Buren bowls. That's a close shout for leg before wicket. Van Buren was up in his extraordinary appeal that he has, where he goes down on his haunches and implores the umpire to give the decision, and then as ever does a bit of a smile and a yeah, okay, umps, I see why, but let's have a look.
I'm not sure.
Has it just done a bit too much? It's a great shout, but
I wonder whether it's hitting outside the line.
Yeah, I think it looked like it was turning just enough that it beat the edge, and then maybe, yeah, just turning past off stump.
I was just about to say as well, I wonder whether we'd see an over from Ollie Price just before the lunch break, and Gloucestershire opting for spin from both ends very quickly. May I inquire who has balanced 2 biscuits on top of all the radio equipment?
I did wonder whether you were going to notice that. I thought of all the things around here that you would notice, I thought that the most Melissa Story thing to do is, as soon as I sit down, point out the 2 biscuits sitting on top of the kit. I don't know, it wasn't me,
it's probably
but,
the least
but
hygienic
they're
place
just
to
going
put
to go
2
to
biscuits
waste.
in this room.
You know, somebody'll nab them. So somebody's thought, we have got to make sure that nobody nicks our 2 leftover biscuits from yesterday.
Ollie Price in, first ball, turning in towards Holland.
I should have just said something like, well, if you move those,
I think
the entire kit could fall apart.
I think you should have gone, what biscuits, Melissa? There's no biscuits at all. Flatter delivery from Price, punched back towards him by Holland, who's on 49. And then you would have sent me into a spiral. I would have been rocking back and forth in the corner of the room.
No, we can't have that.
Am I seeing biscuits everywhere?
Well, I don't know. Would you really envision those particular biscuits?
No, they're pretty mid biscuits, to be fair. This one flighted, an inside edge onto the boot of Holland, a skip and a jump from Price and his follow through. Holland 49 off 133 balls as Leicestershire. They trail by 65. Cox at the non-striker's end, 26 off 58. As Price in again, going deeper in the crease, tucking the ball into the onside. Fielder at short fine leg picks up, and that's 50 for Ian Holland, who raises his back to the changing room and to the Leicestershire supporters who have travelled down. 50 off 134 balls.
Yeah, serious perseverance in this innings from Ian Holland. He's taken some blows to the gloves, in the midriff, all sorts of places. It hasn't always been the prettiest, but it has certainly been effective.
Cox back on strike as Price in towards the pads. Worked into vacant square leg region. Fielder at fine leg chases after that one, returns it to the keeper. Single to the total, 189 for 5. Do you anticipate spin playing a much larger role in this game as it progresses?
It's interesting because we've not seen much of it. Normally, no, but we've had a couple of balls just do a little bit here.
As Price in, shout for leg before. Nothing from the umpire, he simply hands Ollie Price back his jumper. And Gloucestershire and Leicestershire players both making their way off the pitch for their lunch break.
Yeah, quite a long way outside the line, really. Holland holding the pose. I mean, it doesn't automatically mean you're not going to be given out, as we've seen this season, although he did play a shot, so that would have possibly trumped that particular LBW decision that I think everybody's been talking about since the first round. Brett D'Oliveira, in case you were wondering. But Leicestershire's morning for definite. He started on 91 for 4. In fact, I mean, not just Leicestershire's morning, but also Leicestershire's fight back over the last 45 plus overs. They were 37 for 4 in this innings, staring down the barrel really of a massive first innings deficit. Hanscom, the last man to go for 8 when he was out. I think Gloucestershire really would have thought, well, we're pretty close here, especially with the middle order coming in against the new ball. I think that's the key thing. You want that lower middle order, even if it's strong, you want them to be coming in against the older ball, but they started to have to come in against the newer ball. But Hill and Holland, they scrapped, they fought, and they've seen off that new ball. And now the likes of Van Beek, Green, Walker, Hull, they will be coming in against an older ball, even if a wicket were to fall. Now it's 189 for 5 then at lunch, trailing by 63 runs, and it is lunchtime. Richard Ray will be in momentarily to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester, which you will hear on the stream. But apart from that, we will be back in 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. See you then.
Elsewhere around the country, two matches are at lunch and 2 are still in play because the batting side is 9 wickets down. That's the case at Trent Bridge, where Notts are 284 for 9, 115 runs ahead of Sussex on the first innings. It is lunch at the Oval, Somerset all out 283, Surrey 99 without loss. And at New Road, Durham are 130 for 9 against Worcestershire, who still trail by 32. In the second division, one of the matches is at Derby, where Derbyshire are 369 for 5 at lunch against Middlesex.
Hello. I am indeed. Okay, thank you. Yeah, lunch down here in Bristol, and it's been a really good morning for the Foxes. They lost just one wicket throughout the session, which they started on 91 for 4. The game very much in the balance, having bowled the Gloucestershire out yesterday for 251. Well, they're taking lunch on 189 for 5. The 1 wicket to go, that of Lewis Hill, who made another 50. Started the season really well before being caught low at second slip off the bowling of Goodman for 55, 119 for 5 at that stage, but he'd already put on 82 for the 5th wicket with Ian Holland, and Holland is still there at lunch. The all-rounder has just reached his 50. It's been an old-fashioned sort of innings, really. It's come off 135 balls. He's been beaten many times, but he's grafted his way through hugely valuable runs, and he's put on 70 so far for the 6th wicket with wicketkeeper Ben Cox. Cox himself has been in great form this season. He's not out 27, all of which means that they trail Gloucestershire now by just 63 with those 5 wickets in hand. The big strength of Leicestershire cricket this season has been the depth in batting, and it's showing in this game. If they can build a decent first innings lead this afternoon, they can have hopes of winning the game and maintaining their lead at the top of the 2nd division. Thanking you. I've got it down as sort of 1423-ish at the moment, but cool. Okie doke. Thank you.
on matches at the Memorial Stadium where Bristol Rovers are playing Reading. Half time, it's 0-0. At the start of this afternoon session, please welcome back our umpires Paul Pollard and Tom Lumley. In the field, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 1 Cameron Bancroft, and resuming for Leicestershire their 6th wicket pair of number 22 Ian Holland and number 7 Ben Cox.
Welcome back to Bristol. It is afternoon session of this second day. Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire in Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship. 189 for 5 the score, with Ian Holland and Ben Cox making their way back out to the middle, and another more than handy partnership for Leicestershire after Hill and Holland battled their way through the newer ball. A partnership of 70 now between Holland and Cox has put Leicestershire's noses just in front at lunch. Still a case of a couple of wickets for Gloucestershire and things can change, but with Holland on 50 exactly and Cox on 27, it's these two plus Leicestershire's lower order who will be fancying their chances now, trailing by 63 runs, of getting themselves out in front after first innings. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray with the BBC Sport website, BBC Sport app, and the Gloucestershire live stream.
Dom Goodman from the Ashley Down Road end comes in and bowls a bouncer first up to Ben Cox. Just a sort of bobs at the knees, probably flew over his head. 1 for the over, signals umpire Pollard before adjusting the bails at the bowler's end. Yeah, just the 1 wicket and 98 runs added in the first session. Didn't look that way for the first half hour. It looked as though wicket could fall almost every ball. Goodman in particular was outstanding, but he and the rest of the Gloucestershire bowlers didn't have much luck as he bowls to Ben Cox, who strokes it away through wide extra cover for 4. That was a lovely shot. Didn't try and overhit it, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but he hit through the line, and it was almost a half volley, and he just stroked it away. And picks up 4, moves into the 30s now, on to 31. As I mentioned, he's got some family here at the moment. A couple of the Leicestershire players have. Bristol's a popular away trip. Most popular, probably Hove. Have to say that. Where neither of us are going this season, well, at least not in the County Championship, of course. Goodman bowls slightly short of a length. Cox up on his toes, defends down the pitch on the onside. And there's no run, but Bristol's right up there. Always lots to do in Bristol.
Yeah, plenty of restaurants to choose from, that's for sure. Evenings entertainment, pubs, restaurants, bars, and city centre to
educational museums as well.
Oh yes, of course.
Abound.
Very important, those.
History all around you. As Goodman bowls to Cox, who is solidly forward. He's in place almost before the ball left the bowler's hand there. He seemed to be sort of waiting for that one. And they need early wickets here, Gloucestershire. You know, at the moment you'd say nothing much in it. Still 63 behind, not 63, now 59 behind with 5 wickets in hand, but they've got a real power to add here, the Foxes. And they could be looking at a decent first innings lead. That is what the aim will be. Van Buren's couple of overs before lunch were interesting. Looked to be a little bit there for the spinner.
He's been bowling well this year so far.
Goodman is in and bowls. Cox is forward. There's a momentary hesitation, sees that there's a run to be had mid-on, little bit back on his heels, and although he sold Holland a little bit of a dummy, Holland having hesitated, then went, and it was, as it turned out, Cox running to the danger end, and he made his ground comfortably. Enough, he moves on to 32.
Whether it's not having the captaincy anymore, realising that Gloucestershire need some more out of his left arm spin, because over the past few years they haven't needed a left arm spinner very much with Zafar Gohar, so perhaps he's just feeling that his job is more of a wicket taking one, and he has actually turned the ball quite a bit in the overs that he's bowled. He's not just been firing it in quick and flat like you maybe associate more with him.
Now Bracey is standing up to Goodman, which is a decent effort, because he's he can be sharpish when he gets it right, bowls, and nicely taken by Bracey as that bounced and moved away from Ian Holland. He played inside the line, I think, but this is when the top class wicketkeepers show just how good they actually are, because that's still sort of late 70s, something like that,
Yeah.
and
That
took
height
it clean,
as well.
you know, a little bit of bounce, and still took it clean as a whistle. 194 for 5. The Foxes after 58. Yeah, and well, you know, they'll be. David mentioned 350 this morning, didn't he? And they'll be thinking of along those sort of lines. Certainly, they'll be hoping for a solid first innings lead.
Yeah, it's going to take some quickish wickets now for Gloucestershire, and it's not an easy lower order just to run through, even without the likes of Scriven and Mike lower down. Singdale to bowl the first over after lunch from the pavilion end. Lets it go, and Cox also lets it go outside the off stump. So Gloucestershire going with the pair that started the day off. Over 8, I think. Does that say -1? Yes. So it's not drastic, and I suppose the danger is, and Gloucestershire will have to manage this. The danger is that you end up in a chase situation, and then you're having to think about over 8. So you do need to think about it this innings as well. Singdale in and bowls, and squeezed down to deep third for a single by Cox. 195 for 5. It was a nice delivery from Singdale. It was also well played. Did seem to be still a little bit of away shape, but we are getting some more proper sunshine now. So what's this pitch going to do when we get some proper sunshine? Is it going to die? And then that really does change the thinking over the last couple of days. Singdale, 2 slips, bowls, full and straight, Holland forward and keeping that one out. All trickles to mid-on. So, yeah, we could, having seen, I mean, even this morning, probably go as far as to say, for the most part in the morning, ball was still on top of bat. Holland has scored, 39 runs in that morning session. It's not been easy for him. That possibly is the proof of that. But Leicestershire has still got through that, only losing 1 wicket. Singdale bowls on the pads, worked down to fine leg for a single by Holland. That's all as Goodman gets to the ball. 196 for 5. But we may just start to see, and you do see it so often, especially with the heavy rollers as well, and sun coming out. It's still Bristol. You just can't help but shake that feeling of it might flatten out. And in that case, Gloucestershire are going to have to bat long in their third innings if that does happen, because you don't feel safe here with 300 or so even. Singdale bowls a fuller ball, and Cox is able to flick this down to fine leg again. They're coming back for a second run, and there could be a run out here. No, it's not a direct hit, which again would have been some effort from Goodman down from long leg. But the problem there was that Cox had to run round Singdale, who hadn't moved, but all of a sudden Cox turned quickly thinking about the second run and hadn't really seen that Singdale was standing there, so had to sidestep him. Would have been close if somehow there had been a direct hit. Certainly no chance Bracey having whipped off the bails. But they certainly pushed the running, these two. Leicestershire to 198 for 5, deficit 54. Singdale bowls full ball past the edge again. He's done it so many times today, Singdale. And, well, we heard James Bracey last night describing him as the unluckiest bowler he's ever seen, and he tries not to let it get to him, but, well, time after time he's bowling that delivery that straightens on the right-hander, but actually misses the outside edge by quite a distance, and that one did so as well. End of the over. Still 5 down Leicestershire at 198.
You are too young to remember a bowler called Mike Hendrick, I would imagine, but
We
he
were
was the
talking about him
same
the other day, actually.
Oh, okay. He sort of beat the bat so regularly, but never seemed to find the edge. Goodman is into Holland with Bracey standing up at the stumps, bowls straight, and Holland leans forward, defends down the pitch on the onside. Bracey trots out from behind the stumps to pick the ball up. And now went out. It's warmer out there now, and went out at lunchtime. I was trying to sort of hear if there were any roars of coming from what is about a mile away, less than that really. The Bristol Rovers Stadium, all was quiet. You could sort of feel waves of tension through the air, but it was pretty quiet. Goodman is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge with an outswinger. Lovely and lovely shape to the delivery and lovely take by Bracey, but Goodman's shoulders just slump a little bit as he turns there, questioning his career choices.
He'd be a fast bowler. I mean, he's got 3 for 43, but
yes,
but still,
has, but
every bowler wants more. Every time the bat's beaten, it should take the edge. Of course it should. I've won. But you haven't won, unfortunately.
In he comes. And bowls again to Holland, who leans forward, angled bat along the ground all the way through the gully down towards third man. Just looking at his best bowling, unless he's done something better this. Has he got a 5 for this season?
No, well, this is his first game this season.
Okay, so his best bowling is 4 for 73 up at Chesterler Street a couple of years ago.
Got at least a couple of those wickets with bumpers. I was mentioning that the short ball has been effective for him in the past. I don't think he'll be doing it yet. Not with 53 runs to play with, because you just can't afford a couple of... Mind you, he was putting the deep square out, having said that. The keeper's gone back, so they're at least putting it in the mind of Cox here.
And he charges and bowls full on, driven hard, but almost straight to mid-on, and got away with that one a little bit because that was travelling.
Still a pretty good piece of fielding from Actor, because it's hit the edge of the square. It's not even pitch ends, but just the edge of it, I guess, where if there's any rain, the water just runs off, and there's just that slightly barer sort of area beyond the square, and it bounced off that, and he didn't have much time to react.
Took it cleanly though, as Goodman charges in and bowls. Good leave by Cox. Did look to shape back a touch, but it didn't jag back, and as such the off stump remains undisturbed. But he's
probably...
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was just going to say, if you put... I'd be interested to see like a side-by-side of that one and then Rishi Patel's one, because I reckon it'd have landed in pretty much the same area, but that's possibly the difference between the new ball and the older ball.
I was going to say, at that stage, the seam rather more prominent than it will be after 60 overs. In goes Goodman and bowls, and Cox defends and walks down the wicket after the ball, and then sort of back trots into his ground, although Goodman hadn't actually picked the ball up cleanly. Still got every chance of a first-class career best. Tom Goodman, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 44. Admirable figures, but he knows he could be in for an afternoon of, as they used to say, a lot of hard yakka out there. 199 for 5, Leicestershire.
Yeah, still 20 overs to go before the second new ball is available, so Gloucestershire will hope, I guess, at least to keep things tight so that the lead hasn't got that far, and there's the possibility of making some serious inroads with that second new ball, but they'd love a wicket or two with the old one. Singdale bowls driving is Holland up towards mid-off, and there's no run as I'm not quite sure what Van Buren was trying to do with that ball there, but he ended up rather throwing it in front of himself. So, yeah, I'd actually like to see, if this early period of seam doesn't work, I would like to see spin from one end, and then maybe Actor and Shaw rotate around that spinner, because we did see just a little bit there in what we saw before. Lunches, there's a flash and a miss from Holland. It's one of those wafting cut shots that he's just been prone to a little bit in this innings so far, but Gloucestershire just cannot get him to nick one. It was wide and getting wider from Singdale, but feet have gone absolutely nowhere from Holland there, and well, he must be getting really frustrated, Singdale. He's beaten the bat in just about every possible way, but still naught for. Runs in and pulls out. I think he's got a fly in his eye, yeah. Oh gosh, even as a spinner I can remember that happening to me in very poor level cricket. It's not nice.
We didn't get flies in Yorkshire. Not on the East Coast, anyway.
There's no flies on a Yorkshire.
No, on a Yorkshire. It's too cold for him.
Oh dear. It'd be even worse if he's got contact, so I guess he probably doesn't. Singdale bowls, and that has been flashed at again and missed. It swerved on Bracey, who couldn't take it cleanly. It's going to be a bye as it gets behind him, but that just went sideways after it passed Holland's bat, and that's going to be bye number 5, and it's going to bring up the Leicestershire 200 for 5, and still extras continue to mount a little. 33 Sandries, so in terms of contributions so far in this innings, up there. Singdale is into Cox, who turns him to Green at square leg. I know what you mean about Green. I thought it was a really, really pertinent observation, the fact that he does look less big when he's fielding compared to when he's batting.
He looks
but then you see him
giant there,
stand next to
Pollard.
Yeah, I don't think Paul Pollard's that short.
He's up to his armpit.
It's like a different scale. Yeah, I still remember when I interviewed Bo Webster for the first time last season. I have never had to hold the mic up so high. Singdale bowls. It's another one that has gone very late, and Bracey's sprawled down to his right. He's stopped that one, but yeah, that's one of those that they just mount up. And he also, I think at one point in his innings, he did get a blow. I think it was on that right hand as well. Rovers have conceded, apparently. Didn't hear any groans from over the way, but yes, it's not possibly going to be a pleasant afternoon if you're a Rovers and Gloucestershire supporter. We'll see. Singdale bowls, clipped away, straight to mid-on, no run.
Yes, resigned mutterings don't tend to sort of travel about a mile, do they, really? But
yeah, it's funny, sometimes you
can't... There could be booze at the end of the game, but...
you almost can't see too many people, even though you can see a little bit of the stand, but I could just see an orange high-vis jacket just moving up and down there. End of the over, 61 bowled, Leicestershire 200 for 5. It's not quick progress, but I think, we mentioned that it felt as though it was grinding out the runs even in that first innings as well, and the danger more so in terms of the ones that you're going to nick look as though it's going to come when you really try and force that drive, and they're just these two batting exactly the right way here, I think.
Goodman to continue from the Ashley Down Road end is in. Bowls to Holland. There's a shout for leg before, and he's got his man. Well, Holland's innings has been wholly admirable in terms of application, but it's been tortuous at times. He's done a super job for his side, but he too goes just after passing 50, and that is a big wicket, you feel, for Gloucestershire. That said, it brings Logan van Beek to the crease, who will be, I suspect, more positive, but He was just playing slightly across the line there, Ian Holland, and accepts his fate, as he should, with equanimity, and heads to the pavilion. 52. Hugely valuable runs and hugely valuable amount of time taken to get them, and may have bought the likes of Van Beek and certainly Cox an opportunity to sort of get Leicestershire ahead here, but an excellent all-round contribution over the last 2 days by Ian Holland, but also with the ball by Dom Goodman, who now has, at the moment, his first-class career best figures, 4 for 44, and just emphasising the point we've been making, he has looked by a margin Gloucestershire's biggest threat in this game.
Yeah, he's found a way of finding the edge and really fully beating the bat, whereas others have I think Singdale, I would still say, even though he's not got a wicket, Singdale has been Gloucestershire's second best bowler overall in this innings. Shaw bowled well with the new ball, wasn't quite as effective this morning. Actor produced a fantastic ball to remove Hanscom, but in general just a bit wider than certainly I'm sure he would like, because you can see it in his body language. It's not as if he doesn't know, but Goodman, he's not looked like a bowler who's come in with very little cricket. You wouldn't have said it was Goodman who'd not played yet this season and had a few overs second team, but had a disrupted winter as well. He's not looked like that whatsoever. He must be thinking I should play less in the winter going forward, maybe, I don't know. But he has bowled well, and as you said, Holland, I think, knew, even in the fraction of a second before the umpire raised his finger, that he was going to get his marching orders. That was very straight and very out.
3 1/4 hours that half century occupied, and that probably just as important, or may prove as important, as the amount of runs scored. But Goodman, looking for a maiden fifer, comes in and bowls to Van Beek outside off stump. A little bit loopy as it bounces through to Bracey there. That slightly short of a length, two-pace nature of the pitch evident on that occasion. Van Beek let it go through. Netherlands international. Logan Van Beek.
He had that incredible performance to help send the Netherlands to that last 50 over World Cup, didn't he, in that super over?
He did indeed. Goodman is in, bowls to him. He curtain rails the bat inside the line, but I suspect he might just have had a little nibble at that first. It was a nice outswinger. Let's have a look. Did he have a little feel for it? Am I doing him an injustice? Missed it by quite a long way either way. But
whether that was, just how much he misjudged it or what.
Yeah, indeed.
Who knows?
Yeah, he made it look a little bit better by bringing the bat back inside the line eventually. 200 for 6. Another bowling bonus point for Gloucestershire. In goes Goodman, and he is beaten. Then there's an appeal for a catch behind, not from Goodman. Bracey hurled the ball into the air. Price went sort of up at first slip. There was clearly a noise of some kind.
I even heard a noise, but I think he thumped his pad. It sounded, that's what the noise I thought I heard sounded like, because I don't think he was that close to it.
Again, he wasn't. That was too good a delivery,
brushed
really.
His pad with his bat, possibly.
Too good a delivery. He beat him by a good couple of inches. And get Van Beek early. Who knows? Gloucestershire might have a first innings lead. In goes Goodman and bowls. Van Beek is down on it, just steering it backward of point. The ball is pursued by Green. He holds up a hand to third man coming in, and if I was third man and I had Cameron Green pounding towards me, I would obey his instructions, and indeed those instructions are obeyed.
Mind you, Josh Shaw's a Yorkshireman. He'd think he'd win that collision.
Yeah, he could do it. He had a tackle, an upright tackle. Oh, an update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Here it comes. They've just lost their 6th wicket in their first innings. It was a really good effort from Ian Holland, who bowled very well yesterday. Well, he passed 50 with the bat. It took a long time so doing. It took him 145 deliveries before being pinned leg before wicket by Dom Goodman. Leicestershire 201 for 6 then. They trail now by 50 with four first innings wickets even in hand. They'll be hoping for a decent first innings lead. Could be hard work, and the two key men are at the crease. Ben Cox is 35 not out. Logan Van Beek has a single. It's harder going for the Foxes today, but important nonetheless. 201 for 6.
Well, that was nice, wasn't it? I mean, you had some background
music
for your update.
Did you recognise it?
No, I can't say I did.
The last one I did had the presenter said, you know, we're back in time there with Mumford and Sons from 2008. I thought, back in time? It's yesterday for some of us. Gosh, back in time.
3 slips for Van Beek as Singdale is in turn, back of a length, and oh goodness me, his braces had another one just go absolutely sideways on him and takes it one-handed down to his left, and not surprised that glove's coming off again. He's had another ball that will have been swerving towards the fingertips. It felt as though a couple of years back almost every ball was doing that to Bracey. His fingertips must have been shocking to look at the end of the season, because he just couldn't shake it off. It's ball after ball and match after match that seemed to be happening. Singdale bowls. Oh, he's had a real fend at that one as Van Beek, because it's taken off. Another one of those ones that Singdale extracts some serious bounce out of this surface with. And you know, I don't think it's excessive at all. Singdale is a very quick bowler. He's one of the quickest on the county circuit. That's ECB speed gun data, and it's just nice for a change to see somebody rewarded actually for running in as hard as possible and getting something out of it. I say rewarded, I mean rewarded with the bounce, not with a wicket yet. Singdale bowls. Oh, that's caught Van Beek on the crease, and the ball ends up rolling off his pad out into the offside. He's walking rather gingerly over to square leg and adjusting some pieces of protective equipment. But this is not pleasant, and Van Beek might feel that he could have a chance a bit later on to return the favour, but facing Singdale on a quick surface is a very different proposition to one where you're not really expecting, because if he digs it in back of a length on a slower surface, then it does tend to sit there a bit, but not on this one. Bowls Fuller, squeezed off the outside edge in controlled enough fashion from Van Beek, and it's well stopped by Green at third slip. Not much gets past him in that sort of position. Gets down quickly. Obviously, he can cover a lot of ground as well, but didn't have to do too much there. But it was just the speed that came off the edge. That Singdale will feel he's very much got Van Beek in his sights here, and they're going to move square leg into leg gully. Looks like he's almost actually directly in line with the long leg fielder now. 2 balls left in the over. Singdale in and bowls and passes the edge yet again. I'd love to know some of the stats on total numbers of plays and misses. I mean, yesterday the likes of Shaw and Actor must have played and missed a good 10-15 times individually, but add in what we've seen this innings, it's extraordinary. I certainly can't remember a game here where the ball's beaten the bat that much that I've covered. It's been extraordinary. Fuller again. He's tried pushing his length up a bit, still hasn't got the edge. Last ball of the over, Singdale bowls, and this time it is withdrawing the bat is Van Beek, but it's another fiery delivery on just full of a good length. And Singdale walks away, adjusts his headband. He's trying not to look too frustrated, but he was making some hand signals as well, thinking, well, what could I have done differently? Well, not a huge amount, I don't think. 201 for 6, as it was a maiden over, but that's not really much of a reward when it's wickets you're after. Leicestershire still back by 51.
Goodman to continue. Well, you're not going to be able to prise the ball out of his hands at the moment, you wouldn't have thought. 17 overs, 4 for 45. He's been outstanding, really, both yesterday and again today. Charges in, bowls to Ben Cox on off stump. Cox leans forward, plays it not quite into the gap but wide of Van Buren, who's trying to cover both mid-off and extra cover. Van Buren trots to his left to field and Cox trots the single. Brings Logan Verhoes, if that's the right pronunciation. Van Beek down to face again. As I mentioned, he's impressed with both bat and ball so far in his brief Leicestershire career. This is just his 3rd game. He missed the first, arrived in time for the second. Did very well against both Derby and Lancashire. 3 slips though behind him. Green having gone in at 3rd as Goodman is in and bowls. He drives in the air but just short of Point, who took it on the bounce. What do you reckon, about a foot in front of him, something like that. Hammond stays down on his knees for a while, went at it with rather hard hands and could easily just have flown that extra yard into the waiting hands of Hammond. It didn't. He survives. 11 balls faced now. We were told yesterday about or reminded yesterday about the 30 ball rule for Hanscom. In goes Goodman, bowls. Well, that's over pitched and that is driven away, not quite contemptuously but dismissively. However well you're bowling, a half volley is a half volley, especially if you haven't really got a mid-off. Mid-off's quite wide and Van Beek said, "Yep, thanks, I'll have a piece of that."
And there's still enough pace in it that you can, I mean, you hit that hard, don't get me wrong, but you can just lean into them as well, those drives, when it's really half volley length. So, again, I still think if you bat well, you'll score your runs here.
Goodman bowls. Again, it's Fullish. A bit straighter, though, and Van Beek still looking to drive. Thick inside part of the bat. Squeezes the ball back up the pitch on the onside. He thinks about the possibility of a single, but Akhtar moves across from mid-on to cover, but a little bit of a victory for Goodman there.
I suppose, especially having seen Holland dismissed on the on drive as well. He's almost given at times. The mid-on's a little bit straighter now, but he's almost given batters the on drive, actually wanting them to play that shot.
Goodman charges in and bowls, looking for the Yorker, dug out very effectively by Van Beek, driven out, but only as far as Van Buren. Goodman turns to his captain and has a little advice to offer his captain about the field. I think he wants some cover on the offside boundary.
Seems so.
Apparently. Anyway,
maybe they're thinking about keeping Van Beek on strike for Singdale.
Possibly. In he goes, Goodman, and bowled him! And he has his maiden 5 for a ball that comes back and hits between, I think, middle and off, and I think it went through the gate, but lovely delivery from Goodman. What a super way to take the wicket you need for your maiden 5-er. Well bowled, Dom Goodman.
Yeah, really great to see. He made such progress last year in the games that he played, and there's so much to work with. You've got a tall, fast bowler who can move it, is accurate, and you just think, you know, you should be making something out of a bowler like that, and he's got a 5-wicket haul in his first innings this year, and that just has to be the best thing to do. Just come straight in and bowl like this. That's fantastic work from Goodman, and as you say, he's been the pick of the bowlers here, and what a dismissal to bring it up, really beating Van Beek all ends up. It's another top of off job in the end. It's just pegged that off stump back, it's nipped the top of off stump. We've seen so many dismissals like that in the match, and It's another one, a fine way to take any wicket, never mind for your 5. I think because we had the half hour between, we're all over the place. I thought I was staying on, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. We'll all do the same time anyway. Yeah. Good. Well, I didn't want to seem like I was just jumping off, you know, especially as the host broadcaster. I didn't want to feel like I was shirking my duties or not giving people enough breaks. So Richard Ray will step out and Nicole Harvey will be back momentarily as Singdale looks to add his name to the wickets column, but just exactly what Gloucestershire were after, having watched as both that Hill and Holland partnership and then Holland and Cox started to move back a little bit more on top of ball, but now things have changed a little with those 2 wickets added to the score. Cox on strike and driving the ball straight to Cameron Green at cover, and it's Ben Green who's come out to join Ben Cox, and it's Nicole Harvey who's come to join me.
I'll
Hello.
leave you do this over, Ed, and then I will take over.
Yeah.
But no, brilliant. A 5 for there for Goodman, and you know, Ben Green had a 5 for there for Leicestershire in their innings, but definitely the pick of the bowling so far.
Can Gloucestershire remove Cox? Leicestershire still 46 behind. Singdale into Cox, who runs it out into the offside. There's a bit of a gap there, but not enough of one that they can take a single that time. Green and Hammond, the 2 fielders there, and both covering the ground to make that single tricky.
Ben Green had 17 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 63. And so far, we're looking at Dominic Goodman with 18 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 50.
Cox to face. Singdale is in, and there's a leave, a sort of flourishing leave from Cox. I don't think the bat was particularly close to the ball, but it was one of those where the bat was unfurled from him rather than going straight up in that decisive move, shouldering arms. But anyway,
the difference we've got here so far in the 2 teams' bowling attacks is you had an Ian Holland there, which was coming up behind with Ben Green, taking 3 wickets and very much so, you know, helping steer that ship. Who is going to be that person here for Gloucestershire?
Singdale bowls, short ball balloons over the head of the ducking Ben Cox. It will be 1 for the over. The umpires have been a little bit more lenient on that than I've seen a couple of times this season. It's felt as though they've been widing just about everything the first couple of rounds, but I don't know, maybe Tom Lungley's having a thought of, well, I don't remember Tom Lungley bowling a massive number of bouncers, but he's tall enough. Perhaps he's thinking, I had a bit of a word, yeah, come on, let's give the bowlers a bit of leeway here. Singdale in bowls, oh, good ball, away swinger, and Cox has gone forward looking to drive. He's just going to annoy Singdale even more there by just holding the pose of the shot that he's just missed. It's like Singdale already knows he's beating you, but it's almost like in holding it there, you're just rubbing it in even more that the edge hasn't been found. And well, Ollie Price is clasping his hand over his mouth, and I can fully understand why. Ball after ball, but Singdale wheels away joyless as again he sends it down, but a little too wide that time, and Cox just holds the bat there and watches it go by. It's another maiden from Singdale. He's only going at 2 and over despite cranking that pace up. Be surprised if it weren't into the high 80s at times, but no joy. Wickets continue to fall at New Road. That game could be over today. Worcestershire all out 162, Durham all out 136. So Worcestershire a first innings lead despite getting bowled out for 162. Crazy game. And they're now 16 for 3 in their second innings as Ben Rain has the fairly tidy figures of 3.4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 2.
Yes, interesting here. We've got Actor coming, so a change of bowling as Goodman's going to take a break here. Green on strike for his first delivery. It's a short ball that's worked down to third man. Well played and well guided down there by Ben Green. Gets his first run of the day. And Actor needs to settle in. That's the only thing we haven't seen really from him, is a little bit varied with his lines and lengths, not quite consistent enough. He's looked threatening at times, you know, he's got good pace, good bounce, but at the moment he's struggling to string those 6 together to apply that pressure. So if he could do that, he would be a real handful for Leicestershire as he comes in. 2 slips in play at the moment. Short delivery, and it has cut back, and Cox is on the floor holding his stomach and chest as he looks like that one's caught him a little bit wrong. Actor just going there to check and calling out for the physio and picking up his bat, which is good sportsmanship and good to see, but that has caught Cox in quite a nasty position. As I watch the replay here, Actor comes in, it's a short delivery and it has cut back and it's caught him right in the ribs. Looks like that one has winded him, which is a very sharp delivery, which is what I was saying about he is very capable, and if he could do that 6 in a row, he's going to cause a lot of trouble for Leicestershire. But just a bit of a summary so far in terms of this game. Gloucestershire obviously 252 in the first innings, and we saw James Bracey with an unbeaten 93 not out. Van Buren offered a nice 25 there. They had a bit of a partnership going. Actor 29 and Josh Shaw 45. You know, we had a couple of late partnerships on in that innings that really contributed to Gloucestershire getting to 252, as at one point they were 80 odd for 6, is that right? 82 for 6.
7 for 7 after Goodman was out, I think it was.
That was it. I've got here 82 for 6 and 88 for 7. So, you know, they did get a brilliant comeback there with some really big partnerships with Actor and Shaw. And then the pick of the bowlers for Leicestershire, we had Ian Holland taking 3 for 36 off his 18, with 6 of those being maidens. You know, very economical, really applied the pressure. Didn't have to bowl at a great pace, but very controlled and very skillful in what he did. And then the other pick of the bowlers for me was Ben Green, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 63. Just back here at the ground, we've got Cox just being checked by the physio, and the players just having a little bit of a drink and a chat. And he's just seeing how he's going. I think that has caught him on the ribs as they're just having a check. The physio's just having a bit of a look.
Yeah, he's up on his feet, which I think is the first good sign, and I mean, I'm sure he'll be feeling some serious pain, but I guess it's then the matter of trying to work out whether it is likely to be more bruising or whether they're
I think it's just a winded.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, it's winded him because it's caught him in the ribs. He's just going to have a minute, I think. And then in the second innings so far, we have seen Lewis Hill with 55 off 105 balls. Ian Holland had 52, so another brilliant contribution to this game from him, as he's already had 3 wickets in that first innings. So far, Ben Cox is on 36, not out, and we are now seeing Ben Green join him at the crease, who is on 1 off 1 ball. He's looking okay here, Cox, though. He's just having a drink, and I think it was more being winded after being caught in the ribs. He's just, as the ball has cut back on him. Pick of the bowling for Gloucestershire, we have had 5 wickets from Dominic Goodman, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 50, and a fantastic bowling effort from the 24-year-old from Clifton College and the University of Exeter.
Yeah, he's actually played both for Gloucestershire and against Gloucestershire as Dom Goodman, although not in a first-class fixture, but he did play for the University of Exeter against Gloucestershire in a pre-season match a couple of years back, and has, I think he was captain of them then, and has captained Gloucestershire's second 11 on a few occasions, so it shows you as I said yesterday, really, he's a thinking cricketer, is Goodman. Good head on his shoulders, and has certainly used that intelligence and nous to eke out a couple of wickets here and work out what the best method of getting several of these batters out was. He's bowled some in-swingers, he's bowled some away-swingers, he's set batters up well and has had the payoffs.
Back on here at Bristol as Actor comes in. 2 Cox on strike. Short delivery down the leg side. Good stop from Bracey. Diving to his left. It is a dot ball for the 3rd ball of this over. Looking elsewhere, we have got Nottinghamshire scored 300. Sussex were 169 all out, and they're now following on 31 for naught of 5.5 overs. Surrey versus Somerset. Somerset were 283 all out. Surrey are 136 for 1 in reply to that as Actor comes in here. Short delivery outside the off stump. Cox has tried to work that through to backward point, and it's a handy pick up there from Miles Hammond as he quickly scampers from point and picks that up one-handed with his right hand. No runs scored. Worcestershire versus Durham. I've got 162 out for Worcester in their first innings. Durham 136 all out, and Worcestershire are 24 for 3 in reply. So they've lost 3 wickets already, only in 8 overs. Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Derbyshire 402 for 6 now, as they are really pushing on there. Actors coming into the crease. Short delivery worked through the covers as he presses onto the back foot, and Cox is going to get a single after that blow to the ribs early on this over. Leicestershire are moving on to 208. Cox on 37 off 86 deliveries. Green on 1.
Oh, Martin Anderson, 84 not out against his former county. Enjoying that. Let him go to Derbyshire on loan last season, and they're full time now. Chance of 100. I wonder if he's got a first class 100. I have to look at that.
Actor coming in, final delivery, short outside the off stump, left alone by Ben Green. And that finishes Actor's 11th over. He's 1 for 35 so far. Leicestershire 208 for 7 now. And that's 66 overs so far for Leicestershire. Cox 37, Green on 1. And they are going to... Gloucestershire, I think, I would say in this next 4 over spell, need to take a wicket. Just to keep that momentum. Cox is trying to bed in here for them. But if they get a wicket here, then they will be on top. Ben Green is a very capable batter. So I think they need to break this partnership early in order to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and they may need to strike while the iron's hot, although I'm sure a lot of sportsmanship when it came to the moment of the injury, potential injury to Cox. There won't be too much lack of hostility when it comes to Singdale sending one down. He starts with a full one, though, that's blocked out into the offside. Leicestershire supporters will have been shouting at their... Oh, we're not going to say... I nearly said radio, but of course they won't be, because nobody listens to us on the radio. It's tablets and phones and laptops they'll have been shouting at.
I don't know. The retro radios are coming back in.
Okay, and you can... I suppose it's smart speakers as well. They've been shouting on those.
Exactly.
You can get the commentary on your...
The retro radio and the smart speaker are the in things, Ed.
Singdale to Cox bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler for no run. Because the reason Leicestershire supporters will have been saying that is because Anderson scored his maiden first-class 100 2 matches ago against Leicestershire. So they will have known that, but I didn't. So
everything retro is coming back in. Sorry, I'm changing.
Including me, or
cameras.
Do you think does it extend to me? No.
You know those instant cameras that you used to take,
yes,
the cardboard ones.
true.
They're very in, and don't take your phone, take the instant camera, and it is literally capturing the moment, and then you go and get it developed.
Singdale bowls, striking Cox on the pad as he looked to flicked into the onside.
Cox is getting a few bruises today, I tell you.
Yeah, well, he's watched as Holland has taken a few, but there's going to be a few more. This is a proper fast bowler coming in on a pretty quick pitch with some bounce, and we've seen the ball cut back as well. I mean, that's not a ball that most people are playing really, other than wearing, if the ball's going to cut like that. Singdale approaches to Cox now, bowls a shorter ball, which Cox bobs underneath. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, my phone's camera is a bit rubbish anyway. I quite miss. I'm still just about old enough to remember the days of instant cameras and going to get those
They're
pictures
brilliant.
on a holiday. Yeah,
Absolutely brilliant.
and records. People are collecting those. I don't think they're
People
playing
like
them. They're
no,
just,
people are
they're just-
playing them.
Well, okay, yeah.
It's very in, and I'm all for it.
They're collecting it for the artwork. Singdale bowls a fuller ball, driven to mid-off, quick single taken. Van Buren shies at the stumps, misses. I think Cox was home anyway. It was a quickly done thing, but Cox was committed to it, and he was the one running to the danger end, so picks up that one, 209 for 7.
Van Buren I don't think he expected that, if I'm honest. I think he was thinking, well, not too much has been happening for a minute or two, and sat on the ring there, and I don't think that was really expected, as he is very quick with his feet. He's very quick round the ball, Van Buren, and I don't think he quite expected that, but he did do well. Good pick up from him.
Middle please umps, says Ben Green. He's got one ball to negotiate from Singdale. Singdale bowls. Ooh, he's bowled one on a good length, which Green has just about got the gloves out of the way of, as he tucked them behind his body, but wasn't that far off, just brushing those gloves. But once again, it's another unsuccessful over for Singdale, and I suppose maybe they're saving Shaw now for the new ball. It's a bit difficult to know what to do, because you want to try and take these final 3 wickets in the 13 overs before the second new ball. If you're Gloucestershire, you don't want to see a second new ball, but you also want to make sure that there are people who are ready to come back if they need the second new ball to polish it off.
Yeah, but then I think, in a way, Actor's coming in here. I was going to say in a second. Just worked out to cover there, and he's going to come through for a single. In a way, a new ball wouldn't be a bad thing. They are going to get a little bit more from it. Yes, it's going to be harder, but I do actually think that's going to be harder for the batters.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
if you're getting peppered by a new ball, that's certainly going to hurt a lot more than it is a
Yeah,
soft one.
I just
You know,
mean,
Cox has gone down, hit with a fairly soft ball now. Imagine if that's a brand spanker, that's going to hurt. And Actor in, short ball, punched through the covers, racing across the square, and that is going to race away for 4. Lovely shot up on his toes as that races away for 4, and that takes Ben Green on to 5. I don't know, it's a tricky one. At this point, you know, I guess they're going to be looking at their matchups. Who's going to get Ben Green out, and things like that. But I wouldn't be shy just to bring Van Buren on just for an over or two.
No, I agree.
The ball at the minute is soft, so I would be thinking, why not just even if we have one over at him. And that's a full delivery, driven down the ground. Fantastic shot there from Ben Green as he's leant on it and hit it through mid-off, straight down the ground, just to the right of the side screen. And he's racing on to 9 already, only off 5 deliveries. Ben Green looking in fine form so far in this game. 5 wickets, and now already he is on 9 as he takes the last 2 deliveries, both for 4.
We have seen that a bit as well. A shorter, wider one is then followed by one that's very full and then gets driven.
Actor in, short ball, catching Green on his hip.
I thought for a moment that had lodged in his pad, but it didn't. It dropped down at his feet. I do like that when it just lodges in the pad flap, and nowadays dead ball, but in the past, fielders racing in from everywhere to try and take a catch if there'd been an inside edge in there.
Actor in here for the 5th delivery of this over as he comes into the crease. Wide, short one outside the off stump, left alone there by Green. Nearly tempted to flash his hands, but he didn't. just restrained himself. No, I think that would be my plan, possibly. Van Buren, let's just go for a 1 over, see what they do, see how they play it.
It does seem to be this reluctance even to... I'm not saying that I mean, I agree with the bowling since lunch, but there does seem to be that reluctance just to give spin even a little go sometimes.
Actor in, just worked off his legs there by Green into the onside. Van Buren just picking that up, and he's going to come through for a single. Green moving on to 10. Leicestershire moving on to 219 for 7 now. Actor finishing his 12th over, 1 for 45. Yeah, there has. I mean, how many overs have we actually seen from Van Buren?
2.
Only 2 overs of spin so far in this game.
One from Ollie Price.
Yeah, so 3. Sorry.
3 overs of... Yes.
3 overs of spin, and that's it.
Yeah.
In all of those all those overs in nearly 2 days.
138 overs total.
3.
Yeah.
You know.
That's not really quite what the... And I'm loath to bring this up for fear of, again, the reactions on the other end, but it's not really what the Strauss review had in mind, is a less than 10%. You know, I can't remember what percentage it was, whether it was 20
well, you'd be like 10%. You'd be looking at 14 overs.
Well, yeah, I just mean there was a percentage I think that was mentioned in that report, and I can't remember what it was. It was probably more than 10, but I'm not sure it was quite as many as 30. I'm not sure. Anyway, Cox I think has just had a replacement helmet brought out to him, and possibly just another quick check as far as his rib cage, but he's okay. And we do have a bowling change, but it is Josh Shaw who's replacing Ajit Singh Dale from the pavilion end. So Singh Dale, his economy rate's under 2. 17 overs for 33 runs, but no wickets. Shaw has 1. He removed Sol Budinger yesterday on a short ball that was top edge down to Goodman at fine leg. So Goodman's taken 5 of the 7 wickets, and he's also taken the catch of...
Oh no, we've
6.
got Cox going off.
Oh gosh. Well, that was... Is he going off, or is he just wanting some more attention? Looks as though he's wanting at least a chat. I know he's going off. Well, yeah, hopefully this is something that's just a temporary thing. Of course, he's retiring her, so he will be able to come back out and bat again in this innings if he's able to, but he's understandably getting a generous reception from the crowd here, because he tried to battle it out and tough it out. No batter ever wants to go off in that fashion, but in the end he seems to have had to decide that he's in too much discomfort. He's feeling something that extra that's not right, and it's a long season, and you just want to be certain that you're not going to aggravate something by staying out there. So all of a sudden, I suppose Roman Walker would at least have known since that blow that there was a chance that he might be required, but he will have had a fairly sudden arousal from whatever he was doing. I don't think cricketers do crosswords anymore, do they? Have you ever seen a cricketer do a crossword? No. Maybe the quick crossword.
Oh dear.
I don't know. I do remember at one point several years back, during a rain break at Cheltenham, the Gloucestershire players were trying to write down every single player that Chris Dent had played with in his long Gloucestershire career. So they do some things other than just throwing a ball at a wall. So Josh Shaw, not to the new batter Walker, it's Green who is facing, and that will ensure that Walker is in the firing line straight away as he dabs it down to the deep third fielder, and there is a single. 220 for 7, 32 runs behind Leicestershire, so 220 for 7, but unless there is a big partnership here that allows Cox some real time to get some attention, at the moment effectively 220 for 8. Shaw in and bowls edged, or rather off the glove and it's gone short of second slip. There's some bounce there, and Walker first ball is whipping off that right glove and examining his hand. How short was that? I mean, it wasn't that short, and it's bounced. I mean, we've seen top order players struggle a bit with it, so a lower order player is not going to fancy that sort of bounce. Shaw to Walker, bounces again over the top of his prod through to the keeper. I am so glad I never have had to and will never have to face a delivery like that. Because I can't imagine what that's like. Just bracing yourself for whereabouts on your body it's going to hit you.
Yeah.
Can't be nice. Especially for Walker.
Get used to the bruises, you get used to it.
I suppose so. It was like paintballing. Shaw bowls, Walker dabs it to backward point for no run. Why do people go paintballing?
Yeah, I'm not
You just
sure.
you just get hit, don't you? You just come back with a load of bruises.
You're talking about paintballing, and I'm thinking about food, and I've just eaten.
Food?
Yeah.
When does food hit you?
It doesn't. I'm just
Oh,
thinking.
right, okay,
I'm
sorry.
thinking about yesterday. There was talk about cake and biscuits, and you know.
Yeah. You think you could talk some cake into existence. Shaw is in bowls, and Walker has had that one run past his outside edge. Well, we had Melissa deciding that those 2 biscuits were a figment of her imagination. So
Who put those there?
Well, I think it was our learned colleague, Mr. Healy, who's decided that, I think in his wisdom actually, that somebody who's cleaning up after us after the end of the day's play would take them away if they were on the table behind, whereas if they're put on our equipment, they won't touch them. Shaw, last ball of the over bowls, and Walker gets bat on ball this time off a fuller ball and pushes it to Charlesworth at mid-on. That's the end of the over. 69 gone in the innings, 220 for 7, though Cox at the moment retired hurt 39 as a 32-run deficit is still there for Leicestershire. Richard Ray will be back momentarily to join Nicole Harvey.
Morgan Barrell just sending a message on X here with regards to Ed dressing as the gorilla, and Melissa has said that Ed has finally lost it, and Morgan has said, how can something be lost that wasn't there in the first place? There we go, as we've got Actor coming in. Lovely delivery, play and miss there by Ben Green as he pokes away outside his off stump. Anyone else wanting to comment on X, you can get hold of me on Nicole Harvey 02. You can contact Richard on Blue Sky or on email, which he will remind us of in a moment. Ed is also on X, Ed Cricket 6. Actor coming in here, second ball of this over outside the off stump, left alone. 2 slips in play still here. We've got Bancroft at second, Ollie Price at first slip. Just trying to tempt Ben Green outside that off stump, but so far in this last over of Actors, Green put him away. Anything short or too full, Green was straight away on it, showing his capabilities as a batter already.
Beginning to feel like we're going to have a 1 innings match here.
Actor coming in, short delivery, ducked out of the way by Ben Green. Umpire signalling wide. So that's gone over ahead. Now, I mean, Green is a good batter, actually, Richard.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's a genuine all-rounder.
And he's shown that already, 11 off 11. He's very much going to take it to the bowlers as well. He's not thinking we're 221 for 7. He's thinking, how many more runs can I put onto this total for Leicestershire? As Actor comes into the crease, full outside the off stump, shaping away. Lovely shape there from Actor. And Green has just left that one, thinking about it, but left it in the end. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think, what are Leicestershire going to be thinking? Are they going to think that, you know, should we just post as many as we can, bat as long as we can?
That is exactly what they were thinking, I suspect.
And really drain Gloucestershire as Actor comes in as a full delivery, skewed down to third man. Unfortunate for Actor is actually a good delivery that Green has just dug out and squirted down to third man. It has raced away for 4, which was a good delivery. I'm just going to watch the replay here. Actor coming into the crease past the umpire. Full delivery, Yorker skewed in the end as Green is too early and his hands come through into out there on that delivery. Actor in here, just back of a length, defended back by Green down the ground.
Has a best first class score of 77, Ben Green, made last season for Leicestershire, because he's played very little first class cricket for Somerset. Most of his first class cricket has been played on loan for the Foxes. I wonder if this is the way cricket's going to go, that players will sign contracts for different competitions with different counties, I wonder, in the end.
Free for all. Actor coming in just back of a length as Ben Green rocks back and defends that. And that is the over bowled. Actor bowled 13 overs now. He's 1 for 50. Leicestershire are 225 for 7. Walker on 0 and Green on 15 off 15 balls.
I guess it'd be curious if, when you come up against your notional teammates in another competition, but it happens. So it may be the future, folks. I play my white ball cricket for County X and my red ball cricket for County Y.
Yeah, but then who do they train with and when? You know,
Shaw is in from the Bristol Pavilion end, bowls very full and goes straight through. Roman Walker stumps everywhere, and Walker goes without scoring. Hasn't been a great game for Roman back in the side so far, and Leicestershire 225 for 8. Now, will we get Josh Hull or will Cox come back out? I'd be surprised if he came back out straight away. Alex Green is running out with a drink for Ben Green, but that was comprehensive. I think that was definitely out.
Stumps were everywhere there. Watching that replay, it's a good Yorker, and Walker's played all round it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ben Green trains, he spent the winter training with Somerset, and, you know, then he moved across to Leicestershire at the start of the season again, so I guess it will depend, does depend on the sort of exact terms of the contract. He's only signed to play the first 7 championship games, the first sort of half of the championship season at the moment. So Somerset sort of retaining their options, so to speak. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the end there's a deal for him to play the last 7 as well. So Josh Hull has come out to join Green. Now Hull, as I say, will get in line, but he's not going to keep out deliveries like that. I'd be surprised if he does. Pleasantly surprised, obviously, but Green might look to sort of farm the strike if he gets the chance, because that was the first ball of Shaw's over. He now has 2 for 53, the Yorkshireman. The ball is thrown back to him by Tom Longley. So 225 for 8. Still 26 runs behind Leicestershire. And all that talk about a big first innings lead has rather evaporated. Hull, tall young left-hander, slightly open stance as Shaw is in. Bowls a bouncer and Hull jerks his head back. Actually plays it quite well, but as a number 11.
I mean, that's a fair bounce. I mean, because Hull is a big chap, isn't he? 6'7", is that right?
Yeah, and that was as decent a bouncer has been bowled today, really. And gives the number 11 something to think about. England selectors wouldn't be happy if they break his fingers or something like that, but as I say, he played that well, young Josh, and he won't take a backward step, but a full in-swinging delivery. Well, in goes Shaw and tries to bowl that full in-swinging delivery. It's outside off stump and it's a little bit wide and, well, rather nicely played actually. A sort of square drive off the back foot rather by Josh Hull, and he picks up a single to get off the mark. His first-class run of the season. And better than that, he gives the strike back to Ben Green. Green, as I say, it'd be interesting to see how he plays this. Whether he's had word, if he might play perfectly normally if he's had word that Cox is going to come back after he's had a bit of a breather. Shaw is in, bowls to Green, wide, tempter that does not tempt Green into playing a shot. Fought well here, Gloucestershire, really.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they've stuck at it with the old ball.
I mean, Hull there, just look at him, how tall he is compared to the umpire.
No, I mean, Longley's not a small man, is
Towering
he?
over him.
I sometimes think he might be nearer 6'8" than 6'7". His official height. As Shaw is into Green, who punches him away through the onside. That might go all the way. He's timed that very nicely out to deep mid-wicket, and it goes, although the fielder puts in the slide. He can't drag it back. He has played some cracking shots, Ben Green, actually. And that was one of them. Beautiful piece of timing. And he moves on to 19. Leicestershire 230 for 8. 6'7". He gives his official height as. Went to the same school as my sons, Stamford, and I just think, you know, I keep saying it, but it's a terrifying thought that, you know, a couple of years ago he was bowling in schools cricket. Can you imagine coming out?
20 years old. You know, he's 6'7". He's 1.4 foot more than me.
Shaw is in and bowls a lovely delivery that drifts past the outside edge of Green's bat. End of the over. A successful one for Josh Shaw.
He is getting nice shape, and I said a minute ago about Gloucestershire needs someone like Ian Holland who are shaping that ball, getting, you know, Holland picked up that 3 wickets, very economical, and what he did with the ball was bold. You know, he got the ball going both ways, and he was very clever in what he did. He went for 36 off 18, and so Shaw is possibly Gloucestershire's man for that same job, but he hasn't been as economical, but he has got 2 wickets so far.
It's swung all match, hasn't it? And I don't think the pitch should be held in some way responsible for that. I think it's the conditions and some good bowling as well.
Actor coming around the wicket here to Hull. Full delivery, played and missed just outside the off stump.
That's where you got to hit, just a little bit of movement. Take aim at the top of off. Don't try and do too much. 230, so now just 21 behind.
Actor coming here past the umpire, short delivery way outside the off stump. I'm surprised that wasn't a wide, as Josh Hull has left that way alone, as it's nearly hitting the popping crease.
What did Josh get in his England with the bat, that is? So let's see. Nine runs with a high score of 7 not out. Ooh.
Full delivery, big swing by Hull outside the off stump, and he's played and missed at another one there.
Giving him a total of 39 first-class runs in his career. This is only his 12th first-class game. Josh?
Actor coming in here, full delivery, defended just through to the man out there at mid-off, who is Van Buren, and that is 4 dots so far in this over. 2 slips in play here. Gloucestershire probably wanting another breakthrough, fairly sharpish, as Green has got a pretty quick fire, 19 so far off 18 deliveries. Hull is on 1 off 6.
Giving him the single, or offering him a single, by pushing sweepers back on both sides of the wicket.
Actor in here, full delivery, worked off his legs there. Just working that out to mid-on. Looking at 51 overs remaining in the day, as Leicestershire currently trail by 22. So they are 230 for 8, with 1 ball left in this over. Short delivery, ducked by Hull, and that finishes Actor's over. He is now 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 50. Only seeing 1 over there from Ollie Price, and that went for 2, and 2 overs there from Van Buren, only going for 3. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more spin here, Richard, if I'm honest, but I don't think they're going to turn to that. The ball is still shaping. It's overcast conditions. There is a little bit of two-pace still in that pitch at times, but I wouldn't mind seeing it just to see about how Leicester go about it. Get them to probably hit square of the wicket. It's fairly long square, and see what they can do.
Well, they're certainly prepared to give Green a single here, understandably enough. As Shaw continues from the Bristol pavilion end, runs in and bowls outside off stump. Green is not going to have a go at that one, lets it go through. It's been a good session for Gloucestershire, 189 for 5, Leicestershire at lunch, so just 41 added for the loss of 3 wickets, plus Ben Cox retired hurt at the moment, and no indication as yet as to whether he will continue his innings. Leicestershire don't have any issues in the wicket-keeping department if he's got a real problem, because Peter Hanscom kept wicket for them all last season and is a pretty good keeper. As Shaw is in, Green just dabs it into the leg side and does indeed take the single off just the second ball, which to me suggests that he might have had word that Cox will bat, because I don't think he'd have taken that otherwise. But we'll see. Maybe reading too much into it. Maybe just didn't think about it. Shaw's going to go round the wicket, looking for the in-swinger, looking to disturb the stumps of Josh Hull. In he goes and bowls, and that is the full York, and it does swing in, but it rather floats past the off stump in the end. Hull tried to drive. He was defeated by the swing, and to a certain extent the pace as well. But
I mean, Hull is so tall, that almost looked like a low full toss to him at one point, as it just floated past and then almost yorked him his stumps.
I'm sure he's worked on his batting. I mean, you have to. You're not allowed to be a rabbit these days, a complete rabbit. Waits. Bat raised with that open stance as Shaw goes in, bowls to him, goes straight through him, and is taken one-handed, plucked out of the air by Bracey to his right behind the stumps. But it was a fairly, I was going to say, almost sort of hopeless gesture at the ball from, so we say hopeful gesture at the ball from Josh Hull, but nowhere near it. Goodness, did a little bit too much for Josh, that one. He waits, bat raised. As Shaw goes in and bowls, that's much better from Josh. He sort of gets forward, waits on the front foot and blocks it out to mid-on. 11 balls his face now for his single. Square leg goes back, 1 ball to go. They're saying to Josh Hull, if you can get bat and ball, we will happily give you the 1, so you can keep the strike. Shaw looking for his third wicket, runs in and bowls outside off stump, and I think what can only really be described as a sort of waft from Josh Holt, and the ball goes through to Bracey behind the stumps, but he's survived another over. Leicestershire just 20 behind. Green wanders down. Two tall men, surrounded by a lot of tall men out there for Gloucestershire. Van Buren looking relatively diminutive in the distance in front of the flats. We never told. Oh, how are the Lord of the Rings crew getting on? They've shed most of their costumes now. It's quite warm out there actually in the sun. It's lovely.
How tall is Van Buren as Actor comes in here? Short delivery and lifted up. Oh, I said one bounce down to third man there as Ben Green cuts that up over the slip cordon. Didn't quite carry there to shore at third man. He's going to come through for a single.
He claims to be 5'7". Not convinced?
Maybe 5'6", but 5'7". There you go. Actor coming around the wicket here to Hull as he comes in off a long run past the umpire, just back of a length, cutting back on Hull, and he plays and misses as that one goes through to Bracey.
And once again, the single is taken off the first ball of the over by Green, which, as I say, just feels to me that he thinks Cox will come back in. Otherwise, I'm sure he wouldn't have taken it.
Maybe he thinks Hull is more than capable.
Yes, but he's been watching, as we have. So
You got to back your teammate and all that. And Actor's coming in here. Defended there by Hull, nice and late. Tried to work it through backward point, but that's cut off by Miles Hammond.
nicest young chap you could wish to meet is Josh. His brother is an outstanding rugby player with Northampton Saints prospect as well.
Well, I'm surprised he doesn't play rugby at 6'7".
I'm sure he did at Stamford School. He wouldn't have had to do much to dominate the line out, would he, really?
As Actor comes in here for his fourth delivery of this over. Short ball ducked by Hull as that goes around his shoulder head height, which shows how high it's carrying through as he stands there at 6'7". Bracey taking it around head height. Gloucestershire got a good crowd in here today, and you can hear them on our pitch mic just having a little chat and enjoying the surroundings, as we've got a bright day here in Bristol so far. As Actor comes over the wicket now to Hull, changing the angle. It's another bouncer that Hull just ducks out the way of.
It just worries me a bit when he ducks these, or getting out of the way of these bouncers, that he seems to twist.
And his bat's flapping
exactly,
around.
exactly that. And ooh, be careful, young man. It's good to see him fit in bowling, though. Long may it last. Sweepers, sort of single givers, heading off into the distance. On the leg side, that is.
Actor in here, full delivery, squirted out through third man. He's going to get a single then to finish the over, as Leicestershire are 233 for 8 now after 74 overs. Hull on 2, Green on 21.
And again, they take the single, so he keeps the strike. So they'll want at least one batting bonus point. So they've cleaned up on batting bonus points so far this season. That's not going to be the case this time. Ben Charlesworth just warming up a little bit, because they're only 6 overs now until the new ball, so it will be in Bancroft's mind. He'll go back to Goodman, you would have thought, and probably Sing Dale. If we get to that stage, Shaw is in and bowls, and he drives hard. Josh Holt square drives, but it goes more or less straight to point along the ground all the way. He'll be thinking, ooh, nearly got that through. Had it been a couple of yards either side, then Hammond wouldn't have been able to stop it, and he would have had a 4 to his name. 18 balls faced for Josh Hull now. Getting the feel for it, perhaps, as Shaw bustles in and bowls a poor bouncer, really. It was well outside. It was almost in his own half, to be honest. Well outside off stump, and Hull didn't have to twist there. He just sort of leant to one side. Only 8 added so far by this pair. But again, time being occupied. He's switched back over the wicket now, Shaw, and bowls outside off stump. Driven away for 4 by Josh Hull. Lovely shot. Admittedly, the bat was quite a long way from the body, but it was out there to be sort of driven away. And driven away it was to the sort of point boundary for 4. That'll boost him. He moves on to 6, 237 for 8, 14 behind now Leicestershire. Kick-off has taken place in both Leicester teams' football and rugby matches. The rugby match rather more important than the football match at the moment. Shaw is in and bowls, and Hull defends on off stump. Comfortably enough, drops it down to short leg. Tigers 3rd in the Premiership, hoping to stay there. They're playing Harlequins today. City, sadly already down. They're at Wolves. Shaw turns. Kicks up his heels, runs in, bowls 2, Hull fullish, swinging in. Hull was looking to drive, and because of the in-swing, didn't time it inside part of the bat. It bounces slightly apologetically out to mid-off, and there's no run. Did other sports feature in your household, or was it all cricket as a...
No, I did. I did quite a mixture. I was into horse riding, ballet, netball. My brothers both played football and rugby.
Shaw is in, bowls, bouncer. Hull just drops his right shoulder and lets it go over his left shoulder. End of the over. 237
Got
for
to
8.
a period where I had to sort of choose between netball, horse riding, or cricket. And I played all sports at school, obviously. Hockey, I played in the boys' basketball team. I played in the boys' cricket team. So yeah, did a lot of athletics as well, often getting just, Nicole, tomorrow you're entered in the county javelin championship, and I'm thinking I've never thrown a javelin in my life. Okay. And then I went and won it, and it was just one of those things. She said just throw it like a cricket ball, and I said okay, and it worked, so there we go.
Yeah, technique is all in those, isn't it? Well, it's not all, but it's quite a big part of it. They're quite big and heavy, those javelins, as I recall. Charlesworth then does come on at the Ashley Down Road end in front of the flats. Does a little dance, comes running in and bowls. Green is forward and defends. Charlesworth fields in his follow through, and there's no run.
Sorry about that, Richard.
It's all right.
Yes, anyway. Charlesworth coming back here for his 5th over, and looking to get his first wicket, as he's changed ends now and comes in past the umpire. Quite a short run up here from Charlesworth, as that's just defended straight back to him by Green, who's on 21 off 22. Short run up, but actually not too bad a pace does he bowl at, and so far what we've seen from him, he has been fairly consistent in where he's putting the ball. Charlesworth in, and that's a Yorker. Leg stump. Ben Green has gone for 21, and it's a brilliant delivery from Charlesworth. I don't think Green was expecting that, as that has Yorked him and taken his leg stump.
And that is it, it looks like, because Hull is taking off his gloves.
Looks like Cox is not coming back out. Leicestershire are 237 for 9. And just watching that replay from Charlesworth, and it is an in-swinging Yorker taking Ben Green's leg stump out. And it looks like actually they're bringing a drink out for Hull.
Oh, he is coming out then.
Cox is going to come out for a little bit and see. Ben Green going for 21 off 24 deliveries there, and that is Charlesworth's first wicket that I spoke about. He definitely wanted one, and he's now 1 for 15 off 4.3 overs.
So the last 3 batters have all been bowled. Van Beek by Goodman, Walker by Shaw, and now Ben Green by Ben Charlesworth. Well, of those 2 batters, they were playing, it probably wouldn't have been Green. You'd have backed to be the one dismissed, but he is, and Gloucestershire have their full ration of bowling bonus points now. To go with their single batting bonus point. Leicestershire need another 13 runs to do the same. Can Cox get them there? Charlesworth, I'm sure, should have got me on earlier skip. Bancroft claps his hands at slip. He's the only slip at the moment for Ben Cox, who resumes on 39 not out.
Charlesworth in, and that is an edge there, and it's gone past first slip. I don't believe that was a chance, but it was a very good delivery then again from Charlesworth as Cox gets off strike.
Yeah, just wide and short, I think.
Just looking here as it goes to the left of Bancroft, but it certainly was a good delivery from Charlesworth, just getting the outside edge there.
Leicestershire won't be completely discouraged. They'll be disappointed, obviously, that they haven't been able to really extend their first innings, but the ball is still moving. So they will be hopeful of making inroads into the Gloucestershire second innings. This game could move on markedly today. Still another 47 overs after this one.
Charlesworth coming in, 2 deliveries left in this as he comes around the wicket, and that's driven and just stopped there by backward point as Miles Hammond does a sort of roll and ends up on his back, diving to his right.
I think over the years I've seen him spend more time on the ground in the field than sort of on his feet. Sometimes it feels that way. He's a great sense of theatre. Out there in the covers or at point.
Charlesworth, very good over so far here. We're only going for 1 and taking 1 wicket as he comes around the wicket into Hull. Short delivery, and that's gone to the left of second slip as he's worked that down here to third man. Van Buren's just going to pick that up, and Leicestershire are going to move on to 239 for 9 off 76 overs. Hull on 7, Cox on 40 now off 93 deliveries, and he could be very much steering this ship here for Leicestershire. Cox, he's taken a blow to the ribs earlier on and had to go off for a little bit of a comfort break and just have a little bit of a check over with the physio.
Yeah, it just seemed to... He resumed his innings after being hit, but then a couple of overs later... Whether he sort of went over to one of the used pitches, and whether he was slightly sick, I'm not sure. But he wasn't hit on the head, was it? It was very much into the sort of top part of the ribs on the left side of the body. He's definitely got something under there now, which he didn't have before. Shaw round the wicket to Hull, who is leaning forward, pushing the ball respectfully, carefully, slightly tentatively out into the covers, where Goodman finds himself, and he does a few gentle hamstring stretches, touches his toes a couple of times because The new ball is only a couple of overs away. He'll be hoping not to have to take it, I suspect. He's sitting on a lovely fifer at the moment. Shaw in 2-hole, bounces, swings in, comes off the pad, runs down to third man. There's an appeal from behind the stumps, not notably from the bowler and the leg. Did they signal leg by then, or was it inside edge then onto the pad?
No, I didn't see any signal.
I'm waiting for the scoreboard. I didn't either, which is why I
If
presume
I'm honest,
the scoreboard hasn't switched over quickly either. He's not sure
It's
either.
gone
Yeah,
on to
giving him
Hull.
the run. Yeah. Normally it's very quick. So Hull moves on to 8. Shaw over the wicket to Ben Cox. Bowls outside off stump, steered down to wide third man for 1 by Cox. His hand at the end of the run sort of goes to the padding by the ribs, but
just a bit uncomfortable.
yeah, doesn't, yeah, not massively uncomfortable. I think he's just getting used to having a chest pad on, but he'll wear one in future, I suspect.
Yeah,
If he can.
often the case, isn't it?
Shaw back round to the left-handed Hull. Bowls outside off stump. Hull throws the bat, really. He was having to reach so far that despite his considerable reach, he actually took the bottom hand off the bat and it all got a little bit ugly. Missed it. That's a very modern haircut Shaw's got, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very short at the sides.
Well, it's not as short as some you see, but yeah, it is short.
In goes Shaw and bowls. Hull does exactly the same thing. He drives at a
modelling
wide
this?
one and takes his bottom hand off the bat and misses it.
Ed's modelling the same haircut.
No, it's not quite. Ed is sort of prep school 1975. retro, absolutely.
Well, we were saying retro is back, so there
Put
we
him
go.
in a pair of shorts and he would get in, I think.
Ed, you're all the
Those
fashion. Fashionista.
In goes Shaw and bowls, and Hull does drive this time pleasantly, but he's not going to get it past mid-off. Charlesworth, who sort of tumbles to his right as he makes the stop. There are a few barbers, hairdressers up and down the Gloucester Road near where I'm staying when I walked down there this morning, and they were all having these very short trims at the side. Is your son at the age where
Skinhead.
he's thinking of... No, but still plenty on top, but very short at the sides. And
Yeah, but
and
was
the
it
back.
was it skin?
Yeah, almost, yeah.
Skin fades, I think they're
almost.
called. Yeah.
What are they called?
Skin fades, I think.
Skin
that's-
fades.
Yeah, I mean they're not for me, but
Makes note.
no, my son is not
He's
into
not
a
yet,
skin
bless him.
fade,
Oh, good.
thankfully.
Yeah. You wait.
He's got gorgeous blonde hair. Here we go, Charlesworth for his 6th over as he comes in, and it's a flash outside the off stump, and that's going to race away out to the man at cover. And Cox is going to get another single to his score.
Enjoy it while you can, because you'll look up one of these days and he'll be bigger than you, and he'll have a beard and he'll be huge. I sometimes look at my 2 boys and think, what on earth, as they tower over you with beards, deep voices.
And Charlesworth is now coming around the wicket as he is going to come into Hull, who is on 8 so far. Full ball driven there, tried to get it away, but Hull has played and missed outside that off stump. Hull has faced 31 deliveries so far in this innings.
9 short, Leicestershire. 8 of the batting bonus point, which will be uppermost in their minds, I'm sure. Clouded up a bit.
Yeah, it is clouding over, which is going to help the bowlers as well. They've still got that movement out there. And we are, nearly 20 past 3 as Charlesworth comes in. That's worked down here to third man. Van Buren picking it up. They're only going to get a single as he is very quick to the ball and releases it quickly. Hull getting another one to his name, which makes him move on to 9. And they're trailing now by 9, Leicestershire here. And Gloucestershire very much wanting this last wicket, and they will be looking that Leicestershire don't get a good stand on their first innings. So it's all fair game then. Charlesworth in over the wicket now, and that's worked down the ground. Scampering through for a quick single is Cox. Hull is looking back, thinking, where's the ball? And nearly gets hit by it as it's thrown in there. But Leicestershire now moving on to 244, I believe, or 243. I'm just waiting for the scoreboard. It's a bit slow. Halfway through this over, 2 off it so far, as Charlesworth is into his 6th over now. Charlesworth in, Hull on strike, 2 slips in play, and that is outside edge through to 3rd man from Hull.
Double figures ahoy for Josh.
What was his highest score, did you say?
17, I think. Let me just check that. 15.
15.
That was against the Yorkies at Headingley in 2023. I remember that. He's doing a more than useful job, especially if they say they can get that batting bonus point.
Charlesworth in, and that's all just down the leg side. Cox has tried to flick that off his legs, but he's ended up flicking it there to Bracey. And it's no run off that last delivery of that over. Leicestershire are 245 for 9 now. Hull on 10, Cox on 43.
What price for the over of spin? The 80th over is going to be an over of spin from Graham Van Buren.
I've been asking for this, so...
You have? And if he takes the wicket, you will be entirely entitled to say, I told you so.
Not one to say that, Richard. Not one
well,
of those people.
Sometimes one is entitled to, I think.
But I just think it would have been a nice change up here. See how Hull plays it in particular.
Yeah, Price has gone back to long on as Van Buren is in. Back goes Hull, just drops it down at his feet on the offside, plays it perfectly competently. The ball does sort of backspin back, but well wide of off stump. Bancroft saying, do we want a deep mid-wicket? No, says Van Buren, who goes in, tosses it up. Hull sort of drives, but he keeps it down in fairness, and moving across, Charlesworth, whose whites are going to take a bit of cleaning at the end of the day. Skids along the turf, the lush Neville Road turf, the Seat Unique Stadium. Van Buren bowls, tosses it up again. Hull is forward, studiously, thick outside edge, runs it down to gully. Here's the call of Cox and looks up startled to see Leicestershire's wicketkeeper running towards him. Still adjusting, he's still going to the bruise, which I'm sure is rapidly emerging in his ribs. Stayed down for quite a long time when he was hit, didn't he? I was actually outside when he was hit, and you could hear the thump of ball into well, flesh, but not much flesh there, is it? It's sort of almost rib, and you think...
No, if it's on your ribs, there isn't too much flesh around there.
No. Well, hopefully not, but definitely not. He is an athlete. Ben Cox, round the wicket goes Van Buren, bowls to him. He goes back. It stays a bit low.
Dangerous game, that one.
It was. Had he not got his bat on that one, there would have been a loud shout for a leg before. He worked it to the man on the 45 on the leg side, and wasn't able to pick up a run. 246 for 9, 5 short as Van Buren bowls forward.
Oh, that's a nice.
Yeah, it was a nice loop, wasn't it? And like to see it from a spinner. You think if he'd had another couple of inches of height, he would have been a really sort of potentially a front line spinner, Van Buren. He's been pretty successful over the years, but could just do with that extra bit of height. The field comes in. Single saving field is in as Van Buren is in. Cox is down the wicket. Thick inside edge, it's running down towards fine leg. It will be dragged back by Dale, I think it is, down there, and Cox takes 2, and Price is sitting down at first slip. Can't believe that didn't go on to bowl him. Van Buren nearly did it, but he didn't. The helmet is taken off by Bracey. His
that was not
was
a
a Yahoo,
nice
wasn't it?
shot from Cox. It was a big heave ho.
Well, they're so close to the extra, or to the batting bonus point, and knocking off the Gloucestershire first innings. He was trying to do it in one stroke there. Got away with it. He's on 45 now. Hull has 11. 2 more for Leicestershire for the bonus point. 3 more to draw them level.
Charlesworth in here over to Hull as he defends that there to Gully.
I thought that was the last over. It isn't. This is with the old ball. I miscounted. Sorry, folks.
Charlesworth here in his 7th over, 1 for 21 so far, and him and I'm sure Van Buren are both wanting the last wicket to their names. And Charlesworth is going to come here, Hull on 11 on strike as he comes in past the umpire. Just defended off the back foot, out to mid-off, no run.
Van Buren's had his chance. I don't think he'll get another. I think they'll take the new ball. It might be a risk. Sometimes it can go, can't it? Now, what did Paul Pollard throw Charlesworth there that he's put in his pocket? Not sure. Marker?
I think it was a marker, but he's not used it anyway, so...
No, just put it in his pocket.
Maybe he's got a little keepsake for this afternoon. Charlesworth coming around here, just good length delivery there, and well stopped here by Ollie Price, who is at a sort of gully backward point area.
A little bit finer, and well, that would have only been 1 anyway, I suppose. Comes from a farming family, Josh Hull.
Always the best.
Is that you as well? Right.
Around the wicket here, Charlesworth in full delivery, solid defence there from Hull. And character building is what I'm going to say.
Getting up early, etc., etc.
Just being outside's nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good way of life. As Charlesworth has 4 dots so far in this over. Hull is looking pretty solid in his defence there, last ball. Charlesworth in here. Short delivery, and Hull has tried to pull that, but he's a little bit missed out on his timing there as he sort of almost gloves it in the end. 1 delivery left here. This could be a maiden here for Charlesworth, as I'm sure Cox wants the strike next over.
Well, both Goodman and Akhtar are warming up, so this is his last chance as well, Charlesworth's.
Charlesworth coming in here, full delivery, and it's an edge, but it's not carried. Bancroft has got a good hand there to it, but it's not carried. He has stopped it and taken some pace off it though. And you can hear the crowd here giving an applause and wanting Gloucestershire to get this last wicket.
Come on, the Shire.
And very loud from beneath us. You can hear there on our pitch mic. And they're trailing by 3, Leicestershire here. They're 249 for 9 off 80 overs. Hull on 12, Cox on 45 after 100 deliveries he's faced.
There goes the old ball, thrown to the fence.
And it's going to be a change of bowling here from the pavilion end.
And we're sort of at about the time when those sort of cries would have been echoed in the commentary box by Bob. He'd have woken from his snooze to echo the call, especially at Cheltenham. Woken with a start, I recall. My early days with surprise and pleasure. Singdale. In fact, it's going to be from the Bristol Pavilion end. In he comes round the wicket to Josh Hull down the leg side, and that is the run that Leicestershire needed for their batting bonus point. So an appreciative round of applause. He picked that nicely off his legs, Josh Hull. And he will now have his eyes on a first-class career best. 80.1 overs for the 250, and the innings are almost level. It is going to be essentially a one-innings game. Ed's back alongside.
Yep. Well, it was when Bob burst into a sort of 4 more to the Shire kind of thing that...
The actor in his blood used to
oh yes, of course,
it,
the Amdram.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in casualty. Outside off stump from Singdale, and well, tries to windmill it away outside off stump. Ben Cox doesn't seem to inconvenience him too much, though he adjusts his padding a little bit there. I think he's probably got some, it's not just a chest pad, it's probably a little bit extra as well. And he keeps having to just pull it back into place.
So 4-4 tie. Bonus point wise.
Singdale looking for his first wicket is in. He bowls what looked like a Yorker, jammed out by Cox, and he did look as though he felt that one a little bit. His left hand immediately went to that sort of padding, but he kind of looks as though he's pulling it up pushing it back up each time. So
some support there or something, I don't know.
I'm not sure it's actually hurting him as such, the actual act of hitting the ball.
Would be quite handy if Leicestershire lost this wicket in 2 runs' time.
Will we have
just make it a complete one innings game?
Singdale is in, and the scores are level because that comes off a thick inside edge of Cox's bat, runs it out towards, well, pretty much square leg. Green comes bouncing into field, and the scores are level. 251 for 9.
I make it 1 back.
Say again?
I make it 1 back. Did Gloucestershire not make 252?
Thought it was 251. I'm sure you're right.
I think it is
You
252.
usually are.
Well, I'm staring at at a screen, but yeah.
Singdale is in. Bowles looking for the Yorker, jammed out by Hull. They did make 250. I beg your pardon. For some reason, I was thinking it was 251. The wish was father of the thought.
Well, if I tell you, if one run makes the difference in this game, we're in for a cracker.
Well, there's plenty of cricket to be played today. 42 overs after this one. Take off 2 for the change of innings, unless somehow it comes during the tea interval. But Leicestershire would be delighted if that was the case. Singdale looking a tad weary, is in, looks for the in-swinging Yorker, doesn't quite get it right. Hull trying to clip it out on the leg side, gets a thick outside edge, and the ball squirts out to wideish mid-off, and there is no run. Hull remains on 13, Cox 46 not out, so they're both approaching a little personal landmark. Cox, as you've been hearing, I think you were saying before lunch, has been in pretty good form with the bat this season.
Yeah, another, well, I think 31 was his lowest score so far this year, so it's pretty handy when your lower middle order are doing that and just continuing to stack up contributions all the way down, and now even seemingly from Hull. And Gloucestershire have had an unfortunate thing when it comes to this sort of thing happen to them this season. It started with Jack Morley up at Derbyshire, where I think he came in with a first-class average about 3.5 and proceeded to get his first-class best. Dom Goodman returns looking for a 6th wicket, but he won't get it there as that's cut out to deep cover point, and the scores are level. Cox has 47, and it's 252 for 9. But also, well, actually, he wasn't a number 11, so it's not quite the same. But Kashif Ali came within a couple of runs of his first-class best. Kent's Kashif Ali, that is, rather than Worcestershire's Kashif Ali. But here we are with Josh Hull, 2 runs shy of his First class best of 15. He certainly looks a far better bat than last year as Goodman bowls to him, and this is flicked off pad, I think, or maybe there was some bat there. We'll see from the umpire. No, it was pad, but Leicestershire are into the lead. Immediately countered by some encouragement for Lenny Goodman, already with his first class best. Guaranteed now, first 5 foot. Looking for a 6th. Mop up this now irritating, from Gloucestershire's point of view, extra partnership, as it were, as Goodman bowls to Cox, who's defending away to mid-off. There was a moment when I thought, well, maybe if Hull is out, then Cox would go in and just almost stand at an end and watch Green try and tee off, because that's what happened in the game between Surrey and Somerset last night, where Sean Dixon had gone off, retired hurt right at the start, but just came back out, and Lewis Gregory teed off and scored about 40 runs or something with Dixon at the other end. Down the pitch comes Cox and hacks at it and misses. He's given Goodman the charge there, and the second time he's given a bowler the charge and just about got away with it. It's never a great sign when you're able to pirouette and stare back at the ball going into the hands of the wicket keeper. But anyway, Cox has possibly decided that he's sort of, to a certain extent, done his job in terms of seeing Leicestershire just into the lead. Goodman bowls. Cox steers this one down to deep third, so back to circumspection mostly. He's on to 48. Lead is 2.
I'm sure he'll want the 50 there.
Yes, he'd have thought so. Unless he's in that much pain that he's not even thinking about that. But he's not giving off the air of somebody who's in intense discomfort anyway. Continues to stretch out the arms and again do that sort of adjusting thing with the rib. Goodman bowls. Hull cuts that away towards deep backward point. Work to do for Charlesworth round the boundary. He'll get there, but won't be able to prevent 2 more runs, and that is the equal career best first class score for Josh Hull. He's on to 15, not showing too many signs of giving it away imminently either. It's 256 for 9, lead 4, so at the moment fairly negligible, for goodness sake. However, it may yet prove more tricky to negotiate than the word negligible apparently was for me.
Cox this season 51, 49, 41, 31 and now 48. Not out. Singdale in, bowls to him, and that is going to be his 50. Lovely shot off the back foot to the deep extra cover boundary. Played, although he's now holding his ribs again, with considerable insouciance. He holds the bat by the blade, holds it up to the Leicestershire balcony and also to the ground as a whole. A warm round of applause. He gets the congratulations of Josh Hull as well. Cox has his 50.
Yeah, and they're starting to get into really quite extended spells now, Singdale and Goodman. Even with this new ball, it doesn't quite look as fiery as it did before from Singdale, understandably.
He's in and bowls to Cox, who goes back, just drops it out into the offside, takes a single, takes it noticeably, holding that padding again.
Yeah, he's adjusting it again at the non-striker's end, having got there.
His 50 came off 108 balls and included 6 fours.
It's been around about that 3 and over. It's been quite hard to score too much quicker than that. Even Bracey probably take out the late flurry of boundaries that he had when Hull started bowling short at him. Would have been about that mark as well. It's just not been a surface where you've been able really to tee off.
Singdale round the wicket to Hull, who defends solidly on the back foot, out into the offside, and there is no run. A few slightly threatening clouds passing away behind the flats Which way are we looking? Basically, sort of eastish,
Northeastish, I think. Yeah. And I think they have had a few drops at New Road.
Okay.
I don't think they've been of too much consequence, but yeah.
Singdale is in. Hull drives, thick inside edge, trickles out into the onside. It's one of those lovely situations, if you're not watching on the stream, when you've got sort of darkish cloud behind the ground, but the ground itself is bathed in sunshine, and being the grass being emerald green at the moment, it's the sunshine reflecting off it, emphasising the deep greenness. Singdale's going to go over the wicket to Josh Hull. 261 for 9, 3 slips, hands on knees go down as Singdale is in. Bowls, Hull drives and misses as it pushed across him. Rehearses the leave. Faced 50 deliveries now, Josh Hull. I wouldn't be surprised if that is a first class best in terms of number of balls actually faced in an innings. A couple of crows circle, a couple of corvids. I'm saying I don't know the difference between crows, ravens, etc., etc.
Corvids.
Hence the use of that word.
Yeah.
In goes Singdale and bowls. Hull defends, and that is going to be his first class best. It comes off a thickish outside edge through gully down towards third man, and he moves on to 16, 262 for 9. The partnership, as you said, Ed, probably now becoming slightly irritating as far as Gloucestershire are concerned.
I'm sorry, I was too busy having my sense of direction completely called into question because
aren't we facing north? Because
apparently we're not.
Well, I've got a compass on my phone.
Yeah, let's see what yours says.
Let's see what it says.
I missed the fact that you said corvid anyway, but yes.
If I can track it down.
That's dreadful if it is. I mean, I've just. What's that saying? That's saying we're looking
south, mate.
South?
We are almost exactly north-south. Ed's got his mouth open. He can't believe it.
Here comes Goodman and bowls, and there's a waft and a miss outside the off stump from Hull, so we could add that one to the
there you go.
List of plays and misses. How has this happened? I don't even know where I am. Who are you? Are we really looking south?
You are really looking south, almost exactly. Just over that left-hand flat.
Goodman bowls, and it's a ball that hops over the outside edge of Hull as he looks to steer it away. And there's no run. Wow.
I'll write it on the table so that you'll know in future.
So west's that way?
No.
No.
Never eat shredded wheat.
But the sun's setting over there.
There, mate.
Where? The sun is not setting over there. Here comes Goodman and bowls. It's just pushed away back to the bowler for no run. I can't understand this. The sun sets in the west.
It does.
So why is the sun on the other side?
It's over there.
Here comes Goodman. Over the wicket, bowls. It's almost an air shot there from Hull. It's not the prettiest cricket at the moment, with Goodman bowling it wide of Hull's off stump and Hull wafting at it, really. But again, the more that a number 11 does that, the more irritated the bowler will get, even Goodman, who's got 5 for 54.
If you're ever asked to go for a sail with Ed Seaborn.
There's Goodman bowls down the leg side and no touch there.
Make sure he's not on the tiller.
It's unbelievable.
You could end up anywhere, folks.
I suppose that's how the ancestors ended up
What,
here from
mistaking north
Saxony,
and south?
ended up at
Trying to get to the
ended up on
Mediterranean.
this rotten isle when they thought they were going somewhere warmer. Yeah.
It's a bit cold for the Med, this, lads. Sven.
Comes Goodman and bowls. He's moved around the wicket now, but the delivery and the outcome hasn't changed. It's yet another play and miss, and that is the over completed. I mean, in another situation, we'd be giving these plays and misses some serious attention, but now it's just, well, there's another one. I can remember days at Bristol where you've seen about 3 plays and misses all day. We've seen about 3 in the over there. And Leicestershire lead by 10 and still going at 262 for 9.
We might just get away with this. The darker cloud is drifting to the west, and hopefully it will stay dry. Certainly the weather's been far better than forecast suggested it might be. Ajit Singh Dale desperately searching for what would be a very much deserved wicket. Runs in, bowls to Ben Cox, who cuts in half. Is bowled, cut back, and Singh Dale doesn't really celebrate because he has had to work so hard for that wicket. Just cut back, maybe just off the little inside edge, not quite sure, on onto the stumps, but Cox looks back, but he did his job for his side. He got his
through, I think.
Half century. No, he didn't get an edge on it yet. Just did enough, and well, we are going to have effectively a 1 innings game. Leicestershire all out for 262, a lead of 10. Well, if they win by 8 runs, then it will prove to have been crucial, but Gloucestershire fought their way back into the game, which they were in danger. First over after lunch yesterday, 80 odd for 7, of sort of losing on day one in a way. If they'd been all out for 130, something like that, then you know, a lead of 150 for Leicestershire would have been, could have been key. But they fought their way back into the game. We are potentially going to have a 1 innings game. But congratulations to Dom Goodman as Ben Cox and Josh Hull leave the field. Hull with a first-class career best, Cox with a half century, and now Dom Goodman will lead Gloucestershire from the field.
Yeah, striding off, Dom Goodman, beaming smile for the snappers. He's just been tossed a ball to wave by Harvey down there. That's good. Get him something to present to the crowd. And of course his teammates all waiting for him to lead them off. And nice to see also that members of the backroom staff and non-playing players, that's the one, applauding him off as well. It's been a memorable day for Dom Goodman, and he's plugged away, more than plugged away I suppose, for his 20 overs, but it's a fair shift that he's put in, and a first-class best, and his first career fifer, and a nice, I'm sure, for him to do it at home as well in front of a home crowd. So lead of 10, I think that will be tea. It will indeed. So can see on the screen to my left, play to resume at 4:05. So we'll be back just before that as Gloucestershire start their second innings, trailing by just 10 runs. It's going to be an exciting shootout.
Hopefully you might hear me do an update halfway through, so hopefully I won't startle you if I do. It'll be just into the news for BBC Radio Leicester, it being half-time in footy and rugby.
Right, and that update aside, we'll be back around about 4 o'clock.
Just to confirm that the tea will now be taken between innings. latest scores from elsewhere around the country. To confirm, if you also didn't hear the result earlier from up the road at Memorial Stadium, it's Bristol Rovers 0, Reading 2. Elsewhere in the first division, at Trent Bridge, this is the latest score, they're still in play there. Sussex 169 and 94 for 2, Notts 300 all out, so Sussex still 37 behind at the moment. At the Oval, Surrey are 203 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 283, so they are still trending by 80. And they're at tea at Worcester. Worcestershire have been bowled out in their second innings for just 81, and that leaves Durham a target of 108 to win. And that second innings for Worcestershire, Durham's Ben Rain and Cody Yusuf each took 4 wickets. The other match in the second division is also still in play. They've just restarted there actually. Derbyshire all out in the end for 472, and Middlesex was the first over of their reply.
West going 1-0 up. It's an away game, by the way. And it's Billy Matthews as well. Billy Matthews. He needs 4 more points to be that all time. Doing it for 24. Northwest. You then. Holly nearly dislocated her fucking hips then.
That was him every day of the week. It literally was. You went pardon me. As soon as you did. What did you see? Never did. No, you didn't.
Holly, you ought to see a doctor by that. I'm not sure which one of you that was.
It was
It's coming from your soul area.
It was him.
The Gems region.
It was him.
It's coming from the Gems region.
It was you.
West Indies selection, probably. His bank details? Serious? Wow. Hello, Leicestershire bowled out for 262 in their first innings, a first innings lead of just 10 then. There were 3 half-centurions in the innings, Lewis Hill, Ian Holland, and just before the end, Ben Cox, who bravely returned, having been hit in the ribs by Arjit Singh Dale, had to leave the field, but he came back out and got his half-century. There was also a first-class best with the bat for Josh Hull, who finished 16 not out. A lead of 10, well, it's effectively now a one-innings game, but the ball is still swinging around. Leicestershire about to start bowling again at Gloucestershire. If they can make inroads on the afternoon session on this second day, then they can still be in a good position to go on and maybe even win the game tomorrow, maintain their lead at the top of the second division. So, first innings lead of just 10 for the Foxes.
With 38 overs remain from today's allocation, as we welcome back umpires Paul Pollard and Tom Lundy for this post-tee session.
Good afternoon again from the Seat Unique Stadium, Neville Road, Bristol, for the evening session on this second day of the Rothesay Division 2 County Championship match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol, Gloucestershire. Myself, Richard Ray, for the former, Ed Seaborn for the latter two, and also we are joined by Nicole Harvey in this game, former Western Storm player and Blaze 2. Leicestershire about to start bowling at Gloucestershire at the start of the home team's second innings. A lead of just 10, eked out this afternoon, and it was rather eked out. The ball has continued to swing, and conditions you would anticipate will continue to favour the swing bowlers, because it is Cloudy now here at Neville Road, and the ball is likely to swing around. Certainly Leicestershire would be highly delighted if they can pick up wickets at the same rate they did in the first session of the day yesterday. We have another 38 overs to be bowled tonight. We had tea because of the proximity of the interval to the change of innings, so it's going to be a longish session, but a lot could happen in 38 overs. Ed Seaborn will tell you about the first over of the Gloucestershire second innings, which will be bowled by Leicestershire's Ian Holland.
Bancroft facing on the pair. 3 slips in place. Holland bowls to Bancroft, who does withdraw the bat from that, having moved a long way across, and almost plays a cross-bodied slice, but not aimed at the ball. So a rare failure for Bancroft in the first innings. He was bowled one of those many perfect top of off balls that he got from Van Beek. He was looking to drive it, but it cut back in through the gate. Holland bowls, that's off pad and down to fine leg for Gloucestershire's first run. It won't be Bancroft off the mark, as it will be signalled leg by umpire Pollard, who's now switched to the pavilion end, and Tom Lungley marching across now to square leg for the left-handed Charlesworth, but Gloucestershire are one without loss. So it's a rare duck for Bancroft, who is only duck last year, and we've mentioned the many parallels of that game at Cheltenham, albeit possibly less so now, but it was in that game. Bancroft got a duck on that first morning at Cheltenham. First run off the bat here as Charlesworth squeezes the ball away past a vacant backward point and towards the boundary, but hit very softly. So just the single, Gloucestershire to 2 for no wicket, and Bancroft straight back into the firing line. Now, I noticed that Cricinfo, other cricket scoring websites, are available. As Holland bowls now and beats Bancroft. Just another one. It wasn't particularly close to it, but again, that's just the amount of movement that's out there. It does say Gloucester trail by 8 runs. I'm not sure if the rugby team are playing out there, but anyway.
I tell you who isn't playing out there, Ben Cox. Hanscom's got the gloves on.
Yeah, I suppose that was always likely. Holland into Bancroft, who comes forward and just drops the ball down into the ground into the offside, but not able to pick up a single. So again, second match in a row where there's been a substitute wicketkeeper. Kent had to call on a sub in the last match as Harry Finch sustained a finger injury, so it was Chris Benjamin who ended up doing most of the keeping in that match for Kent, particularly in the second innings. And another change of keeper here. Down the pitch, Bancroft, and beaten. Good grief, he's gone so far across there, Bancroft. He's almost standing on the return crease.
Didn't need to be playing at these.
It just looks a little jumpy, does Bancroft, early on. I mean, I mentioned the importance of Bancroft's wicket to any team, and I don't know whether he almost knows that, but that's extraordinary. So he's just basically run down the pitch and sideways at Holland. It's like a premeditated move.
Yeah, I mean, he left the stumps a long way behind him. They were all 3 certainly were very visible. When he tried to play that about 1.5 foot outside off stump, it's extraordinary way to try and combat the swing. Play at everything. Try and get behind it.
He's been talking to Ben Duckett too much.
Extraordinary. However, he's survived. Logan Van Beek is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Ashley Down Road end at Bristol. He's got 3 slips alongside Pete Hanscom, Ben Green Louis Kimber and Roman Walker, as in goes Van Beek and bowls pleasantly on, driven by Charlesworth, but only as far as Hull, who is at mid-on. You might be some eyebrows raised that Hull isn't actually opening the bowling, but I think the feeling is that, well, certainly Holland would get more movement, but Hull more suited to get a little bit of late swing once the lacquer is off the ball. That, I think, is the argument.
I think it
the
makes
logic.
sense.
Van Beek is in, bowls outside off stump, left, well left by Charlesworth. Hanscom takes it to his right. Interesting that he hasn't got Cox's gloves on, he's got his own. So they obviously live in his cricket bag.
Would you be expecting to do some keeping in the T20 or something?
I would think so. Thinking about it, Cox will be hoping to play, I would imagine, but yeah, interesting one that. In goes Van Beek, bowls, and a rather wild attempt to hit it away off the back foot from Charlesworth. Well, if this is going to be the Gloucestershire attitude, let's get runs while we can because it's moving around still, then it could be an entertaining final session of the day, one way or another. Threw the bat at that one.
Yeah, it's just not been the kind of pitch where you've known exactly how that's going to come through. You mentioned the two pace a fair bit.
Van Beek is in and bowls, and that's a more controlled shot, a little bit short, just outside off something, steered carefully by Charlesworth down to wideish third man. Rishi Patel fields and Charlesworth takes one. It's going to finish today at Worcester, weather permitting. Fourth innings of the game already underway. Durham 7 for 1, needing another 101 runs to win the game.
Stiff target, 108 to win.
Well, judging by the totals,
yeah,
it might be.
Could be a real nail biter. Wonder what Bancroft's plan's going to be to Van Beek.
He doesn't swing it as much as, certainly obviously, as Holland. In he comes and bowls, and Bancroft on the back foot a little bit more comfortable, steering that one down towards wideish third man, where Holland comes in and fields, and Bancroft takes one. There's still something slightly frenetic about his run there, Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, he doesn't look settled.
No. Complete contrast with the game going on at Derby, where Derbyshire scored 472 and Middlesex have begun their reply, 18 for loss, without loss after 5. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Charlesworth rather walks forward into the defensive push there, solidly behind it though, pushing the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. 2 overs. Gloucestershire 4 without loss, now trailed by just 6.
Wasn't the quickest 472 you'll see in county cricket these days either. I mean, they didn't even get the 400 inside the 110.
Just the 3 batting bonus points then.
But I suppose if they feel it's flat, they may as well cash in. Martin Anderson did get 100, so he's scored 100 against his former employers. Here's Holland bowling to Bancroft. Look, there's an appeal for LBW, but it looks as if it's possibly a little high, and he's come across a long way as well. Yeah,
he was playing a shot. Well, he was sort of playing a shot. Let's have a gander.
He's come a long way down again, and then he's 1-2 big steps down. Yeah, way outside the line of off.
Again, see all 3 stumps, couldn't you?
I wonder if Holland's going to go for leg stump at some point. Not quite there. That was still a ball which was maybe just hitting off, but it wasn't much straighter than that. But Bancroft has almost come so far across that he's played it into the onside. He played it straight in the end, but Holland must be thinking about maybe the in-swinger that starts on off stump and then, from his point of view, crashes into the pad. There's a change of field. I think Leicestershire are dispensing with the fielder at deep third and are going to move, well, they're swapping personnel as far as fine leg's concerned, but they're going to put a leg slip in, which You do see a lot of teams do for Bancroft. Holland bowls too. Bancroft, he tucks this one away past the dive of mid-wicket. And although it wasn't timed to perfection, it will just have enough on it to creep over the boundary rope at mid-wicket and go for 4. And if you're Gloucestershire, you're just hoping that a couple of boundaries like that can just settle the skipper down, because it is all looking a bit frantic. Although actually that time it was more a case of moving across late, realising that the ball was straight, rather than this seemingly predetermined charge and move across. 8 without loss. Holland bowls to Bancroft. It's full, and there's a nice looking drive, but it won't beat Rehan Ahmed, who is still not talked his way back into the slip cordon. No. Fielding up at mid-off, there is no run.
No Willie, I don't think.
Yeah, so Roman Walker still positioned at third slip. There's some admirable facial hair in the cordon with him and Ben Green. Deficit still 2. Holland bowls. Bancroft forward, defending into the offside. There's a gap which is quite tempting for Bancroft there, just to try and push a single into. It's what he likes to do, but that time too close to the bowler. So there is still no run. I mentioned a couple of those scores from elsewhere. Surrey and Somerset are at tea at the Oval, with Surrey 218 for 3, trailing Somerset by just 65 runs. Holland in and bowls and passes Bancroft's outside edge. He didn't come across quite so much there, in fairness to him, but the ball left him, and again it's another one of those where it's swung that much that really he's not that close to it. At that time he didn't really follow it and made a gesture almost as if to say, well, what would you expect me to do with that? But it's probably roughly that, Cameron. It's miss it. It's going to happen, and it's not going to be the last time that we'll see ball beating bat. That is for certain. Gloucestershire 8 for no wicket, 3 overs gone.
Van Beek round the wicket to Ben Charlesworth. Bowls. Charlesworth, all care and attention, as that one is more or less straight onto towards middle. Just blocks it back out to mid-on, where Hull picks up and having thrown the ball to Ahmed to do the polishing, just tucks his shirt in the back of his trousers. Green, Kimber, Walker, the 3 slips alongside Hanscom. There is a third man, Rishi Patel, and a long leg, Ian Holland, as in goes Van Beek and bowls. Similar delivery, similar shot from the attentive Charlesworth. Drops it down the pitch on the onside. Sol Budinger comes running in from mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, sort of squarish. Hull is at mid-on, Ahmed at mid-off, and Hill in the covers. You can hear him clapping his hands there with his red reflective sunglasses perched on top of his cap. Van Beek in, bowls. That's a better line, off stomp line, but Charlesworth very solid behind it, leans forward into the defensive push. Ball runs out to Ahmed. No run. So how did Bristol Rovers finish then?
I believe they lost 2-0.
So their relegation, if not, is not yet confirmed, but it is not looking too promising for the Gas, I believe they're known as. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and a little bit more aggressive from Charlesworth. Steps forward, looks to drive, but he checks the shot rather and steers it out to Ahmed.
It's not really looking threatening, but it's looking gloomy. Yeah, still. It's funny how quickly this has rolled in.
The showers that perhaps should have been with us earlier. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Big, booming, attempted drive from Charlesworth. It bounces and leaves him. He wasn't at the pitch, and having restrained himself for the first 4 balls of the over, he throws the bat at that and nearly pays a heavy price.
Yeah,
gets away with it.
Nicole in particular has been talking about the sort of pitch where it's just got to be a half volley to drive, because you just can't trust it fully if it's any further back.
Van Beek bowls outside off stump, steered nicely away off the back foot by Charles. There should be 2. Oh, it isn't going to be 2, because Hill does really well, picks up and gets his throw away quickly. It isn't the greatest throw in the world, but it was enough to stop Charlesworth attempting a second. He keeps the strike though, moves the score on, that is, to 9. Now just 1 behind Gloucestershire on innings.
Oh, the power of James Healy to select a set of spectators and stick them up on the big screen. This is the county championship, you know. Here comes Holland, right arm over the wicket, bowling, left-handed. Charlesworth lets it go through behind the stumps.
The hobbits or whatever they were over there,
they seem
the
to
Lord
have
of the King's
marched
character
off.
have been, yes, they've gone off.
They've gone on a quest from the Shire.
Unexpected journey.
Yes, from the Shire, over the bridge perhaps, I don't know. Off to the land of Mordor to the west of here, whichever direction that's in. Oh dear. Holland is in now and bowls. Charlesworth is forward and defending. It's a lovely looking delivery from Holland, but Charlesworth was equal to it this time.
Well bowled, well played.
He just pushed it up there a little bit more, and it swung so nicely for him, but such is the skill of the first-class cricketer that somehow they seem to be able to judge where that swing is going and still get bat on ball. But if he'd been doing anything other than defending, I think he'd have been in serious trouble. Holland into Charlesworth. It's not a good ball, but Charlesworth head over the ball. He does have such a nice technique, does Ben Charlesworth. And he's certainly not going to be doing much of the Bancroft style charging about the crease. Tends to stay very still, uses height and get himself into strong balanced positions, and that's what he's hoping for. Gloucestershire still behind by 1 as Holland bowls. He's got him nicked off. So Holland 3 in the first innings. He did so much of the damage up front, and he's got Charlesworth again in exactly the same mode of dismissal as the first innings, albeit this time there's a different keeper behind the stumps. It's caught Hanscom, bowled Holland, but just angled that bit further across. Charlesworth didn't follow it really, but got a touch, and Hanscom mops up behind the stumps. Gloucestershire had 9 for 1, and they have lost a wicket before they've erased the deficit.
3 great deliveries, really. Yeah. He played the first 2 really well. Threatening, and then that one just did that little bit more. Drew him into the push, flicked the outside edge, and Hanscom doesn't make mistakes. And I know some of his followers in Australia sort of describe him as a sort of fielder with gloves, but he doesn't, you know, when he kept last season, didn't drop I can't remember him dropping a catch. It's just really neat and unfussy wicket keeping, and he might not fling himself around in the same way, but you know, he really is a decent keeper.
Just a little chat between the umpires, but I don't think anything too serious.
It's not that dark, is it?
It doesn't look it, not yet anyway. Ollie Price comes out to the middle. It's going to be a battle for everybody here. Price was bowled by a beauty from Holland in the first innings, just for 1, so staring down at the same bowler. It's been quite the match for Holland with the half century as well. Here he comes, bowling now to Price, who's forward and defending the ball firmly out into the offside for no run. It's a pretty similar delivery to the one that got him in the first innings, just played inside that one. But yeah, from Gloucestershire's perspective, well, they've got to try and get through these still 33 overs remaining in the day after this, with as little damage as possible, and possibly hope that tomorrow, as the sun is due to come out, that might just make things a little easier. Holland bowls full up to the bat, and Price presents the full face, and it's played into the offside. So it's a wicket maiden from Holland. And Gloucestershire, well, they're understandably really crawling along at 9 for 1. In the early stages they were scoring at less than 2 and over in the first innings, and didn't really expect anything too different here. It's just been consistently doing something out there, and with the examination that Holland and Van Beek to start with we're likely to give them, it's going to be testing. Gloucestershire need somebody to dig in a la Hill and Holland in their top order.
And Bake over the wicket, bowls gone, he's gone caught behind. Hanscom says he's taken the catch cleanly, was an inside edge. Bancroft looks askance, and there is no decision in terms of a positive finger raise from umpire Lungley, and Leicestershire take it. It was a heck of an appeal and a celebration. There was clearly a noise of some kind, but umpire says no. Hanscom looks at the crowd, 1 or 2 jeers. There's one particularly loud gentleman down below us, yeah, who has been a bit of a pain and had something to say there. Hanscom gives him a wry smile. Van Beek is in and bowls thick inside edge as he's half forward there, Bancroft. But he is going to pick up a single as the ball squeezes out to square leg. And he gets away from the strike. Moves on to 6, 10 for 1. Scores level.
Well, there we go. Gloucestershire can't lose by an innings. In the same way as we mentioned the follow-on target first up.
Yeah, it's very hard to predict what the score will be at the end of tonight. Another 32 overs after this. Van Beek in, bowls outside off stump, decent carry, but ball didn't do too much in terms of changing direction. And OJ Price lifted his bat over the line of the ball.
Yep, no TJ Price in this game, just being rested, expecting to be back in the frame for Old Trafford next round. Same with Matt Taylor as well, no injuries involved.
Van Beek bowls, Price drives, thick outside edge. It's going to go down to third man for a single. A lot of hands in the air there, squirted it away, far from convincingly. But he's up and running with a single.
Needed what, maybe even a second gully, but it was in the air.
Holland is now the top wicket taker in the second division.
Wow.
With 16.
Who's he ahead of?
Rees 15, Gilchrist 15. Van Beek bowls, Bancroft all over the place in terms of the crease, is hyperactive almost out there. Feet moving, but he got in position to play the ball outside off stump again and pushed it out into the offside.
It's slightly concerning also because I think 6 of Rees's at least came against Gloucestershire, and Gilchrist had a 7 for against Gloucestershire last round, so
it's a lot of
who got wickets against Gloucestershire then?
And Beek is in, peeling for leg before, but again Bancroft was a long way across his stumps, and it also looked a little bit high. End of the over. It's exciting and tense cricket. I'll leave Ed to tell you all about it with Nicole.
Thanks, Richard. So she'll be back at 5 or so as the rather tortured attempts to negotiate this new ball continue for Gloucestershire. It's been the same throughout this match. Leicestershire, well, they just about kept Hill at the crease at number 4 to negotiate the old ball. Gloucestershire Can they do any better? In comes Holland to Price, who push drives up to mid-off. If they are to get what would look to be an imposing total for Leicestershire to chase, then you'd have to imagine that somebody in the top order, in the real top order, is going to have to play a big part in that. Not going to get to a really imposing score here, you wouldn't think, with middle to lower order. Just Holland bowls. That's another wonderful delivery. And Price, well, he smiles and nods because there's nothing else that you can do, really. It's a ball that's just nibbled off the pitch and gone past Price's attempt to keep it out. Fortunately for him this time, it wasn't a ball that was crashing into off stump. Very close, those 3 slips. Holland in and bowls, and Price lets it go this time. I don't think you even play what looks like a relatively routine leave with any sort of confidence, especially not when you've already seen 2 wickets fall to people who've shouldered arms, confident in the fact that the ball wasn't coming back into them, but it was. And then, of course, you end up just getting dragged across and playing at one that you don't have to. 11 for 1. Holland bowls. Price drives, and it's well fielded by Holland. He did that smartly because his momentum was taking him to his left, as he does follow through as he gets close to the stumps, but he follows through a really acute angle after that, and all his momentum was taking him to his left. And actually, if he'd not got a hand on that, with the speed of this outfield, may even have made it to the boundary. Just came back against his body weight and stopped it with his right hand. Holland in now, bowls, and an away swinger, and there's no stroke from Price, as Nicole Harvey is with me. Do you enjoy games like this? Fast moving ball on top of bat?
I've really enjoyed watching Holland bowl in both innings. He showed pure class and skill. You know, you talked a little bit about how people don't like it because he's not bowling express pace, but he has shown real class so far.
Holland to Price, drives through point, won't go to the boundary. They'll push for a second run, which they will go for. Rishi Patel guns the throw in, but Price will make it home for that second run. So spoils what would have been another maiden over for Holland, but just that one scoring shot from it. 2 taken, Price to 3, Gloucestershire to 13 for 1, and the lead also to 3. And exactly, I mean, this is what I've been thinking watching this as well. When conditions are like this, you see just how skillful the first-class cricketer is. I mean, yeah, you know, a lot of people can bowl an in-swinger or an away swinger, but just the ability consistently to replicate it, hit the right areas, it's been magnificent from the bowlers.
And that's just been worked off the legs to mid-wicket. No runs scored there, though, as Bancroft has just hit that straight to mid-wicket, really. Van Beek is into his 4th over. Ollie Price, I think, might want a big innings here. He's had 101 against Glamorgan earlier in the season. He did have an 18 and 56 versus Kent, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind some more runs to his name. As Van Beek is in, and it's left alone outside the off stump. Very good delivery, good carry there. But Bancroft has left that well alone.
This has certainly been the spiciest surface that Gloucestershire have played on this season, and very different to the one they got that 100 on.
I was out there and I was thinking, can I feel a little bit of what's going to be like rain coming? I just went outside a minute ago just for some fresh air, but I think it is going to stay away, but it is overcast as Van Beek is in. Bancroft just defending that into the offside. 3 slips in play here for Leicestershire as they look to try and get number 2 in this second innings for Gloucestershire. 13 for 1 at the moment. Looking elsewhere, we've got in Division 2, Derbyshire, Middlesex. Derbyshire were 472 all out. Middlesex are 36 for 1 in reply there. Van Beek in. Oh, and it's a delivery just back of a length. There is an edge, but it doesn't quite carry to Ben Green. But it's a very good delivery there. Catching the shoulder of the bat, really. As Bancroft is just walking to square leg. I'm just going to watch this replay. Yeah, outside edge there, but it's not carried.
Yeah, Hanscom no chance to dive across in front of first slip. It was too wide for that. Green, as most first slips are, staggered back of the keeper.
Van Beek in, short delivery, defended into the offside. Elsewhere, we've got Worcestershire versus Durham. Worcestershire were 162 all out, Durham were 136 all out, and then Worcestershire were 81 all out, and Durham are 36 for 1 in reply. Durham trailing there by 72 with 9 wickets in hand. Surrey versus Somerset. Somerset 283 all out, and Surrey are 225 for 3 in response to that. As Van Beek comes in here for his final ball of this over. It's a short delivery. It's worked off the hip. A lovely shot through square leg. They're going to try and scamper back for 2. And they do that as Gloucestershire move on to 15 for 1 now. Elsewhere, finally, we've got Nottinghamshire versus Sussex. And Sussex were 169 all out in their first innings. Nottinghamshire 300 all out. And Sussex are 106 for 3 in response to that.
Well, Nottinghamshire playing some excellent cricket at the start of the season, but so is Tom Haynes. He is 64 not out, so he could be on his way to yet another big score. And he was denied a 3rd successive 100 by running out of time at Hove last week, as Holland bowls, inviting the drive, and Price rather skews across it. He plays it out towards cover.
Can we get a zoomed in replay there or not zoomed in? Look, was that out of the back of the hand, that ball? Slower ball?
No, you're
I'm keeping you on your toes now. There, sorry.
You see, I mean, Holland doesn't have much of a run up. This could be very close. Can he get the replay up in time? For those of you watching on the stream.
Sorry, I was trying to test you there.
Holland bowls a full ball. That's driven by Price into the ground and up to mid-off. No run. So Tom Haynes 141, 174 and 69 not out against Surrey. He was out for a duck in the first innings of this match, but he seems to be putting that right at 64 not out. That'd be a bad time to be making a case, and he is an attacking left-hander at the top of the order. That'd be a bad time to be making a case. Oh. Holland bowls and beats Price, all ends up, and that one didn't miss the outside edge by much. Signalling, as most batters like to do, not that any of us couldn't see it, that the ball nipped away from him.
Yeah, thank you for that confirmation. I thought I saw that. It was out of the back of the hand, slower ball. It was really nice, actually. Yeah, it was quite hard to pick. And Ollie did not pick that. It's out of the back of the hand, and a lovely delivery there from Holland early in that over.
Does like to bowl it in one-day cricket. I've seen him bring it out too many times in the Championship as a full ball angling towards the pads. It's clipped away by Price, but only as far as Hull at mid-on.
It was only last minute. Can you pick up it in his action? There's nothing too different in his action or his approach there. Only at last minute can you see it out of the hand if you watch very carefully.
Durham 2 down, by the way, now at New Road, so it's not all over yet for Worcestershire. Still 71 runs required. In goes Holland and bowls, and Price watches that one well wide of off stump, and then I suppose he knows there's an Australian behind the stumps now, so you better reach back into your ground after the ball is rested in the keeper's gloves. I don't think that it would have been in quite the same circumstances either, but you get back in your crease just to make sure. Last ball of the over, Holland's 5th of his spell. 15 for 1 the score, bowling now, and Price forward, and just running this one up to Rehan Ahmed at mid-off. no runs off the over, but that's not particularly important at the moment for Gloucestershire. They've got to see off this opening spell of Holland, and does look like there will be a change from the Ashley Down Road end. So Van Beek's had a 4-over spell, and on comes the man who took the 5-foot in the first innings, Ben Green. He's going to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. I think he bowled quite a lot of his overs from the Pavilion end in the first innings, but he's going to have a go from the Ashley Down Road end.
Ben Green coming into the attack after his 5 wickets in that first innings. So far we've had pretty tight bowling here. Holland's bowled 27 dot balls in his 5 overs, which has been quite remarkable. The amount of pressure he is building again for a second time. He did it in the first innings. He went at 2 and over in the first innings, and he's looking to do the same at the moment. His economy is 1.4, and obviously he's building pressure with those dot balls. As Green comes in, Bancroft on strike down the leg side. Good take, but Bancroft thought about flicking it off his hips. He's just taken a walk to square leg, probably just reminding himself he's got time. He's only on 3 so far, and he has on 8, sorry, and he has faced 23 balls, I mean. So he's been there a while. I just think he's got to not get too tied down. Ollie Price is in danger of that as well, as Green comes in, flicked off the hip. Nice shot there, nice and late, racing across the square, but a great pick up there, and he's only going to get a single. Ollie Price, similar position to Charlesworth, 3 off 16 he was before he departed. So Price has just got to remind himself he's just got to tick over, get up the other end for a minute, see off these bowlers, and hopefully wait for the conditions to favour the batter a little bit more.
Yeah, I suppose though still if he gets a ball like Charlesworth got, at least you feel a little bit better about that than if you'd really flashed at one and nicked off.
Force it, yeah. As Green comes in, Price on strike, defended nicely down the ground to mid-on. 3 slips in play here.
It's like I don't think that there was a great deal that Charlesworth could do about the one he got from Holland. He'd been forced into playing the previous 2, which were just perfect away swingers, but they started on about leg stump and were going on to hit the stumps, and then just that one a little bit wider and got the nick.
Green in, just back of a length, defended down the ground.
It's been good to watch Green in red ball cricket. He did play in the game here last year, but well, this pitch you'd imagine be far more conducive for him than that one. That was a more like the sort of surface that we were expecting for this game, really, as the runs were piled on by both teams.
Green coming in here, just back of a length, and left alone there by Bancroft in the end, by Price in the end, just asking to steal some binoculars because I want to just see something. As my eyes are beginning to tire slightly. Just want to get a close off here.
You're not trying to spot Gandalf, are you? Because I think
No.
Gandalf has abandoned the Shire.
Just checking Ollie Price. He's just batting just outside his crease at the minute, which is what I just wanted to check. Probably trying to negotiate that swing a little bit and movement that Green gets off the pitch. And we saw in the first innings as well. He's just batting slightly outside of his crease and trying to cut off those angles a little bit, and I just wanted to check that before I quoted it. But yeah, I think we might see a lot of that as well, particularly as the pitch is getting a little bit more worn. There are footholes, and thank you for those binoculars. There are footholes, and obviously it's going to be getting more and more worn by the time you get to day 4.
Yeah, it does look as though those footmarks could play a part. Leg slip still in place. Holland bowls. Bancroft forward, playing to mid-off, but is again thwarted in his hopes of pushing a quick single out into the covers. So still a big gap there. Point and mid-off in the ring, as it were, on the offside. The 3 slips, the leg slip mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, the other fielders on the onside, but it's a single in a lot of places if Bancroft can just nudge it into the gap, and it's such a typical thing for him to do. Holland bowls, comes across this one a little bit though, and it's knocked back to the bowler. And speaking of batters out of the crease, that was the ongoing thing in the first innings. Both Price and Cam Green were, I don't think officially warned by umpire Pollard, it was at the other end at that point, about being so far down the crease they were encroaching on the danger area, but there is a limit to how far you're allowed to bat outside your crease. Holland in, and Bancroft lets it go. Watchful leave that time. Hasn't played too many leaves like that in this innings. Bancroft is just a little bit less jumpy in the last few overs. Still doesn't mean that he's feeling at all comfortable. I'd imagine most batters would say they just never felt in. Even Bracey probably would have felt that there was a ball with his name on it at some point, possibly. Holland in, fuller delivery. Bancroft drives and won't be able to get a run there either. Rehan Ahmed across from mid-off. Bracey, the only batter in the match so far to be able to get significantly past 50. Josh Shaw made a career best 45 from number 10 for Gloucestershire, and then 3 half-centurions for Leicestershire, but none of them past 55. Holland bowls well down the leg side. It's still, even though it's not the ball that Holland was after because it was too far down there, but it's still not a delivery that couldn't produce a wicket because they've got that leg slip in there. And most batters now just have the leg glance, which is there as the almost instinctive shot, and the real whack round the corner you don't particularly see too much. Holland working on yet another maiden, and he bowls now to Bancroft, and the maiden will be spoiled again off the last ball. He's had that happen a couple of times as Bancroft squirts this one through the gully, and will pick up a couple of runs towards the boundary. 11 overs gone. Gloucestershire have scored 18 runs, but if you're not gripped by this, then, well, you don't like red ball cricket. Gloucestershire lead by 8.
3 or 4 seagulls were just swooping over the outfield there. Maybe they saw the ice cream van or someone with an ice cream. Yeah, 18 for 1. Price has faced 20 deliveries now, only 3 to his name. So he's got to keep patient, keep concentrating as Green comes in. Just back of a length defended there by Price, out to cover point.
Where do you stand on 3-day cricket?
Oh, Ed. What do you mean, where do
Well,
I stand?
because there's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen in the Championship going forward, and there was something which came out, I think, of the sort of initial cricket committee meeting, saying that they liked the idea of all 18 counties being able to win the title.
Green in, and it's a play and miss by Price. It's a fantastic delivery as he beats the outside edge there. It's not had a good carry though. It has come through on the half volley almost to the keeper, but a good delivery anyhow as Ollie Price has squared up to that.
But there are a lot of people who'll say that they'd like it to go back to 3-day cricket because they feel that 4 days there are too many games just being allowed to drift to no sort of conclusion at all.
Green in here. Oh, it's a good delivery, and it's actually caught Ollie Price on the glove there, and he's just shaking his hand as I think that's cut back. I would just like to see the replay, keeping the man to the left of me on his toes, so apologies.
Well, what else are you there for? Come on!
Just watching that, it's almost straightened on him, and it has caught him on the glove. It's just got a little bit big, not too tennis bally, not too slow, but it has got big on Price there as Green comes in. It's defended into the offside. And this is another great over here from Ben Green.
I do enjoy watching Ollie Price in these sort of situations because he's taken to just absolutely beaming at the bowler at every possible moment. He's very hard person to flap, even though he loves batting. I can't imagine he's particularly enjoying batting out there, but he's certainly giving off the impression that he's enjoying it.
Green in here, quicker delivery, good carry through, and it's a player miss outside the off stump. Good delivery there as Leicestershire are very much looking on top in this situation at the moment. And it's looking very hard to score as Price and Bancroft are out there. You know, it's not looking at the moment. I'm in a catch-22 with Price. I know he loves to bat and he's got that cheeky grin, but is he almost being a little bit too defensive? Does he need to either leave and not play into their games? That's well played though. A good delivery from Green as it's defended into the onside. Gloucestershire still 18 for 1 after 12 overs. Bancroft's on 11 and Price is on 3.
Well, I'm sure also Ollie Price and Ben Green will know each other very well from many a tussle in the Cider Derby, and it was almost 12 months ago now, I suppose, that Ollie Price was belting Ben Green to all parts, particularly towards those flats in the T20, but it's rather different now. The ball moving about a lot. Holland, new over to Bancroft, who plays that one right from round his front pad. Hanscom thought that he was going to be going up for an LBW shout, but last second Bancroft comes across it and turns it to mid-wicket. But no, I don't know. I was only floating it out there because I personally
I see what
like
you're saying.
four-day cricket, but a lot of people are extremely vocal and have a case, absolutely, that 3-day cricket, as Holland is in and bowls Bancroft down the pitch, and again he's sort of withdrawn the bat from that in the end, but he's made such a move across his crease that it's hard to really make any sort of a case that Bancroft wasn't drawn into doing that.
I'm not understanding that personally, why. If he was coming straight down, I get it, you know, he's protecting his stumps, but he's almost going so far outside his off stump there, he's almost going to get caught snicking off.
18 for 1. Holland to Bancroft, who's forward and sprinting a single, and that's usually the Bancroft method for dealing with this sort of thing.
And that's good cricket at the end of the day. That's what I think needs to happen. Just get up the other end for a minute. Let's just see these bowlers off a little bit, let them wear themselves out, not play into their games. Don't play in, play into what they want you to, and just get up the other end, you know. Turn that scoreboard over a little bit for a little bit of time, build a little bit of a partnership.
19 for 1, lead to 9. Holland into Price, who drives sweetly through extra cover. Running out towards the boundary. Rehan Ahmed's in pursuit, but he won't get there. So that's a boundary that might just break the shackles a little for Ollie Price. And they moved the field a little bit straighter on the offside for Price, but that wasn't really a half volley, but it was just a little bit closer to Price. Obviously saw it early and picked the gap. So 23 for 1. He moves to 7. Holland in and bowls, and driving again is Price, this time very much off the toe end of the bat, straight back to the bowler. There's no run. No, there is certainly change afoot for next year. I think we've reached the end of the kind of holding pattern.
I don't have a particular opinion about it. I think, you know, I kind of see what you're saying. Is that going to make it more of a game or not? But, you know, you adapt anyway. So,
yeah,
arguably, if you're going to play for a draw, you're going to play for a draw.
Holland runs in and bowls, and this is tucked down to fine leg by Price, and he'll pick up one more and retain strike at the end of the over. Holland has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 15. It's been immaculate bowling once again from Holland, but we'll see whether the decision is to stretch Holland out for any more overs. I'm sure he could bowl them, but
I think you've got to keep going with him. You know, he's been brilliant so far. Him and Ben Green were the pick of the bowlers from day one, and arguably they're really got their foot on the gas at the moment, and they're not easing off with this pressure. As Green coming in here from the Ashley Down, and oh, that's a player miss from Price. It's just bowling a really hard length. Green is just back of a length. He's making you think, is that full enough? And he's making Ollie Price think, is that going to come back on me and hit my off stump? So he's almost having to look to play it, which is making life pretty difficult for Gloucestershire at the moment. 24 for 1 as Green comes in. Full delivery,
Shot.
driven straight down the ground. A fantastic shot there from Price, as he has literally lent on that one straight down the ground, straight to the side screen, racing away for 4, moving on to 12. And as you can hear, the crowd here on our pitch mic really, really happy with that shot from Price. He has been very patient so far as he moves on to 12 from 31 deliveries. So far, Gloucestershire leading by 18. Green coming in here, just back of her length. A good leave there by Price outside the off stump with good carry.
I think one thing, going back to next year, one thing that there are strong whisperings of is that we will return to the old groups for the T20. Not necessarily a reduction of games, but back to the old north, south, and then everybody else group that Gloucestershire were in.
Green coming in, just back of a length, defended there by Price down the ground. It's going to be a dot ball there. 4 off this over so far, as Price is on 12.
And it is rubbish, even for those of us who cover the games, never mind for the players who've been out there playing. It is pretty rubbish to finish a T20 at Hove at about 11 o'clock at night and then have a journey back on that same evening.
Green coming in, full delivery, driven, little bit of a miscue there though from Price. It was filling up there, but he's almost gone a little bit too hard there with his hands. Not played it quite late enough, and he's just miscued that.
And I know that almost with certain people there will be no kind of quarter given as far as the players and, you know, how easy a job they've got.
Oh, well bowled there by Green. Price has just defended that, very controlled. Through backward point is going to get a single. So that's 5 off that over. Gloucestershire moving on to 29 for 1 now. Price moving on to 14. And Bancroft is on 12. Can't quite see. I'm looking almost through some, I don't know how you describe these pillars in these windows.
Mullions.
So, yeah, making it a little bit tricky from this angle. But yeah, I think if Gloucestershire can put on 20 or 30 here, it's going to start swaying in their favour without losing a wicket. But we are going to see a change of bowling.
There we go. You
Yeah,
might have just about heard Ian Randall on the PA say that. Change of ends for Logan van Beek. Imagined that was what Leicestershire were thinking of when they whipped him out of the attack after 4 overs. It wasn't as though he was bowling badly, but they just wanted Van Beek possibly to have a spell with Green, and Hull has tended to prefer the... Oh, okay. Gosh, that's a laugh, isn't it? Hull has tended to prefer the Ashley Down Road end. Here comes Van Beek bowling. Oh my word, that has come back. That's gone right over the top of middle and leg, and it's off the glove of Hanscom. I'm not surprised it was going sideways. It's a bye, and
I'd like to see the replay of that.
Well, that's not what Hanscom wants, is it? I'm expecting to keep in this innings, but he launched himself to his left, couldn't quite take it.
It's going to make the batter think very carefully though about leaving if it's coming back that far.
Good grief. We left it on length suppose, but it's not as though we haven't seen the odd one just stay down a touch. So, yeah, that's not nice to see if you're a batter. Lovely if you're Van Beek, who bowls now to Bancroft, who steers into the offside and won't get a run. There's a couple of charging steps down the pitch from both, but they have to turn tail and bravely run away back into their respective grounds. 30 for 1. Sun just about poking out now, and I think that really darker cloud that we could see seems to have moved off, and it's looking a bit better elsewhere. Bancroft on strike, turning into the onside as Van Beek, not for the first time and certainly nowhere near the last, thinks that he's about to trap LBW. Bancroft plumb in front, but there's a reason why he scored as many first-class runs as he has, because whilst he might get out that way sometimes, he doesn't miss them that often. Van Beek in and bowls and beats Bancroft, who's come across his stumps, and it's another one of those gestures with his right hand where it's like sort of wafting the delivery away as if to say, what do you expect other than just me to play and miss? I can't do anything with that. That's just his particular way of putting the delivery out of his mind. Does a little waft with his hand and then strolls off to square leg and gets back in position to face. Van Beek bowls and another ball which is just nipped away and beaten him all ends up. Well, there's no doubt that as a spectator, and you hear this said but I'll say it again, as a spectator, games where ball dominates bat tend to be more exciting than when it's the other way around. And as a change, particularly on this ground, I just hope that it's taken into account all the many days, many days, as Van Beek bowls and Bancroft hand off the bat there, but does negotiate the ball with the bat straight back up the surface. It's a maiden over in the comeback for Van Beek, 30 for 1. I will make way for Richard Ray in a second, but I do hope that it's taken into account the many days that we've all sat here just longing for a game like this, which is fast moving. Okay, it's not fast moving in terms of run rate this innings because it's 2 and over, but it's exciting. Every ball you feel something might happen, and there's surely got to be a place for that in things going forward. We deserve exciting cricket to watch, as well as all the other things that county cricket has to take care of. Nicole Harvey and then Richard Ray.
Ben Green here coming in as Ollie Price is on strike. 3 slips in play here. Green in, worked off his hip there, down to fine leg. He's going to do a slide diving stop here, and Patel gets it in the end after a slight misfield, and they get back for 2. Gloucestershire now 32 for 1. Just starting to sort of get a little bit of momentum, but just a little bit of rotation of strike here, which is what they need as Price is on strike. Green's in, and it's a big flash outside the off stump there from Price, trying to drive a full delivery, but it is a play and miss as he has flashed outside that off stump. Well, Leicestershire are bowling very well once again, Richard.
Yeah, not getting much luck though at the moment. 32 for 1 is a decent start.
Green's in here, back of a length, and that is hit Price. It's looking fairly high as that scoops out of picture here. Pass backward point, and it's a leg bye to Gloucestershire. A little bit of a squealing appeal, but looked too high from here, that's for sure.
You do feel if one comes, and another could come. You know, they could go in clusters.
We saw that a little bit last night for Leicestershire.
My word.
Can hear sounds like a crow's in the ring, but it's not. And it's a play and miss there as Green has squared up Bancroft, and it's a fantastic delivery.
Extraordinary how many plays and misses in this game there have been.
And how many dot balls.
I would not be surprised if we're sort of into 3 figures now, over the sort of 2 innings and a little bit. I really wouldn't.
Green coming in here. We've got 3 slips in play. It's defended by Bancroft. Got a cover at mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket in the ring. Third man and fine leg out wide down on the boundary. And looking at Green so far, he's bowled 3.3 overs. He's got 17 dots. He's actually bowled 3.5, but my computer won't update that, so. Green coming in here, back of her length, worked off the hip, but straight to mid-wicket, and he's not going to get a single there, as that's the over bowled for Ben Green. That's 4 overs bowled for him, as he is now 1 for 8 off those 4 overs. And Van Beek, he has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden for 7 runs. Neither of them have got a wicket yet today, but Holland has got 1 wicket to his name after 7 overs, 2 maidens for 14. And I think both Van Beek and Green will want a wicket to their name fairly soon.
Yeah, Hanscom, I don't think he'll be getting too fretful quite yet. He has changed the bowling around a little bit, but I think he knows patience the key very much for the bowlers, and if you keep beating the bat, sooner or later you're going to get some joy. Van Beek in from the Bristol Pavilion end, bowls outside off stump. It gathers pace off the pitch and does shape back in a little to Ollie Price, but he leaves successfully outside off stump. His nickname has to be Orange Juice or something, doesn't it? Ollie Price, you would have thought, OJ, but I'm not sure. Maybe it says in the Who's Who.
They've only, Gloucestershire have only actually scored off 17 balls so far in these 16 overs.
Van Beek in, outside off stump, allowed to go through.
16 overs, and they have only scored off 17 deliveries. The rest have been dot balls. We've had 35 dots from Holland, 24 from Van Beek and 20 from Green, which is quite a proportion.
It is. Ollie Price's nickname is Frube, F-R-U-B-E, if the Who's Who is to be believed. Is that a... It sounds sort of vaguely like a drink. In goes...
That's a children's yoghurt.
Okay.
It's one of those in a tube, Frubes.
Off-stump delivery that is blocked out into the offside by Frube Price.
Do you think that's a joke?
Well, yeah, or unless he has a particular predilection for those, and they're available in the Gloucestershire dressing room. I know when we eat with the players, or sort of in the same dining room as the players at Leicester, and they get sort of yogurts or sometimes a sort of that sort of thing for their puddings. In goes Van Beek, bowls on towards leg stump. I was going to say he was going to have to hurry there, but Holland looked as though he was closing more quickly on the ball than he actually was. So in fact, it was a good call by Ollie Price in calling his skipper through, and the single is taken. Gloucestershire 34 for 1, lead by 24. So it may be that he likes them, brings them into training or something.
They're kind of a thing for a toddler more than an adult, but each their own.
In goes Van Beek, a little bit fuller on off stump. Bancroft is leaning forward, guiding it out towards point. He'll make something of a meal of his fielding, and then remains on his knees, putting a little divot back, I think, like a conscientious golfer. He's staying down on his knees, somehow sort of jarred something, and he limps away his left knee.
Yeah, it looked a little bit of an awkward landing.
Still, as I say, got those 3 slips. Hanscom, he's convinces an edge coming. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and on driven, not convincingly, by Ollie Price, and it came off a thick inside part of the bat and runs out to mid-on. But it's another over survives, 17 overs, 35 for 1. And as I say, one of the reasons Leicestershire won't be worried is because of that run rate. No, not too worried anyway, because they're still in control. They're still in control. At the moment, Gloucestershire not getting away from them. If they were sort of 55, 60 for 1 at this stage, then there'd definitely be concern, I suspect. Froob.
You'll have to ask him if you care for an interview. Green in here, and it's just defended into the offside. A little bit big, good carry.
He's coached cricket in Argentina as well, Ollie Price. So
I believe he's got a degree in French, but don't quote me on that. French and Spanish, he did tell me that. And
that's quite a useful degree, isn't it, really? 2 languages.
Green coming in here, just back of a length, worked into the onside.
And a first as well, no less, at Durham Uni. I tend to stay in Durham when in the days when we used to play up there. Now in the First Division, of course. Very nice. Historic town, Durham. You've played and stayed up there, I guess?
Yeah, it's pretty far away from me, but I've been up there. Green in, full delivery, defended convincingly through to mid-off there. No runs scored, though.
What was your favourite trip, your favourite away ground?
Oh, it's a good question, and I can't.
Well, favourite trip, not necessarily ground, it would be home.
Ground, I like the Oval.
Okay.
I think there's a brilliant atmosphere there, and it feels like the crowd are very much involved, which I think is nice, as sometimes you can play at grounds and it's like they're miles away. Green's in here, and it's a flick off the hips. Oh, it's a misfield at mid-wicket, and they're going to scamper through for a single there. Remind me who's there at mid-wicket, Richard?
Hilly, I'm afraid.
He's just had
Lewis
a misfield there, Lewis Hill. Unfortunate, just almost mistimed the dive and went over the top of the ball there. But it was a good effort, none the least. But Gloucestershire will get a single now, and Green is going to come here to Price, and he is 16 of 44 deliveries. Like Glamorgan, for example, is quite. It feels like the crowd's quite far away. Green, that's a fantastic ball. Great carry as Ollie Price plays and misses as that. Not looking the most comfortable, but I don't think it's easy out there. And Gloucestershire are just trying to survive for a minute and, like I say, maybe get up the other end.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Play the next ball in the knowledge that, you know, there's another ball gone and a little bit softer.
Green's in, and it's a great drive by Price, but a fantastic piece of fielding there at mid-off. As it's a diving stop to the right. He's actually saved 4 there. Rahan Ahmed at mid-off has saved 4. It was a brilliant drive from Price, well timed, played late underneath his eyes, but unfortunately it's a dot ball for him, as Gloucestershire are 36 for 1 now. Green finishes. Ben Green there, 5 overs, 1 for 9 at the moment. But that was a good piece of fielding there. We saw him in the first innings obviously make a few mistakes. They had him at third slip. I think he was stood too close personally, and he wasn't in the best position at times, dropping a few catches, but he's done a fantastic piece of fielding there.
Van Beek in from the Bristol Pavilion end, a touch short on off stump and worked off the back foot by Bancroft. Takes the first one quickly. Rishi Patel has a bit of work to do to get to the ball, and so Bancroft can make it into 2. He moves on to 16, 38 for 1, the lead 28. 18 overs into the innings. 19.5 left to be bowled today. As Van Beek bowls, and again outside off stump. It's a bit fuller, but the same result in that Bancroft leans forward and steers it out towards the point boundary. Patel has to come round to field, and 2 taken again. If these two were to get through to the close somehow, then Gloucestershire would really feel they're in a strong position. It'd be really interesting to see what Bancroft would do if it were to come to a declaration. Miles away from that at the moment, with sort of 2 days and 20 overs left to be bowled. At the moment he'll just be thinking of getting as many as he can. In goes Van Beek, bowls a lovely outswinger, and too good for Bancroft. Beats the edge. Did it actually carry? Whether Hanscom actually took it, who's holding the pose like as though he's about to be knighted. He's down on one knee over there. Sir Peter of Melbourne, captain of Victoria.
Oh dear. No, I think it's going to sway of one of 2 ways. If Leicestershire get a wicket in the next 3 overs, for me, they're on top very much. Van
Beek bowls down the leg side, flicks at it. Bancroft doesn't get anything on it, taken by Hanscom. Falling, really, rather than diving. He doesn't sort of do diving, Pete, behind the wicket, but he gets there usually.
Van Beek's a bit skiddy now. I don't know whether... It looked like he was getting a bit more carry in the first innings, but right now, from what I'm seeing, it's very skiddy in the carry. The keeper's taking it on the half volley.
Turns. Athletic run in, bowls on off stump, touch short, and again Bancroft's okay with that. He can work it out to point. There isn't a point at the moment, and Hill has to run across. Sun comes back out. The dark cloud has departed. It is markedly warmer. That was the weather forecast, so touch of humidity in the air might help the seamers swing it. Van Beek none for 14 from 6.5. Green has nagged away. None for 9 from 5. But this partnership beginning to take on decent proportions. Van Beek is in, bowls on midland leg. Price turns it, but only as far as Budinger at mid wicket, and there is no run. The lead 31. 9 second innings wickets still intact for Gloucestershire.
Charlesworth went in the 4.4th over. So this partnership is beginning to build now. That was when they were on 9, now on 41. So they're just really grafting now here, Bancroft and Price, to try and just build this partnership. And I think the next 5 overs is crucial in this match for me, in terms of who's winning this evening. As Green comes in. Oh, Bancroft inside edging that defence there out to mid-on.
A lot of hands went up there in the slips, and they thought it had snuck onto the pad. Just got the inside edge there first.
Quite a few people sitting here in front of the pavilion enjoying this evening's sunshine here in Bristol as Green comes in past the umpire, back of a length, and that's been skewed through backward point down to fine leg, third man, apologies, as Green has squared up Bancroft there again, and it's happened many a times in this partnership. You know, there's been a lot of player misses, a lot of dot balls. Leicestershire, they're not doing anything wrong, but they just cannot find this wicket. And it's going to be a matter of patience now. Either way, as Green comes in, full delivery, driven down the ground. It's just going to the right of mid-on as Hull comes round. Diving stop and just a single there for Price. Fraction full from Green.
I would imagine Hull probably isn't too far away from getting a chance. But he knows, Hanscom, that Although he carries a threat, Hull, there might also be
Get
an
a few
opportunity
more
for to get him.
runs.
Yeah, exactly. Get him away. He will concede a few more.
As Green's in here, back of her length, rocked back by Bancroft, hit straight to cover though, and no runs scored. Yeah, I think Hull has got that pace and bounce. That's Green and Holland in particular don't offer as much, but like you say, he's not as consistent when of his line and length. And at the moment they've shown that. I mean, 35 dots from 7 overs for Holland, 26 dots for Green so far, and 31 for Van Beek. Green coming in here, defended into the onside. Bancroft's almost trying to work that off his hip a little bit. There's a gap there at a square leg, but he can't afford to do that. He's risking an inside edge or missing one and it going through the gate. As Green comes in here, slower ball, I think. If I can see the replay, I will have a look. I'm keeping them on their toes this afternoon. I'm sure they're waiting for me to go home. Just seeing the replay. Possibly not, but...
Nice shape to the delivery, though. Those blocks of flats are all, they're named after famous Gloucestershire players. They're sort of I know one is the Hammond block. I'm not sure what the other two are. Could be Grace block and something else. Or indeed, which is which. Van Beek might have a mansion named after him one day. Is in and bowls very straight and meets an equally straight bat from Price. Leans forward, plays it out to mid-off, and there is no run.
He's got a really lovely action, Van Beek. Very smooth.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Very smooth.
Nice to aesthetically pleasing, for sure. It doesn't look as though he could pick up too many injuries with it. There's nothing sort of, famous last words, but there's nothing sort of jerky or...
No, even on the follow through, it's just lovely.
Yeah.
Really one motion.
In he goes. Bowls a little bit short on the legs of Price. He likes that. Can tuck it away down to deep backward square. Josh Hull is down there. Throws left-handed, of course, and Price picks up a couple. He moves on to 19.45 for one. It's perhaps signs of slight weariness on the part of Van Beek. The length becomes slightly inconsistent. Direction just loses it an inch or two.
Or possibly he's just trying too hard.
Yeah.
You know, you want a wicket.
And he goes, bowls, and that's a better line, albeit perhaps a tad short of the good length, and Price can stay on the back foot, block it out into the offside. Van Beek picks it up and throws it to Ahmed, who hasn't really sort of got into the game yet, of such an effervescent character. He didn't get a bowl in the first dig. He didn't last long with the bat. Dropped a few catches.
No, I did see him, though, actually at the crease a minute ago having a warm-up, so maybe that was a hint, I want a bowl.
Van Beek down the leg side and helped on its way by Price. That is a long leg. Hull in action again. He sort of gathers himself to throw Josh Hull. And does. Roman Walker is the man who's going to be bowling next, though, judging by the Welshman's warming up at third slip. A few little jogs and stretches. He too, although he did take a catch in the first innings, hasn't really made a major contribution so far and will be desperate so to do. No wickets and no runs. Had his stumps completely splattered, didn't he? By Josh Shaw. All over the place. In goes Van Beek and bowls Bancroft, who's leaning forward. Did it carry to third slip? Did Walker? There's a few hands on
Zoomed in
knees.
On the replay,
I think that
please,
carried. Has Walker put down a big chance? He's holding the pose. Think it carried low to his right. Have Leicestershire spilled another? Yes, they have. A couple of inches above the ground when it got to him. He got two hands to it. Tried to sort of pick it up, flick it up action, and out it went, and that could be huge.
I mean, we saw it yesterday. Third slip, the chances came. Didn't we?
We did. He took one, but he's put one down. Van Beek in. Bowles seams back, outside off stump for me. He's pleading with umpire Pollard, and he can't believe it. May well have gone on to hit the stumps, but for me, outside off stump.
Roman
he
Walker was
desperate.
appealing as well, desperately thinking, help me, save me.
Yeah. But for me, he'd got outside the line. Let's have a look. See?
Yeah.
Yes. Look at Walker
Roman
on the
Walker's
charge.
like, please help me, save me from this.
Please, in a Welsh accent.
I've dropped him, now please give him out next ball. But unfortunately,
But Bancroft lives to fight another day.
Oh.
So he was on 20, and the score 46 for 1 makes note.
We're going to see a change of bowling here.
Seen a few dropped off his bowling, Van Beek, at Lancashire as well.
Roman
And now
Walker
here.
is now going to come on.
Yeah, because Ahmed dropped him off Van Beek first innings.
Van Beek's probably a little bit frustrated.
Yeah.
He's grafting, and can't quite get that wicket when they drop the catches. And Walker's in, and it's driven straight back down the ground by Price. No run.
Now, as captain here, do you say to him, come on, Roman, you owe us one here? Or do you think, well, he knows he does, and he'll be trying anyway?
Personally, you don't want to remind him you've dropped the catch, you know it's costly. And the last thing you want to do is someone to rub the salt into the wound, as they say. You just let them go about their business and hope they can then turn it round. Almost more of a don't worry about it, mate, you got this. As Walker coming in here, Price on strike, defended straight back to him.
Just the 2 slips for Walker. For the first time in the game, actually, that Hanscom hasn't had 3 slips. Hull beginning to do a few slightly awkward stretching exercises.
Walker coming in, 2 slips in play here. As Price tries to drive that, and it's an outside edge going down to third man. Was thinking about a defence, then thinking about a drive, ending up outside edging it almost too early on the ball there. But he gets a single anyway.
Foxy Phil, Roy Walker would have caught that. Well, not sure.
Oh dear.
Irish quiz show host and comedian, wasn't he? Bless him. What was the programme he used to present?
Walker's in here. Back of a length defended there. No run.
He used to show bits of a drawing, and then you had to sort of identify a saying that the drawing represented. Looks to his left. It's not. You can't Google. Come on, come on. But other search engines are available.
Claire Jenkins
Come on, guys.
on X saying if
Guys and
Ed
girls.
can find my lost marbles while he's being a gorilla, I'd be grateful. So thanks for that message there, Claire. As Walker's coming in here, outside the off stump, left alone there. And
Catchphrase. Yeah. Yeah. That was the one. Catchphrase. You know it was what I was looking for.
Ed's playing. Walker in here, just back of a length, rock back there, and a great pickup again from Ahmed, who has moved to point, and no runs scored there. Gloucestershire 47 for 1.
update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Potentially. I was just giving the... Yeah, Leicestershire, they're not struggling. They're bowling really well here, but they're not getting any luck at all. And it could be that this is an important partnership. That said, they are not helping themselves by dropping catches. The latest, Roman Walker dropping the Gloucestershire skipper and Australia Test star Cameron Bancroft. He is on 20. He is still on 20 at the moment. Ollie Price is with him, 21 not out. If Gloucestershire can get a first innings lead of 250, 300, the pitch is still offering a little bit, the conditions are still offering a little bit, and they would probably consider themselves favourite. But it looks as though it's going to be a fascinating finish to this game, and the Foxes need wickets tonight. Gloucestershire 47 for 1 in their second innings. Back with you, didn't miss any cricket because that came nicely between overs, which is very nice of BBC Radio Leicester, not that they meant it. Josh Hull from this pavilion end for the first time in the game. So he's going up the very slight slope. Might help him a bit, actually. Goes in and bowls. Good delivery on line. Not particularly quick. Something of a loosener. Price leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. You can hang around for one more over?
Yeah.
Or two?
Yeah.
See what...
See if Josh Hull can take a wicket here. And, 20 years old, I think he could be the man for the job because he is going to get that bit more carry.
Maybe a little in-swing as well. Price waits, bat raised as Hull is in, bowls to him, and that is full
fielding.
and swings in, and it's clipped hard out towards mid-wicket where Budinger, probably the best fielder in the side, as Nick Old says, does extremely well fielding away to his right. Two-handed, plunges his hands back into his pockets. Don't think it's cold out there though. There's a few shirt sleeves, and the crowd too don't look too wrapped up, do they? It's
So the coaching staff are wearing woolly hats and coats, but it does get chilly up on that balcony, I must say.
You're out of the sun. We won't argue about which way it's facing. We've already done that a few times today. Hull is in, bowls full and driven pleasantly by Price down the ground. It's not going to carry all the way to the boundary. It's picked up by Logan Van Beek, who just hesitates before throwing because Holland had followed him back and nearly had Van Beek picked up and thrown on the turn. Holland might well have worn the ball. As it is, just a couple to Price. He moves on to 23, 49 for 1. The crowd beginning not to relax as such, but they know Gloucestershire beginning to back themselves into a reasonably promising position here. Hull is in again to Price, full again, driven again, but didn't put his full weight into the shot, steered it out to Van Beek at mid-off, and there was no run. Scrapes at the crease. A couple of people have remarked, seeing Hull for the first time this season, that his action does seem to have changed a little bit over the winter. Tried to work on his smoothness at the crease, but to me he's just, at the moment, when he may well be bowling within himself, but I just wonder whether he's just lost sort of a foot or two, or deliberately so, just to get back a little bit of control. In he goes and bowls fullish, outside off stump, almost a half volley, driven away by Price, but he had to reach for it, so he didn't quite get it as nicely as he would have liked off the middle. He still picks up a couple though as Hill fields on the offside boundary and brings up the Gloz 50. I say Gloz because that's what goes on the board, GLOS.
I do think that action is a bit smoother, if I'm honest.
You reckon?
Yeah, it does look slightly smoother. The follow through is a little bit more all one motion, all going in the same direction. It doesn't look he is working as hard, but it would be interesting if we had a speedo to see that.
In he goes, bowls to Bancroft, who works it, jabs it down to third man along the ground all the way. He was in control and takes one. So they're not particularly threatening over, you would probably have to say, from Hull. as I say, just beginning to get into his work. I think the bowler that Leicestershire are missing badly in these conditions is Tom Scriven, who took a 5 at Old Trafford last week and swung it a lot. And bowlers like Scriven, medium, sharp, in this game have swung it, and I think they're missing him badly.
In comes Walker, and Bancroft has just defended that straight back to him. A few sighs, a few hands on the heads there at the slip cordon, thinking, was he going to miss that one and hit the pad?
Exactly. You must think as a bowler every time you're in with a chance, because he's so far across. But he gets bad on it plenty of times.
He's playing very straight, which is obviously making it less of a high risk. His bat does come down straight. He's trying to hit down through the V. As Walker comes in here. Bancroft playing a defence, but on the walk, on the move again, as he plays that. Not quite stationary, not quite balanced, but he still seems to time it, and it seems to work for him. As he is on 21 off 64 balls now. Price is on 24 off 60, as Gloucestershire are 51 for 1, currently off 23.2. 2 slips in play here for Leicestershire. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in the ring, and that one has come through down to third man to Hull, and they're going to get a single. Gloucestershire on 52 for 1 now.
I forgot to go to the ice cream van at tea.
Ooh,
Sorry if I put it in your...
Now you're making me think I
is
fancy
there
one.
an ice cream? Is it there today? I don't know. It may not be actually there today.
Can't see it right now. Could be at the park. It's gone home for the night.
Oh.
Missed out there, Richard. As Walker comes in, it is full, and tried to drive that one a little bit early on it, Price, and he has got an inside edge. As Price is just taking a walk, and he's just asking the umpire, is he too far down the pitch? There's had a few little words, the umpires, with the batters so far in this game, talking about him being a little bit far down the pitch or walking down the pitch. And Price has asked a couple of times in his innings so far, and just given a thumbs up to the square leg umpire, is that all right, as he's batting outside his crease. Walker's in here. 2 balls left in this over. It's driven out to cover. No run. A little bit of heckling here from the crowd saying, come on. And Gloucestershire now leading by 42.
Yeah, shouldn't be heckling, because these two are doing a great job for their
Yeah, they're
for their
grafting.
side.
They are grafting, and you know, it might not be the prettiest at times. There's player mists, there's squaring up, you name it, but Leicestershire have bowled well, and credit when credit's due. They are fighting very much here, Gloucestershire, as Walker's in. Price just defending that to point, and no runs scored. I'm going to leave you with Richard and Ed. Thank you very much for having me.
It's been a pleasure, been a real pleasure, and thank you for the insights and the commentary as well. Hopefully we might hear from Nicole again. Leicestershire supporters over the season at some stage. Long way to come up from West Country though. Not sure when Gloucestershire are due at Grace Road this season. Probably September time, but Ed might
Yes,
know.
it is.
Yes, it is
September. I think it's the
time.
first fixture.
The first
in
of the last
September,
four, is
yeah.
it? Okay. I do know we're at Northampton for the very last game, and I'm just praying that something depends on it. Otherwise, in goes Hull. And bowls outside off stump, nicely steered by Bancroft, with an angle bat down to third man, takes his single. Otherwise, that really could be a long, dark night of the soul, couldn't it? 4 days at Northampton at the end of the season. Nothing depends on it, and especially if the weather's not very pleasant.
Yeah, well, from Gloucestershire's perspective, obviously I hope that they've got something on it, but Middlesex last fixture at Lords.
Oh, well,
That's
there you
a
go. That's
good note to end on, whatever happens.
Indeed. Hull turns. Longish run in, bowls a little bit short, pulled a lot of time out towards deep square. There is no body at square leg, just Buttinger on the boundary down there. So there's a long leg, a deep square and a mid-on. Those are the only three fielders on the leg side for Hull. Coming over the wicket to the right-handers and looking, by and large, you would think, to sort of swing it in to them as much as push it across. So it's an interesting field in that respect. Holland is beginning to... It could be just sort of keeping himself limber, because he will be required again before the close for sure. Hull is in and bowls, little bit short, worked down to fine leg for 4. Whether it came off the bat or off the hip, it came off the bat. So Bancroft picks up 4, moves on to 27, and this is what we said might happen. He might carry a threat, Hull, but whatever happens, he's almost certain to concede a few more runs per over, and that's 6 off the first 3 balls.
And I suppose you can't have them everywhere. They did have a leg gully at one stage, which might have allowed the looser delivery to turn into a wicket-taking delivery, but as Bancroft settled a bit in his movements, he has looked a bit less likely to get out there.
They need a wicket, Leicestershire, as Hull is in and bowls, and Bancroft, well, shuffles across, but he's solidly behind it. You can take it as read, essentially, that if it's off stump or outside off stump, he'll shuffle across. But as I say, if it's straight enough, he'll get bat on it. 49, the partnership is worth now for the second wicket.
Going back to Middlesex and Lords, I think it's Northamptonshire who've been given the Merchant Taylors treatment again this year. I think that might be 3 years in a row that they've had that now.
We were there about 4 years ago, I think. It wasn't unpleasant, actually.
Nah, Gloucestershire have been there for a T20, but not for a championship match.
Hull bowls, and Bancroft looking to work it down to fine leg, comes off the pad, doesn't get anything on it, trickles down towards Roman Walker down there, and the leg bite is taken. That is the 50 partnership. Up it comes on the board. Cue round of applause. Because 51 partnerships well worth it in this game. 121 balls.
It was not quite the Mexican wave pace. I think it was, you know, more, perhaps a bit more slovenly than that, but it just about rippled its way around the ground.
Hull turns, runs in, bowls on off stump, dropped out into the offside, into the gap between Messrs Ahmed and Van Beek. Ahmed runs across, running down from sort of point towards extra cover and fields, but Price picks up 1 and keeps the strike. He has 26, Bancroft 27. They're both doing a very good job for their side.
Match at Merchant Taylors a couple of years back was the one where Gloucestershire defended, I think it was 10 off the last 2 overs against Middlesex. It was, I mean, you don't like to stick the knife in, but it was a very Middlesexy way to lose a game. You just think, how have they managed that? John Simpson was at the crease as well. Walker bowls to Price, who drives and mistimes it back towards the bowler. Walker knocks it down. Is this your jumper?
It is.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Well, mind you, I'm seeing Nicole tomorrow anyway, so could have given it to her anyway. Just thought she might have left it. Yes. John Simpson and Ryan Higgins, I think, were the two men out in the middle. So just thought, how on earth has that happened? And then Simpson goes to Sussex and reaches finals day in his first year as Sussex skipper, and you just think, might be a message in there. Walker in bowls, and Price covers up and keeps it well out from harm's way, out into the covers, and there's no run. I think say Gloucestershire anyway. I don't know whether I'm involved, but I think Gloucestershire have got Merchant Taylors again this year for the T20 rather than Radlett. Gloucestershire never one of the counties that get the Lord's treatment for the blast. Just the way it is. Walker in, driving Price. Can't beat mid-off. There's been very few that have really come directly out of the middle. It started to feel much more like a... And I'm not saying that the surface is slow. I don't think it is yet. But in terms of the way that batters are trying to go for these straight drives, and it's almost as though they're hitting them with a roll of newspaper that you feel sometimes happens here. It's not quite that bad, but it's not been many that have come out of the middle. These two have only hit 4 boundaries between them. In goes Walker and bowls, and there's another one that Price has tried to play an elegant on drive to, and it's just thudded in not particularly brisk fashion up to mid-on. And there's no run.
I tried to start a campaign when we were at Merchant Taylor's for the sort of lake end to be renamed the Karloff end, as in Boris, who was a pupil.
Oh, was he?
But yeah.
Okay.
But it turned out he was a pupil when Merchant Taylor's was sort of in the heart of the city. And moved out, obviously.
Right. Walker runs in, bowls, and turned wristily, but again straight to mid-on for no run.
But yeah, he was one of the famous ex-pupils.
Right.
The Frankenstein end, it should be, couldn't it? Really, that would have been. Bit of imagination, Merchant Taylor's.
Yeah, they've certainly got enough room there. That is for sure. Not short of grass.
No.
Massive playing area.
Fair few acres, aren't there?
How many cricket pitches there are on there? 5 or something? Walker runs in now, bowls to Price, who's tall and blocking away as the ball doesn't even make it to the crease line at the other end, but it's another over completed. Maiden from Walker. There are 12 overs in theory remaining. There's still a bit of hazy blue sky up above, but it's not quite as bright as it looked as if it was going to be a little while ago. The lights in the steak and burger van are looking a little brighter over there, but I don't think we're in any danger at the moment. Hopefully we get these overs in. Not that we're short of time in the match at the moment, but it'd be nice to have a full day's cricket.
Hull about to bowl his 3rd over, none for 11 from his first 2. Over the wicket he goes and bowls. Forward goes Bancroft. Thick inside edge. Little bit of shape back in to the Australian, but he's pretty much in control. The ball runs out to deep backward square. Budinger fields. The single is taken.
He does that so often as well, Bancroft. You come to watch him for enough times, and even when he's particularly fluent, he will just actually seemingly play with the inside edge of his bat, and even if the bat comes down vertically, so often it just squeezes down to fine leg, and there he is at the other end leaning on his bat again.
Hull in past umpire Pollard. Bowls outside off stump, little bit short, cut away in some style by Ollie Price. A little bit of width, not massive amount of width, but enough, and short enough as well, and Price gleefully almost fastened onto that and chopped it away backward of point and picks up 4.
You could almost see one of those grins, although he didn't grin, one of those grins that he sort of fixes the bowler with after he's just been beaten. Inside he was grinning far more there. It's the one area that we've seen not quite throughout the day, but we've seen quite a few boundaries through there. Even the likes of Holland and Hill were finding that sort of area.
Hull in a little bit straighter, shortish again, and Price plays it comfortably on the back foot. Rehearses a little sort of jump into the air, the back foot defensive. Flock of pigeons gather on one of the practice pitches, which will, I suppose, ground staff get inured to that sort of annoyance as they peck away.
Yes, there's usually plenty of bird activity here, especially on T20 nights. Sometimes you can see them swarming as the game draws towards the close. They know when it's time to move in.
Hull bowled, looking full for the Yorker, dug out nicely enough by Price and played slowly out towards Holland, who's at mid-wicket just about, and the single is taken. Yeah, the Gulls are bold, aren't they here? Bold. And stalk around and under the benches, the sort of picnic benches around the boundary down below us in front of the Bristol Pavilion.
They're not quite like the Scarborough Gulls.
No, or the
They're
Hove
quite that
ones.
Oh, yes.
You sit at those cafes down there, you're taking your whatever you're eating into your into your hands.
I'm
You've got to be very
eating
careful.
inside at Hove every time.
Hull is in and bowls again, looking for the Yorker. Again, Bancroft this time is able to clip it away down to fine leg. Walker doesn't gather it cleanly at the first attempt, but it doesn't cost Leicestershire anything. It was only ever going to be one.
I don't think, have we said on air yet that the floodlights are not available for this game?
I haven't, but
no, I don't think I have either. I think
in case you're wondering,
air,
folks,
anyway,
you now know.
Yeah,
they ain't.
I'm afraid that 3 of the allocation that the club are allowed per year are already used up in the first fixture.
Hull is in, bowls, little bit short, pulled around the corner, and that's 4. Wasn't really hurried either, Price there. Just waited for it, and that's what, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 off the over. And Hull 3 overs, none for 22. It's difficult when you're coming on, but the ball is still fairly new. He's still sort of finding his way into his bowling this season, but there hasn't been any great movement for the young man. He looks a little bit, not down, but slightly perplexed as he walks back towards third man. 71 for 1, 61 the lead now, beginning to take on significant proportions.
Walker, 4th over for him. He's only gone for a couple of runs so far, and he won't go for any runs there either, because Bancroft watches that one go by. In the games elsewhere, there's been actually some fairly significant movement in all of the, in fact, all of the games full stop, because Middlesex are 79 for 3 now in reply to Derbyshire's 472. So
yeah, they'll be all right.
Well, you'd imagine they ought to be, but Deploy has come to the crease against his former employers as well. So employers, I should have said.
Oh, very good.
Here comes Walker, can't resist. Bowls now short and wide, and good grief, I don't think that was. I think that was the cricket was not the winner there. I think is what is usually said with instances like that. It was horribly short, horribly wide, and it was horribly hit off the toe end by Bancroft for a single down to deep third when it should have been crashed away somewhere off toward the mound stand.
It was horribly slow as well.
It was.
He's he kicked at the crease a bit and limped back, so as though he'd sort of skidded, and goodness me, that sat up. But as you say, that should have been somewhere over that stand, I would have thought.
It was probably not a terrible, the way that it works in T20 cricket, it was probably not the worst ball in T20, because he probably would have had to have hit it still.
Slow bouncers are often employed, but that was not deliberate.
Walker to Price, and that's let go. So Martin Anderson, having scored 100 against Middlesex, and yes, unfortunately I inquired whilst you were off air at one point whether he had 100, and
yes, he did,
without knowing that
his maiden first class century.
Got that only a couple of weeks ago against Leicestershire. So Anderson's got rid of Stevie Eskenazi, and Blair Tickner, the tall mustachioed New Zealander, has the other 2 wickets for Derbyshire.
Foxy Phil supplied me with the catchphrase jog of the memory.
Walker to Price. Good bounce there, but too wide. Price doesn't play a shot.
But I didn't see it, and I did remember it myself for once.
Durham have beaten Worcestershire by 6 wickets at New Road.
2 days flat. Well,
it does look a bit troubling for Worcestershire.
Yes, it does, but 34 wickets in less than 6 sessions.
Yes.
They signed 3 bowlers, didn't they, on more or less the eve of the game?
Yeah. Walker in and bowls, and no shot. Hanscom has to go scurrying away towards first slip to take that one. Yeah, they had Jack Blatherwick from Durham. They had Jake Ball from Somerset, both on loan, and then they signed Cody Youssef, the South African seam bowler. He's got a bit of pace about him. I think he's there for a few matches now. But yeah, very different looking attack.
One hopes it was due to injury. One hopes, you know, not because you don't want people to be injured, but for obvious reasons. They didn't just strengthen.
Yeah, I think they,
for the sake of it.
I was listening to a bit of commentary. They had Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, on during the women's match the other day. As that's a little bit tighter to off stump, and I think he'd have had to have brought it back very significantly to have bothered Price's stumps, but it was a tighter leave than the others. A better ball, 72 for 1 at the end of the over. Yeah, I forget who it was, but I think he said that they were, I'm sure he said they had 2 more fast bowling injuries, and I don't think it was a clean bill of health by any stretch beforehand. I think he was suggesting that Mitch Colleen was about the only seamer that they had who hadn't been injured so far. Surrey are 284 for 6 against Somerset, so they've just gone into the lead, but they have lost a few wickets now. Jamie Smith, Dom Sibley, Rory Burns all made half centuries. 42 for Ben Folkes, but Lewis Gregory's taken 3 for 45, so in Surrey's tail, you never know, they could go on for a while, but looked as if it was going to be an absolutely thumping first innings lead. It still might be, but lost a few wickets. And Sussex in real trouble at Trent Bridge, 159 for 6 now. That's only a lead of 28 runs.
That could finish tonight as well. Leicestershire have gone back to their main man, Ian Holland. See if he can work a little bit of magic. Bowls, and there is outswing again for him there. It's a little bit short though, so Bancroft can sort of play it off the pitch and drop it out towards backward point, where Rahan Ahmed is awaiting.
Speaking of Ahmed's, Farhan has taken 2 for 45 in the second innings for Nottinghamshire so far.
A lot of experts think he's going to be much the better spinner.
They seem, yeah, there's a lot of people who are suggesting that he might even replace Shoaib Bashir, who's not had a good start to the year.
In goes Holland, bowls down the leg side, gestured at by Bancroft, doesn't get anything on it. As well he didn't really, because there is a leg slip. Roman Walker's there. Legs akimbo as he polishes the ball handed to him by his skipper, Pete Hanscom.
But it will be interesting to see what England do with their side. There are a lot of runs in county cricket versus, well, sort of established names, sort of arguments like that.
Holland is in, bowls on off stump, no great movement, and off the back foot. Price steers it down to third man, where Rishi Patel, who likes a chat and is usually quite loud when he's in, used to be in the slips, lots of oohs and ahs, but he's getting used to being in isolation down there.
He was very good when we had him on comms, I remember, in the match. Was that end of
He was. He came and did a good hour or so against Derbyshire. And
well, no, it was last year, actually, wasn't it?
And he was great, yeah. So, who knows? Might yet get the opportunity to drag him up if I can. In goes Holland and bowls. Oh, good leave by Ollie Price. That made us jump up here because it was straightish and it looked to go over the top of the stumps to me. Let's have a look. See
length, but well, maybe just on line as well as length. Yeah,
good leave, but it looked close. Perhaps it looked closer than it actually was. Looking at the replay, Van Beek doing a little bit of warming up again as Holland is in and bowls and swings one past the outside edge of Price's bat. First time the bat's been beaten for a while.
I get Holland back in, that usually does the trick.
Does. We need to find the edge, and Leicestershire are not finding it at the moment. Slightly resigned looking Price just sort of shakes his head as he remarks his guard, then waits with bat raised. Holland is in, bowls to him. Oh my goodness me, that shaped away, came back a bit. He sort of went for a slightly flat-footed drive, and it just took the thick inside edge. I thought that was going to sneak through.
I saw the bails. Sometimes you just think, I suppose it's just what you see in your mind's eye, and I thought I'd seen the bails just come springing up behind Ollie Price, but no, he's survived again. He'll be feeling like he's trying to play Ian Holland with a matchstick out there. It's just so difficult when somebody's got that much control and is moving the ball both ways.
A bit like Goodman. It's a different game when Holland comes on, as it was when Goodman was bowling for Gloucestershire. Gentleman in a green top and a Gloucestershire cap.
I thought he was hedging his bets for a moment there. I thought he had a Leicestershire top on and a Gloucestershire cap. But no,
definitely not.
It's not. Walker starts a new over to Bancroft and beats him, and that was another one of those ones that moved so much that, especially from this angle, from very fine leg, you saw the deviation, but it was just the swing. It was another one that I thought for a fraction of a second that Bancroft had nicked, but well, it's another one that you're not really nicking.
Jeepers, that bananaed.
So, yeah, Bancroft got dragged across a bit, but he didn't really follow it that much, but with the hands, I mean, he certainly followed it with his feet, but nobody's nicking that. Walker in bowls, and a good leave from Bancroft, even if that had been the in-swinger, or at least the straight-oner, wouldn't have troubled him too much. And back for another walk he goes. It's a gentle, leisurely stroll off to square leg that Bancroft takes, and then back into position, sort of sets the hands and the bat and taps it quite gently into the ground a few times. Does that twice. Every time, every ball's treated the same. I mean, two lots of tapping. Walker bowls to him. Ooh, he made a late decision to try and dab that down past the slip cordon, and it ended up being a rather dingly-dangly shot, and it's gone absolutely nowhere. Don't know whether he was... Well, yeah, I mean, that's the sort of shot that can only ever really end up back onto the stumps, or maybe even a little snick through to the keeper. You're not going to get that past second slip and rehearse the leave after it. A good over from Walker so far. Bowls now, draws Bancroft forward, but this time there's a meaty defence and there's no run. He's only gone still for those 3 runs, Walker, in this spell. I think this has probably been his best over of the spell so far. He's giving Bancroft a good working over. There are still 8 overs left after this, but it almost feels as though Gloucestershire are now treating this as just survival for tomorrow, because there's not an awful lot of attacking shots being played. Walker in fuller ball. He is trying to get it round that attempt of Bancroft to keep it out, but it was rather dug out in the end by the Western Australian into the onside for no run. I suppose it's always worth just throwing in the odd one like that, especially if he is premeditating the away swinger. The last ball of a good over from Walker, going to finish it off. To the crease now and bowls, and Bancroft drives. Pleasant shot, but won't get any runs as a tumbling cover gets down on that. Is that Hill?
Budinger.
Yeah, Budinger. Forgive me. Maiden over from Walker. A good one. 73 for 1. 63 runs the lead. And there was a point quite a while ago when I mean, who knows, maybe it'll still happen, but you thought, yeah, Gloucestershire aren't getting to 100 at the end of the day here. Still looks unlikely, but it's that wickets column, not the runs column at this stage.
I mean, they would absolutely take sort of 95 for 1, I'm sure, at the end of
take 73 for 1.
Yeah, indeed. Helicopter. That sometimes happens here. Goes over. You say air ambulance sometimes.
Yes, well, I mention it a lot, but we have had the air ambulance land on the outfield here in recent memory.
Exciting. Holland is in, bowls, little bit short by his standards, and Price up on his toes. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle, but he gets it past the diving Ahmed at backward point out towards Rishi Patel. Which way is it going, Ed?
Well, according to all the compasses, it's going north. No, it's going south, isn't it? It's
vaguely
going
east.
East. So we've reoriented that a
But
little
we
bit,
have,
but we still seem to have north towards Cardiff, which is interesting.
Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, steered by Bancroft comfortably past Ahmed down towards Patel again, and the single is taken. We'll go out there in the middle tomorrow before the start of play with our various compasses. Compi? I don't know.
Yes.
What's the plural of compasses? I think it is compasses.
I think it is compasses, yes. I think it
And do over it. Maybe the ground staff will tell us. But sometimes you lean on broken reeds in that respect with ground staff. I know I do at Grace Road. In goes Holland and bowls on off stump. Price is forward. I asked Andy, who's now retired, to identify the various mature trees around the ground at Grace Road for me. Didn't have a clue. It was. Tell me about grass, but you would think, you think, well, bound to know. No.
Specialists in their field. Way.
Holland in, bowls, and forward goes Price, defends again, indicates with his right hand there's still a little bit of something there, but at the moment these two Gloucestershire batsmen are dealing with that little bit of something.
It must have been warm today where that lot went. There's 3 people in shorts over there and making their way back towards a pickup truck.
It's definitely warmer. Sun has still a bit of blue around as Holland is in and bowls, bounces high, too high, and although the slips went up, it was straight enough but high, and Holland didn't really bother appealing. His sort of right hand started to go into the air, but he knew straight away it was a forlorn gesture.
The new silent hobo artwork is looking rather bright as well over on the shed over there.
Holland is in, bowls fuller this time, thick inside part of the bat, but Price has once again contrived to get it away, not out of the middle, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs as Budinger runs back. Is that a sort of groundsman's hut of some kind over?
To be honest, I have no idea what's in there. I wouldn't like to ask.
It looks like is that Lawrence, the first one?
Yeah, so there's
Proctor on the right.
Lawrence and Proctor, yeah.
And I'll go. Not sure of the others, I have to admit. The other 2.
They're all, well, I say they're all fast bowlers. I mean, of course, Mike Proctor was more than a fast bowler, but it was one of his skills. Walker bowling to Bancroft, and he strikes him in an uncomfortable position. There's a hopeful appeal for LBW.
Straight but high again.
So Courtney Walsh is second in.
Is it? Okay.
And Cristiano Ronaldo next to him. No, it's it's David Payne.
Ah, okay. I can just about see the David Payne one.
There is a striking resemblance to a certain Cristiano Ronaldo statue.
Okay.
Which doesn't look anything like Cristiano Ronaldo, but apparently looks a lot like David Payne. Walker bowls, tickled round the corner. I don't know whether there was any bat involved there, though. It'll be a leg by, I think, towards short fine leg. Yeah, the leg is raised from.
And we're getting closer. That's very kind.
Yeah.
The names are there. Yeah, Sid and Proctor. Yeah, but Courtney, I'm not too sure. But it's bright and cheerful.
78 for 1. Walker bowls. Well, that's very wide, and he's dangled the bat at that as Price, and it's clearly just gone even further away from him. It was a slightly odd look there, because see that again, the way that he played it, yeah, he sort of prodded at it late and underneath it, really.
Yeah, barely reach it.
Because I almost thought that there's almost the evidence right there that it could be a wide, but actually it was because he was a bit late on it that did probably just about hop over the bottom part of Price's bat. Walker in, bowls a fuller ball, driven by Price and picking out mid-off for no run. Hanscom's doing some stretches. Oh gosh, yeah.
He's having to get used to sort of squatting again, isn't he? He won't have done it for a while.
It's that workload as well, isn't it? Captaincy and keeping wicket. He'll be sleeping well tonight, I expect, or well, or not, as the case may be. Does take it out of you. Walker bowls. Price steers that one with a slightly open face of the blade, but again, there is no run as Rehan Ahmed fields. Innings run rate just a fraction below 2.5 and over, but hasn't really been much in terms of even particularly singles rotating the strike recently. It's definitely into night watchman territory, who Gloucestershire would employ. Take your pick really from about 3. Walker bowls, beats Price to end the over. It's another maiden from Roman Walker. He's not had any luck in this spell, but a lot of bowlers haven't, I suppose. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 3, 78 for 1.
Yeah. He has beaten the bat, and he's conceded very few runs, so no damage done in that respect, in terms of the run rate. And he's been a little bit unlucky. So I'm sure he'd argue as well that, you know, this being his first class appearance of the season, it takes a little bit of time, you know, to sort of get into your bowling, to get into your rhythm, and he has done there to some extent, and a little bit unlucky not to pick up something. Holland, looking for his 18th first class wicket of the season, is in. Bowls dropped out into the offside by Bancroft. Price was very interested in the possibility of a single, and it was put into his mind, I suspect, by Bancroft taking a big step down the wicket, and then immediately, though, in fairness to Cameron Bancroft, holding up his hand and sending Price back, putting on the brakes.
I think that's the loudest I've ever heard Cameron Bancroft in any situation.
He's relatively quiet off the pitch as well to interview, and
just very calm individual.
Holland is in, bowls and tempts Bancroft into playing a shot. I think just in time he withdrew the bat, but there's 1 or 2 arch looks from Holland.
Occasionally you'll hear a very Australian "now ran," but it's not a Labuschagne type scream. It's just very gentle expression.
I'm sure he still wears the scars of his dealings with the press in the past for various reasons. But, in goes Holland and bowls, swings nicely but a little bit wide and stays a little bit low, and again taken on the sort of half volley by Hanscom, who once again stays down on one knee. Just, I suspect he's thinking, I remember why I stopped doing this.
Yes. No, he's been fantastic with me as Bancroft, and he also is one of those people who really gets personality across in interviews, which is not an easy thing to do. I mean, it's not an easy environment.
Holland is in. Oh, what a delivery that beats Bancroft, bounces and leaves him, and Bancroft sort of shrugs and nods, and yeah, not much can be done. Holland has got a big grin on his face, but goodness me, play that. Woofed.
The bounce as well, isn't it? I mean, we've seen deliveries seem like that, but the bounce, God.
He'd have done extremely well to edge that. Holland is in and bowls, an outswinger that again is taken low by Hanscom. Left, this time by Bancroft. 2 slips and leg slip behind the bat. And again, Leicestershire sticking to it, and you've got to convince yourself, look, it's going to come, the edge is going to come. We're not doing too much wrong here. Run rate's still below 2.5, and if we get 1, there might be 2. 5.1 overs to go. Holland is in and bowls, and that is slightly the wrong line into the leg side. Think off the thigh pad, drops out towards short leg, and eventually, after a certain amount of hesitation, the fairly comfortable single is taken. Extra added to the score. Maiden over for Ian Holland, 10 overs, 1 for 20. His figures, and well, as I say, we long since lost count of the number of times ball has beaten bat. Not so much though in the last sort of 45 minutes.
Yeah.
But just enough to keep Leicestershire hopeful of breaking this extremely useful partnership before the close.
Change of ball for Leicestershire at the Ashley Down Road end. Coming back from about 87, Logan Van Beek.
Well, we saw Van Beek warming up a little while ago, and he will now replace Walker. We'll have 3 overs, light permitting, from the Ashley Down Road end. Umpires seem pretty happy at the moment. There hasn't even been any vague discussion about it, so it looks relatively stable as it is. It's not massively bright out there, but it looks as though everybody's happy with it. As Van Beek is into Bancroft, who wears that one on his left hip sort of area. That was one of those not too dissimilar to the area that Ben Cox got wrapped on the rib earlier on, where it does seem not only to have good pace as the ball hits the surface, but it also just jags back. And that one hit Bancroft in a slightly more comfortable area. Van Beek bowls, and Bancroft is forward and trying to run this one out through the covers for maybe a couple, but there's no run on offer there.
What price will you give me for an over from Ahmed before the close, or 2?
It just haven't looked like they've particularly been interested, have they?
I don't think so. I don't think they will.
No, I don't think so.
Doesn't tend to do that sort of thing, and certainly there's no sign of Rahan having had the word.
Van Beek bowls a fuller ball. Bancroft drives as Van Beek launches himself forwards, and his follow through, as so many fast bowlers do now. And Bancroft will take a single to wide mid-off. Gloucestershire to 79 for 1, minus 10 for the lead. Bancroft has, well, no, excuse me, they've not added the run on. It's 80 for 1 now, so Bancroft is 33. But yeah, you know, there was a time in the first innings when I think, well, certainly Nicole and I thought it might be worth giving Rehan Ahmed a bit of a go against the lower order, but that didn't happen. Van Beek leaps in, bowls, and that's a shot that Price would have really regretted if he got out to there. It was a full-blooded drive. He thought it was full enough. It wasn't, and it's nipped away, and that's really the one that Leicestershire would have thought they were going to have him with. And I think that's another instance where it's actually done too much off the pitch. Been so disciplined, Price, in this 38 from now 92 deliveries, but he'd have been livid to have got out to that. Van Beek bowls. This is edged but kept down and well in front of third slip, who knocks it down. Roman Walker, I suppose, he'll be still in the back of his mind regretting that drop of Bancroft.
34 runs ago.
Yeah, and the prize wicket as well, the top of the order. Last ball of this over, Van Beek bowls and Price lets it go. So there are 4 overs left in another absorbing day's play that has really seen, well, first Leicestershire with Hill and Holland, and then Cox all making half centuries. Really look as though they were about to get their noses in front. Couple of quick wickets. The blow to Cox's ribs certainly didn't help either. Leicestershire just about getting a lead, only of 10 runs. Dom Goodman, a first-class fifer. It's been a fantastic day for him. 5 for 54 as well from 20 overs. Superb bowling. And then losing Charlesworth early, Gloucestershire, but Bancroft and Price still fighting.
Holland is in and bowls and tempts Bancroft into a little defensive push, and he does have a little defensive push, and it sneaks past his outside edge, and Bancroft kicks at the ground. He's cross with himself for being drawn into playing at that one. But it must be so hard not to, almost.
You just know that there's the one that comes back that you think, if I don't play at that, I'm going to look like a fool.
Holland bowls. Oh, truth. Just bounces and leaves Bancroft and into the glove. And there's everybody sort of got their arms folded across their chest, or Hanscom has his hands on his knees in disbelief. He's bowled a couple of jaffers, you know, in the first 2 of this over, let alone all the other. Oh, Struth.
Very close.
And, how Bancroft is still there, he must be wondering himself. Well, he is though, and Holland is in and bowls to him. Oh, and it stays a bit low, and all the hands started to go into the air, and somehow Bancroft got his bat down on it in time and squeezed it out towards third slip, and Walker at leg slip takes off his cap in disbelief.
Just got down on it.
Well played.
Yeah,
you know,
he couldn't do
fair
anything
play.
more, could he?
Fair play. Kept it out somehow. Holland, wondering what else he has to do, is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge again with a fairly conventional outswinger, actually.
I thought you were going to say fairly conventional play and miss.
Yeah, well,
it's almost becoming the way.
4 times in this over out of 4 balls. He's smiling, the Wisconsin-born America international, but how he actually feels inside, I don't know. In he goes, and bowls and edged and caught down the leg side. No, it seemed away. Lots of hands clipped the hip, I suspect. Holland's appeal wasn't entirely convincing, and Hanscom took a good catch as it seemed away down the leg side, but for me it clipped his hip. Yes, you could almost see the shirt and jumper move there. You know, it hit something, and lots of Leicestershire appealing, but not the bat.
The gloves were a little way away from it, actually, in the end.
But 5 times in 5 balls. Bancroft could have been out, and he's beaten again. Well, that's 6 out of 6. And Holland turns and looks at the sky, and my word, well, it made an over, but there are maidens and maidens, and that was very much one of the latter. And how he didn't pick up a wicket in it, I do not know. And neither, more to the point, does Cameron Bancroft, but he's still there.
Good grief. I mean, you're not going to see a more testing over than that, and you just know. I mean, as soon as the ball's released, you can see within the first, there must only be a fraction of a second, you think, yeah, there's another one that's going to land perfectly. It's just ugh. And even the one that was down the leg side, Holland would probably tell you that's exactly what he was after, with the leg slip in place and potential catch there. 3 overs to go. Van Beek bowls. It's another loose drive from Price, and this is getting slightly ridiculous. And I mean, again, I don't think you could really fault Bancroft for any of the last over particularly, but there again, the difference with that play and miss is that that's not a shot that Price needs to be going for with what as were 18 balls left in the day. Bat on ball this time. Van Beek is in. Oh, he's middled it. He's absolutely middled it and creamed it for 4 through the covers. Who saw that coming? Not me. To a roar of appreciation from down below. It's 84 for 1. I want to stop giving the score out because it's almost immaterial. It's all about deliveries left in the day's play.
Yeah, they sometimes get criticised, batters, for when conditions are difficult, saying, well, we had to get what runs we could while we could, but you understand now what, in these circumstances, exactly why Price played that shot, drawing in on a 50.
He's got 42. Van Beek just starting and then stopping. Lead 74. Van Beek in and bowls and left by Price. Very much left alone. There was no shot played, so it wasn't a play and miss. Bancroft's faced 100 balls and Price closing in on that as well. And we've seen, and it may be that in the last innings things completely reverse and Bodinger smashes a run a ball 100 or something, but it's just felt as if it's needed to be grittiness that's needed on this pitch. As Van Beek bowls, it's turned into the onside by Price, again uncomfortably having to take that right hand off the bat, but keeping it down, softening the impact. And it's picked up at forward square. There's no run. And it is, as to be said, I think the floodlights would definitely be on if they were available.
It's a bit dark,
now.
isn't it? But there's plenty of blue around as well. It's
Yeah.
odd, really, this light.
Van Beek runs in. Bowls now. A full ball skewed off a thick outer part of the bat from Price as he was looking to straight drive, but he'll be quite happy to take that single. Well, I say he'll be happy to take that single. It might mean that he's now on strike for the next Holland over, so he may yet regret having done that. It's 85 for 1. So Bancroft will have one ball to face here, and then he's probably going to say, I think I've done my job against Holland today. Over to you, young'un.
That really was an extraordinary over. I'm not sure I've ever quite seen one like that before.
No, I mean,
that didn't result in a wicket.
Talking about a test batter as well. Van Beek bowls and squeezed away. Oh, he will get on strike as Rehan Ahmed has a fire at the stumps from the non-striker's end. It was off the lower part of the bat from Bancroft, but between backward point and the cordon. And they can take a single, so it's 86 for 1 at the end of that over. 2 overs remaining.
Yes, so, can Holland get a little bit of joy at the end of the day? Wanders in from the pavilion end and bowls. Nice shape to the delivery though. Bancroft plays it okay. He's behind it on the back foot. There's a lot of sort of slightly panicky foot movements, but there sometimes is when Bancroft's playing anyway. It's just the way he plays, and he drops it out towards Ahmed at point.
And as soon as the ball's moving, Bancroft does start to move more as well. He can stay very relatively still if it's not.
Holland in, bowls, and again it's getting forward one way or the other and blocking the delivery out towards Ahmed at point, who bowls the ball a little forlornly to Logan Van Beek in the manner of one who knows that he's not going to get called on to bowl. Shamefacedly, as Woodhouse said, like an Englishman about to speak French. That's slightly embarrassed. In goes Holland and goes past the outside edge. Of course he does, as it swings past Bancroft's edge.
So this is, I think, Holland's 30th over across these 2 days. I still have to keep reminding myself it's day 2 only. It's only day 3 tomorrow, not day 4, but he's going to have to come back and bowl quite a bit more tomorrow, you would think.
Ice bath time tonight.
Going to be tired.
In he goes, and bowls lovely shape to that delivery, but then it's played back to him, and he allows it to sort of burst through his hands between his legs, and Bancroft, I suspect, to his slight relief, takes his single, moves on to 34.
Yeah, maybe some of that tiredness in the getting down there.
One for sorrow.
Yes.
A magpie has just
as
flown
well.
in front of us. And it is just the one.
James Healy saluting. Who's it for, though?
Yeah, who will have the sorrow? Third slipper's gone in as Holland goes in to Price, who leaves and isn't so very far from his off stump. Did threaten to shape back in, didn't do quite enough.
Yeah, and he's had a couple of brave ones. As Price, I don't know, is that quite close enough to be in that category, but Bancroft would probably have been playing a defence to that.
He'd have been somewhere, yes, he'd have been so far across, wouldn't he? He'd have been clipping it off his legs. Holland in again and bowled him. He has had to hit the wickets, but goodness me, is that a deserved wicket? The leg stump. Is it the leg stump or was it the off stump? I think it's the leg stump is out of the ground. And, well, Price fought and fought and fought, and 43 priceless runs that he has scored. But in the end, Holland went through him, through the gate, came back in, hit the top of leg stump, and the leg stump is out of the ground. And as it was the penultimate over, the night watchman is going to have to come out. If that wicket had fallen next ball, first ball of the final over, that would have been that. But it isn't, and Ollie Price has to go, but he's done a great job for his side.
Yeah, blame the magpie for that one. Ollie Price.
Yes, I
is
forgot about the magpie.
Dom Goodman, who's coming out to the middle, so... Well, he's not even going to be on strike, actually. There's a chance he's not going to face. He could come out as a night watchman and he might not face a ball because Bancroft will be on strike for the next over. But yeah, as you say, admirable job from Ollie Price, because not just the fact that he scored those 43 runs, but as we mentioned in the first innings, really, with the likes of Hill and Holland, it was the time that he's occupied and the fact that there's a chance now for Gloucestershire's middle order to come in against an older ball. It's not to say it's going to be easy batting, but tomorrow might be slightly different. Sunshine is forecast, so wickets in hand going to be key. But with the score on 87, it's the Australian on strike for the last over of the day. Bancroft to face on 35. Van Beek leaps in and bowls. It's a full ball. It's pushed back to the bowler. And there's no run. And in some ways, well, Gloucestershire really one ball away from really knowing they were... I mean, they're still in a decent spot if it's Goodman that's out, but if Bancroft goes now, all of a sudden it's tilted
sort of
back
in
again.
the balance, isn't it? But
77 for 3, effectively. I'd love to get a single here, Bancroft. Van Beek bowls to him, that's very wide. He'd also love to get a ball that he doesn't have to play at like that one. But this could be a really bizarre situation with the night watchman coming out and not facing. I mean, I understand why Gloucestershire have sent the night watchman out, but there's only 4 balls left and Bancroft can't try too hard for the single, and I think it's actually decent captaincy from Hanscom to give him the single now into the covers in the hope that he might try and force it too much. Van Beek runs in and bowls. Bancroft is trying to nudge it out into that gap, but he's hit it too square. Rehan Ahmed fields, and there is no run. 3 deliveries to go.
Holland with that wicket extends his lead at the top of the wicket-taking charts. Have to bowl so many jaffers to get those wickets, but 18 he has now.
2 for 21 this innings, and 3 for 36 the previous innings, coming at such little cost as well.
Well, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, his economy rate's extraordinary.
Van Beek in now, bowls. Oh, that's sawn Bancroft in half as he tried to chop that one away through the offside and is struck somewhere towards the solar plexus.
It's a great... I think this is... You know, I heard what you said earlier about the pitch and entertainment values and all that sort of thing, and I couldn't agree more. It's really absurd, and it's a real test of the batsman as well. You know, it's as much a test as a flat wicket and patience is, and all that sort of thing. You know, it's not always about what's best for international cricket.
Van Beek in, Bancroft nudges into the offside. He wants a quick single, and he'll get there. And Van Beek looks somewhat aggrieved. The fielder Onside it was, apologies, as it went up to mid-on, and Bancroft gets off strike. Dom Goodman has got one ball to face. He got a 5 for earlier in the day, maiden 5 for, but now he's got a task to keep out one delivery. But at least Gloucestershire know, barring some sort of extra, that Bancroft is safe at the other end. Here's the last ball of the day, 88 for 2. Van Beek bowls and Goodman's forward and defends. And tucks his bat under his arm and ends a memorable day for him. I suppose that'll be a little footnote to the cliche of the fireside story as he tells his grandkids about his first class 5, where he had to block out the last ball of the day as well. It's another pulsating day's cricket completed, with Gloucestershire at 88 for 2, leading by 78 runs on second innings. And the great thing is, the forecast is so good for the next 2 days, it is so hard to see a result not being achieved one way or the other in terms of win for Gloucestershire, win for Leicestershire. You will be in the far more capable and experienced hands of Stephen Lamb and Richard Ray tomorrow. I'll be back assuming that there is a final day, but that is the end of day 2.
Yep, well, I look forward to seeing you on Monday, because as you say, I'm pretty sure there will now be a 4th day. You'd think it likely, but you never quite know. That's been one of the joys of this game, really. The unexpected has been happening. Yep, BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire, and Radio Leicester, of course. We'll be back with you bright and early tomorrow, 5 to 11, myself and Stephen. And Leicestershire are going to be in the field, so it's going to be a struggle to drag any of the Foxes players up to try and give a little bit of insight, but we'll do our best as the day goes on. But hopefully you'll be able to join us, and we look forward to your company. But for now, from the Seat Unique ground here in Bristol, it's a very good night to you all.